Probably not much.
You know what you got to watch tonight?
Hendon Hooker.
Hendon Hooker. He's the biggest reason to watch tonight. What is his future? He's fighting for a job, not just here, but maybe somewhere else.
Well, it just how many steps has he taken forward in regards to just being able to operate this offense? And what does the offense look like with him under center? How much more quarterback movement are you going to see? That'll be interesting. But yeah, this is one. This is just joy watching. You turn it on and you just hear the pads pop. You get a chance to see some football. Most of the guys that you're watching won't be a part of this team.
No.
We'll see. And again, I don't even know how much we're going to see of some of the receivers that we want to see. Will we see anything of Isaac Tisla?
Maybe a little bit, right?
Yeah, there might be a little room for hope that we might get a chance to see him.
And it's always tough because then how do you even evaluate it? Because when it's against the other team's second and third string,
right? Well, you're not going to be evaluating coordinators. We'll get a chance to see them.
No, but even
call
players.
Plays. But players. Yeah, I mean, it's the evaluation is all going to come from practice. It's all going to come from the joint scrimmages that they have. Not a lot of jobs are going to be decided on what you see in preseason games.
What have you thought of Hendon Hooker? You haven't seen every snap, but I've watched you watch him.
Yeah, and it's hard to evaluate until you get a chance to see everything going on. I've seen him. I don't like the accuracy that I've seen from him in practice. And I say that with a little bit of caution where I don't know what the routes are supposed to be. And, in terms of how I could see if there's a zone defense and when you're supposed to sit down, when you're supposed to move with the defense, I don't see a lot of that feel from some of the receivers that are deeper down the list. So we'll see tonight what type of, when you have man routes and you start seeing accuracy in that regards, that's where I really want to see him take a step forward.
He's going to go toe-to-toe with Trey Lance, who's getting the start for the Chargers. A former draft crush of John Jansen.
Yeah, long time ago.
I thought it would have worked because of Shanahan's offense is so QB-friendly, but here he is on his third team.
Yeah, and you never know the intangibles when you don't get a chance to interview them and meet them and talk to them. But in terms of skill set, gosh, he's got a lot of skill. But it doesn't always translate to the NFL. And it really does come down to accuracy. And how quickly can you make decisions to throw the ball? And he struggled in both of those areas. And it's kind of where we're looking to see from Hendon Hooker, processing the offense, accuracy throwing the ball.
Yep.
That's where I want to see it.
And there's athleticism with both these guys. I mean, That's the argument for Hendon Hooker is he can extend plays with his feet. So fine, let's say it's a pocket that's muddy. You don't have your first string offensive line, so it could get squirrely.
Play? Yeah.
Can you make something out of nothing? You shouldn't have to do it a lot. That's unfair to ask of a quarterback. But in a pinch, big third down, little bootleg, keep the ball, get the first down. Stuff that you're not going to see with Goff.
Yeah. And we'll see. I mean, some of the new rules, right? The tweaks to the kickoff rule.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Will be on full display. We'll get a chance. It's the first time last year we got a chance to see the new kickoff rule itself.
And I think we knew almost immediately they screwed it up.
Well, and they stuck with it. Now they've made some tweaks. Now I want to see how those tweaks work.
And you're right. If nothing else, it's the Sunday
Night
Football presentation. Yeah. It's Tirico and Collinsworth and yucking it up, and football's back.
That's what I'm pointing to all day long. Wore my Lions hat this morning, so I'm ready to go.
I feel so bad. We've hardly talked football today. I'm sorry.
Well, it's the fourth of four. It's the first of 4 preseason games.
Yeah,
so
but this is your thing.
It is. And I have been very patient. I've waited for my final 6-7 minutes, and then we'll see what we see, and we'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow, and we'll obviously be talking more baseball tomorrow because we'll know exactly what the end result of the trade deadline is. Who did they add? We'll start to hear some grumblings of what we obviously know what Eugenio Suarez was traded for.
Yeah.
But we'll start to hear some grumblings as people start to leak different things about, well, the Tigers really weren't into it, or they were, and they put together a good deal, but it wasn't what
the thing I'll
Seattle was looking for.
Go back to it. I know look, Rieger's in with Gator. It's going to get spicy. I mean, there's going to be a lot of complaining and fighting and all that stuff. What I would say,
trolling.
what Morosi, a respected voice in the baseball community, said. Hey, Tigers are not giving up anybody in that top 10, it would appear, for a rental. Other teams are.
Right, but so if they're not doing it for a rental, are they pursuing guys that aren't rental? I know Bednar is not a rental.
Right.
He's got another year of team control that fits the parameters of what JP brought up.
They need a bullpen arm. He specifically mentioned Bednar. Mm-hmm. You would be willing to give up more because it's more than one season of team control. He's a name I'm going to be circling between now and 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Love to get him in a Tiger uniform. I know you've been all about the bullpen.
Yeah.
And it's got to be somebody of substance. It can't be another project for Chris Federer. Like, Federer's done a good job with these guys, but
it needs to be a guy that can come in and have an impact.
Yeah, like the guy they just added, like Montero, right? They add Montero, a second Montero, last night. And that's the definition of a project. That's not a guy that you have really a lot of proven success.
Rieger just walked in and he's pointing at his phone. Do we have, is there
trade?
news?
We got to move. We got to move. We got to move.
Breaking news. Hang on. Let's get to this.
Oh, okay. Well, let's wait for the breaking.
Come on already. According to Chris McCoskey, Paul Sewald coming to Detroit, 4.70 ERA, minus .2 WAR, best whip of his career, though. Paul Sewald for potential cash considerations or maybe a prospect. We don't know. Paul Sewald of Detroit Tigers. So you got Montero, Sewald back-to-back.
Okay.
You were right. There's going to be some trolling the next 4 hours.
Yes. Well, that's what happens when.
It's a good name, Sewald, right?
Sure, I guess. You're gonna start trolling names now?
No, is this the plan though? Is Scott Harris and AJ Hinch just like, we are going to take a bunch of dudes that aren't going to cost us anything and try to fix some of them, and this is our bullpen. Like, we were led to believe by the Petzold article that they're going to be conservative. This is kind of conservative. Now, this can't be it. Sewald and Montero, there's got to be more, right?
No,
you're already seeing people say, well, they added Paddock. But, guys, we got to be honest. They added Paddock to replace Olsen. That's not actually adding. It's
and
just
he's also
replacing.
A starter. He's not a reliever. We're looking for a back-end dude because you don't trust anybody currently other than Will Vest and maybe Holton.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But anyway, we got to move.
Would you believe there's a dog in the studio? Like the most well-behaved dog in the world.
There's many dogs around the entire building. It's funny. Me and Gator just go walking up the dogs and just... They don't want to be pet, but we just pet them.
Oh, they do want to be pet. You can tell who the dog people are instantly.
Yeah.
Are the ones who go up to the dog and start petting it, and you can tell the people who aren't dog people.
She stares directly at me without blinking.
Well, you're a cat guy, so you're disgusted by all this, right?
I'm not disgusted. I don't hate dogs. I prefer cats.
Gotcha. Cats don't show you any love.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, do they?
Absolutely,
cats
they
do.
do.
There's nothing wrong with cats.
I think it's a kind of a red flag if cats don't like you.
Oh. Well, they'll probably kill you in your sleep.
Don't like dogs.
Yes.
I
think it's 100% a red flag if you don't like dogs. Cats, I can understand for some. Like for instance, my mom's got a cat, Walter, and Walter's he's an ass. He's a jerk. Mm-hmm. He's the worst ever. And every other cat they've had, where they've probably had 10 cats in my life, they've been great. This cat sucks.
So the difference with cats and dogs will love you no matter what. Cats, you got to earn it.
Yeah, well, and that's fair because you earn their respect. But the problem is the biggest difference that you didn't mention is the litter box. It stinks.
It's better than walking around picking up their poop with...
The poop's outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't have to deal with it inside.
Exactly.
Right.
The litter box. I had 2 cats, Tram and Lou. They both passed on. Unfortunately, Tram got to the Hall of Fame. Lou did not. Anyway, the point is, our house stunk for like months after they both passed away because of that damn litter box.
Were you just not cleaning it enough?
No, I was very strict with the litter box. Disgusting. Just this. What do you do? Do you have one of those robo litter boxes?
We don't.
No.
But they have a special litter
Yeah, special litter.
that changes colors if there's an issue.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just
High-tech.
like look at the color. You're like, we got to go change it.
Yeah, we do it every day.
Does it stink?
Does poop stink? Is that what you just asked me?
But that's in your house.
For more insights, stay tuned the next 4 hours. What are you guys talking about?
That.
I mean, you can imagine. Obviously, the Tigers just made some deal for a pitcher that's not healthy, so I don't think it's really any concern at this point. But it's, we got 8 hours and counting here, just under 8 hours to go for the deadline. I think we all expect the Tigers to make a much bigger move in the next 8 hours, at least one much bigger move. I don't know if they'll do much more beyond that, but we'll talk about it. Obviously, people are fired up because Suarez is no longer an option, and I know that a lot of fans want to have a big bat. So we'll talk certainly about the Tigers and the trade deadline. We'll do that right out of the gate. And, of course, there's football tonight. John, did you know?
I did. I'm very excited.
Now your face lights up.
Yes. yes. I'd much rather talk Lions football than Seawald.
Yeah.
Paul Seawald. Coming to a ballpark near you.
I'll tell you what, in 5 minutes, I don't think we're going to be talking much more about Paul Seawald.
No.
We'll hit on Montero then.
Hopefully nobody else does.
A lot of people have hit him, unfortunately, lately.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
I might be the weird one.
Why are you weird, Gator?
Well, I mean, I just saw that you're plugging your computer in, and I'm like, well,
iPad.
We have computers here in the studio. And I was just complaining because the one that I use, I almost have to start it every day because Jim doesn't use this computer. I sit where Jim sits for the morning show, and Jim comes in and he brings his own computer.
Yeah.
So he doesn't use it. So if this one doesn't get used for a while, it just shuts down and shuts off. So when I come in, I'm expecting it to be ready to go, and it's not. And I got to walk over to the other side of the console and find out where the power is and turn it on. And then I noticed that you just plugged in. I'm like, are you another one of these people that brings your own computer in? And then I realized maybe I'm the weird one. Doug and I...
You might be the minority.
Yeah, Doug and I both use the computers provided in the studio. And you guys don't. And I asked, why not? Why don't you use the computers provided? And he said, I like my own.
I do. I know where everything is, and it's a touchscreen. It's an iPad that has a keyboard. So it's very convenient. Like the other day, we were getting new desks out there, and they even asked me, do you want a desktop at your little workstation? I said, no. And our boss looked at me. He's like, you sure? I'm like, nah, I use my own computer. Save it for somebody else.
Save it for somebody else.
So anyway. Yeah.
Look at you.
So, by the way, congratulations. The Paul Seawald era has begun.
Well, it hasn't.
Oh. Tigers make a move?
They did trade. Apparently, they've traded for Paul Sewald, who is a bullpen arm from Cleveland. However, I guess the report is that he's not healthy currently, which may not surprise anybody. I guess he's been dealing with an issue. Evan had sent me the let me just open this up.
Well,
here.
he's also older too.
This is a report from this. I don't know, is this morning or from a few days ago, perhaps. It says Sewald was diagnosed with a moderate teres major strain after undergoing an MRI over the All-Star break. MLB.com reports. Sewald was initially placed on the injured list on July 15th due to right shoulder strain, but the Guardians didn't offer up a timeline for his return. The fact that Sewald has been diagnosed with a moderate strain rather than a mild one suggests that he likely won't be in line for a brief stint on the shelf, and his absence could end up stretching into September. Prior to landing on the shelf, Sewald made 18 appearances out of the Cleveland bullpen, logged a 4.7 ERA, a 1.17 WHIP, and had 18-4 strikeout ratio.
All right, so this isn't it. So yesterday you get Montero when the rest of baseball seems to making their teams better. And then today you get Sewald. And, dude, there will be a move made. David Bednar is still out there, and he's the guy that apparently everybody wants. They will upgrade their bullpen.
There's a lot of bullpen
There's
arms
a ton of bullpen
there.
guys still out there.
The question is,
Griffin Jacks from the Minnesota Twins would be stellar.
By the way, exactly. I would love Griffin Jacks. The problem is Minnesota, and I don't know if Minnesota's going to want to trade within division. Maybe they will. Maybe they've made many trades with the Tigers. Like 2 days ago. About it. Yeah, just a couple days ago.
No, but the funny thing with that, yesterday I was on the air from 6 to 10. We talked nothing but deadline, and I lost my mind because I love Duran, the closer formerly of the Minnesota Twins.
Great.
And Dave Dombrowski said, we're not going to give up our top prospect Painter. And he still got his guy for the 4th and 6th organizational prospect. And I kind of lost my mind just a little bit because I thought 3 years of control, this is the guy, back end of the pen, great whiff rate, best strikeout rate of his career, and you got him for this year, next year, and the year after that. I kind of lost my mind that they didn't make a move like that, and people, of course, came at me. They thought I was being unreasonable. Well, Griffin Jacks would probably cost not as much, but similar. David Bednar is going to cost a ton. But you got to get one of those guys because currently you can't trust your bullpen.
Yeah, because Bednar is not under team control as long as Duran was. I don't think that he'll cost as much, but he might cost but it might be comparable to look for something like that. Now, would you be willing to give up your 4th and 6th prospect in the organization to land
Jacks?
Right, or for Bednar? Would you do that for a bullpen arm?
I would have done it for Duran. I don't know that I would do it for Bednar.
So just so people understand, what you're talking about for the equivalent, if you look at MLB's MLB.com's top prospects, they rank them for every organization, right? So if you look at 4 and 6 for the Tigers, that would be Josue Briseño, who's the catcher first baseman, who's at AA right now, and also Troy Melton, who is now the Tiger sensation, Troy Melton.
That's right. He looked amazing.
Who did look great the other night. But that's who 4 and 6 are. Now, the thing is with the Tigers, if you're looking at trading one of those top 5 guys, Doug and I both talked about this. We both agree if you're going to trade a top 5 guy, it's going to be one of those catcher first basemen because they have 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they're both playing at the same level. So they're both likely to matriculate at a very close to the same time, with Lorenzo being the other one. And Tyron Lorenzo is, again, very highly thought of. He's the 5th rated player in the organization. So I think if they're going to make a big splash, they can afford to part with one of those 2 players, which would be a top 5 prospect. By many accounts, it's not just MLB.com that has these prospect rankings, whether it's Baseball America. Lots of these services have those 2 in the top 5 of the organization. And by the way, both of them are top 5. They're top 100 prospects too, which might be a little bit different than some other teams have to offer. But looks like that's the going rate to get a top end bullpen arm.
Cool,
which is exactly what the Tigers need to do. So I'm not opposed to that. I think the reluctance for Scott Harris in anything is, and it's eerily similar to that what you hear from Steve Yzerman, is they don't want to do the Reynolds thing, they want to get somebody and have them here for a while if they're going to give up some big piece like a top 5 prospect. A top 5 Tigers prospect is different than a top 5 prospect from another team that isn't as deep. The Tigers have arguably the best system, a farm system in baseball. But what's the point of accumulating all these great prospects when you can't put them all up in the major league level at the same time if you don't use them to land players that can help you win right now, which is this season, where the Tigers had the best record in baseball up until a few weeks ago.
You're still the best team in the American League.
Yes, and now they're getting back to their winning ways, the 4-game win streak and the sweeping of the Diamondbacks. I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see what happens inside of 8 hours here, because I do think they're going to make a major move.
Well, listen, if they get one of these back-end relievers for the pen, I consider that major. It's funny, though, because now I feel we've been lulled to sleep, okay? And I don't know what Harris is going to do. Unfortunately, you missed out on Suarez. You find out that not a single top 100 prospect went to acquire a Eugenio Suarez, as the Mariners get him overnight at like midnight.
Okay, but we can dive into that a little bit deeper, because that's a little misleading too.
Well, the Tigers had it if they want it, but then Morosi came on the air this morning with the morning show and said they're not comfortable giving up what they think are pretty good prospects for a rental. And that's fine. Their prerogative.
What I'm saying is the prospects that Seattle gave up, they're really good players.
Okay, fair. In the minor leagues, they've never played in the major.
One of the guys understand, but that's why they're called prospects,
understood.
right? But if you're going to do comps, I mean, then you have to be fair about what the comp is.
Okay, so the point is, though, I do feel like Scott Harris and the Tigers have done a really good job of lulling us to sleep, because now going into the deadline, it was, could we get a starter? Maybe they still do. You definitely need bullpen help, and you probably need a bat, right? And now, if you get one single high-leverage reliever, according to a lot of people, it's going to be enough, when it's not going to be enough. You should have done more. I still feel you're punting your best opportunity to win a World Series in a very long time, and I don't think your Pobo's done enough, or is going to do enough.
Well, it's 10:13, and the trade deadline, last I checked, is still at 6 p.m., so they have plenty of time to do it. And last I checked, over the last couple of years, since Scott Harris has been the general manager of the Detroit Tigers, or the president of baseball operations, as you say.
The Pobo.
He has waited to the last minute to make deals.
That is true.
Now,
with Flaherty, and then to not trade away Erod.
Right. Well, he tried, thought they had it done. What's different about this time around is that the Tigers are buyers, they're not sellers. So that's different. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to text us as well. Jeff Rieger's in for Doug Karsh. Doug will be back in next week's show. We're talking trade deadline. We're going to keep everybody updated on what's going on. The Tigers have made a couple of very minor moves to the bullpen. They made a minor move to acquire a starter that, after yesterday's game, looked like it was a pretty good move, because I don't think anybody expected Paddock to pitch as well as he did, but it's one start. You'll take it. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so the Tigers have made a couple of moves in the last 12 hours.
Oh, that's true, Gator. Yeah.
It's nothing to write home about. They acquired Rafael Montero, a bullpen arm, last night. Leaves a lot to be desired. There's not a ton there. He hasn't had a very good season, or career for that matter. But what he has done is he had a stretch of games this year, which is a pretty impressive stretch, where his ERA was below 2. But he's not. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel. There's nothing great about it. He's 34 years old. He's had 2 good seasons in his career, but
it cost you nothing, though.
Yeah, it cost
so
you nothing.
You fix them, sweet.
The other thing about him was that a couple of weird things. The OPS against the batters that hit against him, their OPS is well below average. It's like in the 650 or 670 range. And I believe the average OPS of a major league player is like 715. So it's well below average. The other thing is well below average is the batting average against. They're not hitting him well. The problem is
he walks too many
guys, and then when he gives up the hit, it does damage.
Right, because usually there's ducks on the pond. So no, like Gator.
That's the problem. Let me set this up. So that's just the problem with Montero. And then with Paul Sewald, whom they just acquired from Cleveland, as we mentioned before, which they're not giving up much of anything. It's cash considerations or player to be named later. He's not likely to pitch until September. I read that report before we went to break. Now other people are coming out. Evan Petzold, the Free Press, has that as well. This was from MLB.com. Actually, he said that he's got some sort of a strain, shoulder strain. So not likely to see him for a while. Like, there's another guy that's not going to excite you too much. The upside of, he's only pitched 15 innings in baseball this year in the major leagues. In those 15 innings, he had 18 appearances. Of those 18 appearances, 13 of them went scoreless. Great. But the other 5 were not. And when you're a bullpen arm and you give up 2 runs as a bullpen arm, your ERA balloons. But I don't expect much of him either. He's got a great career whip. 1.15 career whip. This year it's 1.17. Really good. That's walks plus hits per innings pitched. Guys don't really get on base all that much. But if they do damage. It's the same old story. So not thrilled with what they've done to this point. But I know better. They're going to make a move. There are too many good bullpen arms out there, really good bullpen arms out there. The Tigers have to get something done.
How about make 2 moves? Like, the bullpen is still in shambles. You got the 21st ranked bullpen in baseball. If you add a single guy, even if it is a guy like Bednar, who is a late inning, high leverage type dude, your pen's still not good enough. And by the way, you still didn't really address an offense that, by the way, you saw during a 13-game stretch was neutered. So
but during a 90-game stretch, they weren't.
That's fine. But if you make one move, that's not enough. I don't think you're doing enough. The other thing, by the way, that you missed is Matt Manning has been DFA'd.
Yes, thank you.
So Manning has been DFA'd to make room for Sewald. So the Matt Manning era in Detroit is officially over.
So the former first-round pick. Up. Well, I don't know how. I'm just bummed out because Matt Manning never panned out.
He had such
that's the bummer. It's not that he didn't get his opportunities. He had many opportunities. They tried him out of the bullpen this year to try to get something out of him because he's got talent. He just had issues with the strike zone. And now the Matt Manning experiment has come to an end as he's been DFA'd.
I just want to know if people think their president is doing enough. That's all. And we don't know what's going to happen before 6 o'clock. We'll be off the air. Tomorrow we can talk about it. But so far, it's been a lot of guys that could have helped you going to other teams, with the latest being a Eugenio Suarez.
Let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. Don is first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Don.
How you doing?
All right, how are you?
Good. Listen, I got a 1-for-1 trade for you.
All right.
You guys think Stephen Kwan is an all-star, Cleveland. He's under contract for 3 more years. I propose a 1-for-1 trade. Max Clark for Stephen Kwan right now.
You want to trade one of the top 10 prospects in all of baseball for Stephen Kwan? I like Stephen Kwan a lot.
Right now.
Hey, Don, I do it in a heartbeat. I do it in an absolute heartbeat, but they're not going to. There's zero realistic chance of that happening. Max Clark's not going anywhere. They love him. He's a difference maker. No chance. But I would.
I wouldn't.
Stephen Kwan, an all-star, could be for the next 3 years.
No, we know.
Yeah, I know who Stephen Kwan is, and thanks for calling, Don.
Tiger killer too.
Yeah, I don't want this to turn into something that I don't like Stephen Kwan. We talked about Stephen Kwan a lot yesterday because his reports came out. We love Stephen Kwan, and Doug loves him more than I do. I would not be willing to give up the arguably the top. Well, he's not the top. I guess McGonigal is the top prospect in all of baseball, actually, by some services. Max Clark is the Tigers' second top prospect.
Yeah.
But both are top 10 prospects in all of baseball. I wouldn't give up Max Clark.
Yeah, I would. But who cares about prospects? Well, what I would say is, for this situation, it's not going to happen. Like a call like that, it's just not realistic. So.
Well, but let's first of all, I don't think Cleveland wants to trade with Detroit. But if the Tigers are willing to part with Max Clark for Stan Kwan, do I think Cleveland would do it?
Yeah.
Stephen Kwan. What did I call him?
Stan
Kwan.
That's the comic book guy.
No, Stan Kwan was a former special teams coach with the Lions.
Oh, you're right. Who's the comic book guy?
It's Stan Lee.
Stan Lee. Okay, I knew it was a Stan. All right.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
Forget about Stan Kwan.
Stephen Kwan. Love Stephen Kwan. And if the Tigers were to offer Max Clark for Stephen Kwan, do I think Cleveland would do it? I think they would. I think they would too. I'm not sure why Cleveland's even entertaining calls to trade Stephen Kwan or Stan Kwan or Stan Lee. I wouldn't trade Stephen Kwan. You have him for 3 more years. And if you're trying to gather assets for this team to be really relevant again.
Well, you have Jose Ramirez.
Right. And Cleveland's been a really good organization. Right? They get good, then they stumble for a little bit, they regroup, and they get good again. Like, if you're Cleveland, wouldn't you trade Jose Ramirez instead of Stephen Kwan?
Yeah, he's got a no trade, though, and apparently he likes it in Cleveland. No, I agree. But here's what I would say about Cleveland. I'd say it about Arizona. I'd say it about Baltimore. These teams, last year, Cleveland, ALCS. 2 years ago, Diamondbacks in the World Series. Last year, Baltimore in the playoffs. Now, all these teams, probably sellers, unless you think the Guardians have a chance to make the playoffs, but they're dealing without Class A right now because of the whole gambling thing. My point is, there's no guarantees with any of these prospects that they pan out. There's no guarantee that you have a bright future as an organization. If I'm Scott Harris, and people hate this, striking while the iron's hot. Do something right now. And I understand you love your prospects, and we're led to believe he's not giving away high prospects for rentals, and that's fine. You missed out on Suarez. You missed out, I think, on a guy like Duran. You better come to play. He better deliver because you got a chance to win a World Series. And if you do nothing in the next, 8 hours?
7.5 hours.
There you go. It's unforgivable,
But
Gator.
both you and I, we both think something's going to get done. And I guess, what are the Suarez aspect of it next year? Because I know you've got a lot to say about the Suarez aspect, missing out on him when he was here for 3 days. You had opportunity.
You see the photo of him leaving with Arizona? Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Come back.
Obviously, there's a lot of painful thoughts about watching Eugenio Suarez leave Detroit, and now he's going to Seattle and making that lineup more formidable. We'll talk about that next. 248-539-9797. Same number to text. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Today is the Major League Baseball trade deadline day. The deadline is at 6 p.m. tonight. The Tigers have already made a few very minor moves. I mean, they acquired Chris Paddock the other day. He pitched yesterday for the Tigers and pitched very well. Went 6 innings, just gave up 1 home run, and gave the home run, which was the 1 run in the game. So I thought it was great. Looked better than I ever expected him to look. Good, we'll take it. But it's a minor move. It was done immediately when they found out that Reese Olson was going to be in trouble. So
right, it's not really a move at all. Like, yes, they needed a starter, but it didn't really add to your team because
I didn't think
you got a minus from your team when you lost Reese.
Yes.
So it pretty much, hopefully it makes up for the absence of Reese Olson, but you still need to make more. But
yeah, look, he's got to be much better. He's got to continue to pitch very well in order to make us feel really good about it. But I don't have high hopes for Paddock, but I'm very impressed with what he did yesterday. Great. Keep doing that, and we're all going to be happy about it. They made a move last night to acquire a bullpen arm in Rafael Montero. Nothing special. And then we just find out before the show starts that Paul Sewald, the Cleveland Guardians pitcher, bullpen arm has been added as well. However, he's not likely to pitch for the Tigers until maybe September because of a shoulder strain issue. What the Tigers given up to acquire all this?
Nothing.
Not much.
Well, that's the thing.
A 19th rated prospect catcher for Paddock. They gave up I think a top 30 prospect to acquire Montero and
an
cash
infielder
consideration. Yeah, and cash considerations for or perhaps a player to be named later for Sewald.
Gator, I have no issue with any 3 of those moves. No issue at all. You gave up absolutely nothing. They're all low risk, pretty high reward. The Tigers have a reputation of fixing pitchers. So I have no issue with any of the moves. This just can't be it. You got to go out, and you still have till 6 to make this pen better. And, like, I'm looking on the ticket text, and somebody's like, well, Rigger, you already said even if you went out and got Bednar, it wouldn't totally cure the bullpen woes. So why do anything at all? Well, my point is you need at least 2 relievers. But I think we've been dumbed down and desensitized because no moves have been made to, if they just get 1 reliever that's pretty good, I think we're all going to be giddy when I don't think that's enough. I think other teams have made multiple moves. I wish the Tigers would have made multiple moves to give this thing a real chance in the postseason.
Well, you can say that at 6:05.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Right now, I think you can explain how you're going to feel, I guess, if you want to do that, which is what you kind of just did. If they don't do something more, we both expect them to add a pretty high-end bullpen arm.
Yes.
And there are a bunch of them out there, whether it's Bednar or Santana, both are with Pittsburgh. Griffin Jacks with the Twins is amazing. I don't know if the Twins would do it, but they might. Mason Miller with the A's. Robert Suarez with San Diego. Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval with San Francisco. There's just a handful of names, all really good arms. So there are plenty of options out there. And I think that when you had brought the Suarez situation, because Suarez went from Arizona to Seattle.
Second time in Seattle, yes.
And Seattle gave up 3 players to acquire the rental player. And rental is a big word because it seems like the Tigers are reluctant on the rental part to go for a big piece that'd be a rental like a Suarez. But what Seattle gave up was their 9th rated prospect who was having one hell of a season at AAA where he had a 943 OPS, I believe, at AAA, 18 homers, over 80 runs driven in, got called up by the Mariners, and has like 45 at-bats with them. Now he's shipped off as the key piece. They also gave up a bullpen arm who had been fantastic at AAA this year with a well below 1 earned run average and a good strikeout guy. And then they gave up another pitcher as well. 3 of their top 20 prospects in the organization. Could the Tigers have done something to counter that? Like the player for Seattle that they gave up, big one was Locklear is his last name.
Tyler
Locklear, who is a first baseman. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So would Max Anderson have gotten that done? Max Anderson, one of the Tigers' top 10 prospects, who's killing it in AA right now, but it's not AAA. And his numbers, though they're really good, are not as good as what Locklear's are at AAA. I don't know if it would have been enough. You'd have to probably bump it up. So then if you bump it up, Jeff, and this is just you and I talking this out, workshopping. I'm not angry. We're just talking this out. if the Tigers were to say, okay, we'll give you Tyron Lorenzo, their 5th-rated prospect, would that have been enough to get it done, or would it be Lorenzo and some other pieces? Likely, okay, fair enough. Let's say it's Lorenzo and Melton, who they just promoted.
Yeah, just pitched a great game against the D-backs.
So that would be 2 top 10 prospects to give up to get Suarez. Would that have been enough? It may have been enough. But does that then handicap you? Because you went out and you got the bat, the big shiny bat, but does that handicap you in trying to get a bullpen arm?
I don't think so.
Because you would keep trading top 10 prospects to acquire.
They're not going to trade a top 5 prospect, or at least try not to, right? Definitely not trading their top 2. Maybe let's just say they're not going to trade their top 3.
They're not trading Rainer either. So I think the top 3
now,
are
if they
way
did,
out.
you'd be getting something really good in return, so whatever. But you have a full farm system. And I was reading from USA Today, and let me just read this to you. The first sentence. The Mariners, fortunate that the market for Suarez never materialized the way the Diamondbacks envisioned, were able to pull off the deal without touching any of their prized prospects. Now, I know what you're saying about a guy like Tyler Locklear. The point is, Suarez was out there for the taking. He never cost as much as you initially thought he would. Scott Harris was nowhere to be found. John Paul Morosi came on the morning show today and said, the farm system for the Tigers is so good that any GM making a trade is going to call the Tigers before they make that trade to try to poach a Tiger prospect. They're that good. So obviously they didn't want the rental in Suarez. They didn't want to give it up. Will it work out? Who the hell knows?
Well, there's another side of that coin too, is you don't know what Arizona wanted in return.
That's true.
So if Arizona looks at the Tigers' prospects,
but it's hard to think that they couldn't outbid them.
No, I think they could have, certainly, because but then you get into this bidding war, and then how high of a prospect you want to give up is there, and I don't know if the Tigers are willing to give up a Tyler Lorenzo to acquire Suarez. So how high would Max Anderson have been enough? Does Max Anderson trump Locklear? I don't know. Only Arizona knows what they wanted and what they didn't want.
No, and I hear you. And I'm not going to kill Scott Harris for not going out and getting the bat that potentially could have helped you. Not to mention, we already heard, like, hey, you don't want to block Zach McKinstry or Colt Keith or anybody else that plays third base, Matt Vierling. So it is what it is. I know for a fact that while the Tigers were going through the stretch and they were on the road, somebody asked A.J. Hinch about Suarez. And he said, we already have an all-star third baseman. So I asked 2 people affiliated with the Tigers yesterday or 2 days ago down at Comerica Park. I'm like, what are the chances they get Suarez? I was laughed at by these 2 people who are in the know with the Tigers, essentially to say that's a stupid question. You're not getting Suarez. So I don't even know that Suarez was on the Tigers' radar despite the Nightingale report. So again, it's fine, and we'll see what happens. But if the Tigers fall short in the postseason, because this is what this is all about, then Scott Harris got some explaining to do.
Well, yeah, but they already got the head start because they made the postseason last year. Nobody thought they would. They won the first round. They almost made it to the ALCS, and then they had the best record in baseball up until a week and a half ago. So they're continuing on this. A.J. Hinch said yesterday, look, we think we were a pretty good team before the trade deadline, which they do. Would I like to see them add to it? You betcha. And I think they will with a bullpen arm. When it comes to the bat, I always viewed the bat as the 3rd priority. Actually, a 4th priority. I thought 2 bullpen arms and a starting pitcher were the priorities, and then go ahead and add a bat if you can, if it makes sense. It's clear, based on what you just told me about people you talked to in the organization, it's clear to me that this team is not interested in the rental business.
That's fine.
And if that's a philosophy they have, that's their philosophy to have, then you fall on that, rise with it, however you want to view it. Some people aren't going to like that, and other people are going to say, well, we trust in what you're going to do. I think there's a time and a place to use the rental player. Right now would have been a pretty good time and place to use a rental player option, but they passed on it with Suarez. Are there other players that are still out there? I mean, Ozuna's out there.
Yeah, I mean, the bats are pretty much dried up, yes.
But he's correct. A DH only.
O'Hearn's out there, but he's a lefty. So you probably want a righty over a lefty to begin with.
You care. I guess you look at the splits and see what his splits are. I don't know how he hits left-handed pitching, but but there's other possibilities out there. But I think trying to read any kind of tea leaves, which is dangerous, because Scott Harris isn't telling anybody what he wants to do. I just think they're focusing on a bullpen arm. and that they're gonna keep slow playing this to the last minute. Pittsburgh's probably doing this too, by the way.
Yeah,
Pittsburgh's going to slow
work
play
out
it because they're going to get the best player they're going to get. They're in a great position
doing a great
right
job.
now.
And they got a bunch of guys they can still trade. I guess my question to you and everybody else at 248-539-9797, if all you get is an end of the bullpen guy,
like
if
Bednar.
all you get, say Bednar, whoever
Let's just
you
throw
want.
a name. Just
okay.
say it. Yeah.
All right, David Bednar, right? You get Bednar, but that's it. And you go to war with this team. You're good with it. Are you good? Is that enough in your mind? One legitimate piece. I'm not counting the moves he's just made because we already talked about Paddock, a replacement for Olsen. Are you good with it if it's just the one reliever? And my answer is God, no, because you could have done so much more. Now, I also come from the school of I've seen a ton of prospects, and you have too, get talked about, get touted. They were supposed to be the next great thing, and they never turned out to be the next great thing. And I totally acknowledge the Tigers farm system is the healthiest that it's been in a very long time. And you don't want to be stupid, and you don't want to be irresponsible, and nobody's advocating for that. But if you only make a move for an arm when you have a once-in-a-30-year opportunity to win a World Series, then you failed us. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. If you disagree, I'd love to hear from you.
Well, you'll hear from me in 5 minutes here
All
on
right.
97.1.
I would love to hear from you.
97.1, the ticket. All right. So why don't you rephrase your question you had going into the break?
I said, Gator, if all you do, and we're not counting the moves he just made. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. I have no problem with them. I mean, good for you. You try to fix some guys. Hopefully it works out for the better.
The only way you have a problem with them, and if that's the only thing you do, then you have a problem.
Then you're furious. I don't think there's a chance of that happening.
No.
Scott Harris will make a move for some type of bullpen arm. We're led to believe that's all that's going to be. So if that's it, are you good? Like, let's just go with it as a certainty. He's going to get you an arm out of the pen. If that's all he gets you, are you good with it? Understanding that anybody can come out of the American League. You're the favorite to go to the World Series. So many people say you're not World Series good. I disagree. You can make some tweaks to help your chances. I think you need to help the offense too. But if it's just the one reliever, the question reliever right now, are you good with it? I'm not. I need more.
It's like, I understand where you're at, and I want them to go for it too. I'd like to see them land some bigger names, the guys, the known commodities that can go out there and get the job done to make this team even better. I think first of all, I think we're all spooked by what happened during losing 12 out of 13 or 13 out of 14, whatever it was. I think we're all spooked by that. And we conveniently forget that the 90 games prior to that, good God, was this a very good baseball team. Now they've won 4 in a row, albeit 3 of those came against a really down Arizona team, but
still counts though.
It does count.
And then they just got swept by the Pirates. So it counts.
They exploded against Toronto in the last game. It was great to see, but maybe that's what they needed to kickstart the offense again. That being said, I feel like I do want more, even if they add a back end arm like David Bednar or Griffin Jax. I'd love Griffin Jax. If they added one of those guys, I'm okay with that, but it's the okay comes with a caveat. And the caveat is this. Paddock has to work out. Paddock doesn't have to be as good as he was yesterday, but Paddock needs to be a guy that can go 6 innings at a stretch and give up way more often than not, no more than 3 earned runs during those six innings of work. That's one of the caveats. The other thing is I feel strongly that Melton is eventually going to be coming out of the bullpen, because I think they have to utilize and maximize the innings that they're going to get. Well, because I have to believe those innings are going to be limited. He's already pitched 87 innings between the majors and the minors. I think last year he only threw 102 total. So how much higher are they going to jack up the inning total?
I mean, that'd be a nice piece out of the pen. That's a dude that can rock 98, 99 miles an hour.
And I think he has pitched out of the pen too. So if that's an arm that also goes to the pen, it's a good arm out of the pen.
Sure, we hope.
But it's an adjustment. How good does he pitch out of the pen? I mean, some guys just aren't wired like that.
Can he hire or handle the pressure?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's some caveats to that for me to be good with it. Right now, I'm not good with it. I'm not. So one reliever, you're not good with it. One reliever, I'm not good with it. But
I'm curious what people think.
It's kind of like it's so middle of the road, and you want to pick a side on it. So if I'm going to have to pick a side, I'll say that I'm not good on it. But it's so mid, and mid might be good enough for this team. Like you asked about the American League and the rest of it and how teams are jockeying for position. And, Seattle is fighting for a wild card spot right now. Maybe it looks better because, Houston leads the division and Houston's they just found out that the Paredes is gone for the rest of the year. And, there's some other issues. Other teams can still improve, and the Tigers, by the way, can still improve themselves in the next 7 hours and 9 minutes. That can all happen. But the way it sets up right now, thank you. Well, it's me. Me and math. Me and math is horrible, but I happen to get it right this time. But the American League, I think the Tigers are still as competitive as anybody else in the American League. The Toronto, I think, is probably the team that scares me the most in the American League. Seattle can. Yeah, I do want the Tigers to do more. And I'm not sure where that more is, because I don't know if there's a bat that they can get that I'm like, oh, that's the bat they need.
Well, they had that bat. And again, maybe they didn't view Suarez that way. Maybe it was simply because he was a rental. I mean, I just read this piece how the Mariners having Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, great nickname, and Eugenio Suarez, it's like the biggest pop to have 2 guys since like the 1950-something Yankees when they had Mickey Mantle and somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, The bottom line is,
I don't know. Stanton and Judge were pretty good. I will
find it for you. I will find it for you so I don't misquote it. The bottom line, though, is it's not enough for me. And maybe I just believe in this team a little more than other people believe. There's a lot of Tiger fans that don't think this team is World Series good anyway, so they totally fine without adding anything. Which I say to you, if that's your mindset, then just trade Skubal now. But I also think, Gator, you have Skubal. You have the window right now. There's no guarantee about the future. It's sad that you're not adding more if that turns out to be the case. So are you good with it? If it's one reliever, albeit a high-leverage reliever, if that's all you add, are you good with it?
But the other part that you had said before the break was, that this is the best opportunity in 30 years, whatever, and it's done. It's not done. There's next year, too. And I don't like looking at the next year mentality, but you have Skubal for next year.
That is true, but there's no guarantee about anything, as we know.
No, there's no guarantees about anything, but I like where the Tigers have positioned themselves because all these players they have are all under control with the exception of Gleyber Torres.
100%, but it's a very tough thing, I think, to just be like, well, you know what, we'll kick the can to next year.
I don't want to. I'm not saying
right,
kick the can.
I agree, but we heard from the get-go from that Evan Petzold article that they're not all in to win a World Series this year, which to me is mind-numbing because why wouldn't you be all in?
That was last week, right?
That was last week.
When he wrote that.
And by the way, everything he's written has come true.
Well, but they also came back and kind of walked it back a little bit because they said they were interested in Suarez, and then they didn't get Suarez.
Were they?
I don't know.
Were they?
And I'm not sure that's, I could make a pretty good argument that they didn't need Suarez, even though I was in the camp. I'll take him, particularly after that awful stretch they went through. Jeremy is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jeremy.
Hi, guys. So I live in Cleveland, huge Tigers fan, but I have a little bit of a different perspective. And two things. One thing I would say is when you think of the 1990s, you could make a case that the Indians at that time were the best team of the decade, but they won 0 World Series.
Sure. And
the reason why is they had these great farm prospects, but they never made that all-in move to try to get over the top. They always wanted to win next year. And I'm afraid kind of what you guys were saying is we have possibly the best pitcher in the game for maybe another year and a half. This is our time. And we have all these great prospects. We need to do something with these guys. And going back to the bullpen move, I think the thing that we're really missing right now is that guy who can come in and just throw 98, 99 and get that strikeout. We have a lot of guys that are very crafty and can get contact outs. But I want to see them bring in a guy who it's second and third, one out. We can't allow a sacrifice fly. This is the guy who's going to get the strikeout and that's the situation.
It sounds like that's exactly what the Tigers are looking for too, Jeremy, and thanks for the call. They want that guy that gets the swing and miss. Of course they do. And there are plenty of those pitchers that are still available. Can they get it done in 7 hours?
So, Gator, I just want to update what I told you before about Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, and Eugenio Suarez being on the same team. I found the stat. I just want to make it right. Cal Raleigh has 41 homers this season. Suarez has 36. The Mariners would be the second team in Major League Baseball history to enter August with 2 players on their squad having at least 35 bombs, counting home runs with any teams. The other was the 61 Yankees with Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle, 40 and 39. So there you go. Just wanted to make that right.
No, fair enough. And I wonder if you're going to have the same attitude I am. I'm rooting hard against Suarez the rest of the way. I want Suarez to absolutely flop and do nothing with Seattle.
Well, they might not make the playoffs.
Right, which would be absolutely fantastic.
It'd be funny
if that didn't happen. I tend to think they're going to make the playoffs, but I also tend to think this. I don't think Suarez is going to have the finish over the last 2 months.
Maybe
he can't keep up pace with what he was doing. I can't imagine he keeps up pace. And I thought that we talked about it yesterday when we were hopeful that they can get Suarez. Both Doug and I are like, I like him a lot, but there's no way he's going to keep this up. He's just got to be good enough. We'll see what he ends up doing. But, I know you're a spiteful guy. You're not rooting for him, right?
Never. I don't hate watch anybody. I'll tell you this, though. So he is 36 years old. Is it 36 or 35? He's 34. He's 34 years old.
He's neither.
Okay, so he's neither. But this is a contract year. And guys go crazy. Look at Gleyber Torres in contract years. So I don't know. I think he might be able to keep it up. I don't know where the Emerald City ranks as far as home run production in their ballpark, whatever they call that ballpark. But it's a good addition for them. It really is. But you make the point, they're on the cusp of making the playoffs. They have great starting pitching. They have a very dominant closer. And now they have some really big pieces on offense. I would bet they make the playoffs and have a chance to do some damage. And the scary thing is, if the Tigers slip a little, and I don't think they will because their August schedule is cake. It's a lot of divisional foes. But if they slip a little bit and the Astros and the Blue Jays get that 1 and 2 seed, that means the Tigers have to play a wild card series instead of the ALDS, and that could be problematic, especially if it's against Seattle.
Well, it's going to look, when you get into the playoffs, they're all really good teams. So, I mean, would you want to play Houston, Seattle, Toronto, New York, Boston, potentially, whoever it is? They're all really good baseball teams. And by the way, none of them want to play Detroit. So it all works the same way.
Somebody texted in real quick, not to cut you off, but somebody says, now I wish that hit by pitch hurt Suarez.
Yeah, right?
Are you in that camp?
Yeah.
See, Will Vest knew what was up. Will Vest tried to stop Seattle from getting him.
Screw this.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to get damaged goods.
What's that, Scotty? We're not getting him? Hold on a second. Thump.
Well, he's got no home runs since that happened.
That is true. He's played in one game, does have a double, though.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. You want to talk Tigers in the trade deadline. It is just over 7 hours away. We'll keep you updated on everything that's going on. What moves the Tigers need to make? Are you happy with the direction that they've taken to this point? Are you confident that Scott Harris gets something done in the next 7 hours? We'll talk about it next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers pick up another reliever at the deadline. Cleveland's Paul Sewald in exchange for a player to be named later or cash considerations. The 35-year-old righty is currently on the injured list and in 18 games for the Guardians this season has got a 4.7 ERA. Sewald's fastball sweeper combo gets a lot of swings and misses, something that is needed in the Tiger bullpen. His 30% strikeout rate's one of the best in baseball the last 3 seasons, but the Tigers will have to be patient on Sewald. His shoulder strain will keep him out for at least a month. He's the third arm the Tigers have added at the deadline so far, joining starter Chris Paddock from the Twins and reliever Rafael Montero from the Braves. Right here on 97.1 this morning, MLB Network's John Morosi joined us, and when it comes to their approach ahead of Monday or today's deadline, Morosi wants the Tigers to The Tigers DFA'd Matt Manning to make room on the roster for Sewald. Upgrading the bullpen reportedly does remain a priority for the Tigers, so they'll likely add at least one more arm today, and if they do want to add another starter, the Diamondbacks' Merrill Kelly is a rumored fit. Tigers off on deadline today. They start a 3-game series at the Phillies tomorrow night, and the Lions open up the preseason against the Chargers in the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio tonight, but don't expect to see any regulars. Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen will get the snaps at quarterback. Rookies Tyleek Williams and Tate Ratledge will both sit the bench as well. First time since 91 the Lions have played in the Hall of Fame game. That kickoff 8 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Jeff, it's 6 hours and 55 minutes and counting. That's what we have to the trade deadline. 6 hours, 55 minutes and counting.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Before we move on, so Gator, last time I worked with you, you said, and we were talking about Steve Yzerman, you issued your own deadline for Yzerman to make a deal. Do you remember this?
Yeah, for my disappointment, which was, I think, last Friday. Was
that the deadline?
Yeah.
I was curious.
Yeah.
I was curious. Did you blow a gasket? Because your deadline, the self-imposed Gator deadline for Stevie to make a big trade, has expired.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he know that?
I don't know if he knows that. I'll have to get word. I'll have to send out a pigeon or a raven and let him know that that I'm not happy.
Now
I'm disappointed because they haven't gotten anything done.
I was going to text you. I wanted to see how that all went.
It was such an arbitrary date.
It was.
And it will continue to be.
You can push it down.
I mean, it is what it is. Literally, am I disappointed that they haven't done anything outside of the goaltender? Really? Yeah.
All right. So you and I both agree, and you a little more begrudgingly than me. If all you get, and we're using David Bednar as the guy, if all you get is a high-end back of the bullpen reliever, high whiff rate guy, is that enough? Are you good with it? I think the majority of fans are going to say yes because they've almost been numbed into thinking this is enough. It's almost like we want to throw a party when a move is made now.
I don't know I can't speak for everybody else. I think it'd be really hard for people to say it definitively. It's enough. Can you say this? Would you accept this as an answer? It can be enough.
Sure.
Because of what else that they can do internally to make things better. I know this isn't going to make a whole lot of people happy here, but Andy Ibanez in a couple games back has been a difference maker.
Yeah, Kerry Carpenter looks better too.
Kerry Carpenter back has been a difference maker. It's crazy that you get guys back, and look, Ibanez deserved to be sent down, and he was. Didn't bitch about it, did what he had to do, and then the time came, we got injuries, we got to deal with something, let's bring him back. And next thing you know, he's playing really well for this team. And great, because he wasn't hitting lefties earlier in the season, which is his whole reason for being on his team. His whole raison d'etre is to be the guy who hits left-handed pitching. Well, in a small sample size the last couple of games, he has been. That's nice. Is it going to be counted on for the rest of the way? Who knows? That's why I say it can be enough if they add one excellent arm at the back end of the bullpen. It could be enough. I'm right now. I hesitate to even say that because I want more because I've seen how good this team is, and I got spooked by the stretch of bad baseball where they couldn't hit, where they scored like 25 runs during that time. which is crazy to think that this team, which had been so good to start the season, that were top 10 in most every offensive category you can name outside of stolen bases, that they were just humming along. And then all of a sudden hit a roadblock and nobody could figure it out until Sunday night. Then they figured it out.
Do you know they've already scored more runs in the last 5 games than they did in the 13 games while they were slumping?
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, I mean, they've been knocking the cover off the freaking baseball. It's also come against the Diamondbacks team that legitimately looks like they've quit. So I need to see what happens in Philly this weekend. It's going to be a great series.
Should be.
It could be a World Series matchup. But before all that, go get a reliever. Go get 2. Go get a bat, please.
Yeah, well, and get somebody who's used to, if you get Bednar, he's used to pitching against Philadelphia. He knows what to expect, but that's just a very small thing there. But 248-539-9797, same number to text as well. We're asking the people, do you think that, would that be enough? If they just add one more bullpen arm, is that enough to make you feel confident that this team has improved enough at the trade deadline where they're still going to be competing for the World Series spot?
Yeah, that's a good question. The other question is, and I wonder, have you given any consideration at all? And I don't even want to say this because you're just going to laugh at me.
I'm not going to laugh.
You're going to scoff. I don't want you to scoff at me.
There's not going to be any scoffing.
Have you thought about...
I think I know what you're going to say.
What do you think I'm going to say?
Let me write it down.
Yeah, okay, write it down.
I just want to write it down.
I'm a pretty predictable human being. Go ahead, write that down. I'll give you a little time before I blurt this out and Gator scoffs at me, even though he says he won't. All right, he's writing right now. This is great radio because you cannot see us. Well, yeah, I guess you can on Twitch.
I have it.
Okay, have you given any consideration at all, just in the back of your head, just for a quick second?
No one's going to be able to read this, but I'm going to hold it up anyway.
Just for a quick second, that Harris doesn't do anything.
That was not what I had on my list.
What'd you have? Oh, Verlander. Yeah, you know what? I think that ship has sailed. Now, listen, he's been really good his last 2 outings, and he's had some really bad luck because his win-loss record's pathetic.
And apparently the Giants are willing to trade him.
Rumblings are, though, that he wanted to come to Detroit in the offseason, and the Tigers went with Alex Cobb instead. So I don't know that you're going to get JV, but JV coming out of the pen. Listen, for nostalgia purposes and quote purposes and what I do, I would love it.
I thought that's where you're going to go.
But actually helping the ball club, I'm not quite sure.
All right, so you were asking me, have I actually given thought
the closer
to Scott Harris doing nothing?
Yes, like, and when I say nothing, I mean maybe a small little move again.
No, I have not.
Okay, so you need and you fully expect.
I fully expect them to add another high-end, high whiff rate back-end bullpen arm.
I would agree.
And my reasoning is because the last 2 years, because this is what the sample size we have with Scott Harris, he's made moves happen at the end of the deadline.
And he's doing the responsible thing. He's waiting out.
Yeah, of course he is. The difference is this year he's dealing from a position of strength where he's trying to buy as opposed to sell. However, how strong is that position when you and several other teams are all trying to buy the same player? So,
and there's less of those players now, even though there's still plenty.
There aren't. I mean, I think there's like a handful of them, at least a handful of guys like that. And, you know, just maybe not all of them are closers necessarily, but guys that have the high whiff rate. I don't care who closes out the games. I actually agree with AJ Hinch with his philosophy on this. To me, it's not, I don't need a closer. What I need is a guy that I can count on, whether it's the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, to put out there and get their best hitters out. Right? Why save your best arm for the 9th inning if the best hitters on the other team come up in the 8th?
Wow.
Oh, you got something?
I do. Not Tigers related, but it could really piss you off.
I'll tell you what, you hang on to that.
Wow.
Something's going to piss you off.
Oh, it's already pissed me off.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll talk about it next with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so you can definitely cross one name off the list. According to many sources, we'll go with ESPN's Jeff Passan here. Mason Miller and J.P. Sears will be going to the Padres in exchange for Leo DeVries and 3 pitchers. Those that are unfamiliar with Leo DeVries, which is everybody, unless you're the baseball diehard, he's the number 3 overall prospect in baseball, according to MLB.com.
By the way, Mason Miller has 5 years of control left on his contract. And he throws 103 miles an hour.
There's a lot to like with Mason
He's
Miller.
Sexy.
But so the equivalent for the Tigers, if you're a Tiger fan out there and you're like, why didn't we get Mason Miller? If you're the Tigers, you would have had to have started your package of players with Kevin McGonigal, who is the number 6 overall prospect according to MLB.com.
But
I'd say it's comparable. But number 1 overall when it comes to, I think, Baseball America. But it's comparable because they're both shortstops, rather than looking at Max Clark, who's actually a little slightly lower rated. But so it starts with Kevin McGonigal and then throw in some other pitchers in your organization to make this happen for Mason Miller. I ask you, Jeff Rieger.
Yes, Scott the Gator Anderson.
Would you have traded Kevin McGonigal to acquire Mason Miller?
No. Are we sure? Listen, I will go with your comp. Even though I'm not quite sure it would quite take McGonigal, you could probably work out another deal just as much. But no, you can't give that up for a reliever. With that being said, a reliever that is a stud, is special, is transcendent, and has 5 years of control. I look at what the Padres decided to do, and I say, bravo, bravo, because you know what the Padres are thinking? We're in the same division as the Dodgers. We got some studs. We got some stars. We think we're good enough. We're going to try to win the damn World Series. So I give them a ton of credit. I do. I give them a ton of credit, but their GM isn't as good as Dave Dombrowski because Dave wouldn't have given up the top prospect.
Right. And the Padres still have other prospects. They're a pretty good organization. That they could give up. And I only say that because there's this tweet that came out from Buster Olney.
Yeah.
Who said, Buster Olney with ESPN, says the Padres have had extensive talks with the Red Sox about Jarren Duran.
Oh, he's stud.
The Red Sox keep saying no. And also with the Guardians about Stephen Kwan. Some rival execs fully expect the Padres to land one of these two by day's end.
So in addition to Mason Miller,
they're trying to get a bat.
Good for them. See, how do you not like that? And I know what fans in Detroit are going to say, we're not to that point yet. And maybe you're right. And the Tigers have a bright future, but they also have Tarek Skubal right now. And while I'm not advocating Mason Miller for Kevin McGonigal, I'll tell you this, man, that approach of doing business, not the worst thing in the world. And your point off the air, you said, well, they don't win World Series. And you're absolutely right until they win the World Series. There's something pretty awesome about trying to keep up with the Dodgers and steal a fall classic away. So good for them.
So
I'm jealous.
If the Padres do pull off another trade to acquire a bat, they don't have. I just went through the top 100 prospects.
Mm-hmm.
They only have one other player in the top 100, and he's 19 years old, a catcher, Ethan Salas. I guess they would have to find somebody off their major league roster in order to give up. Is that where Dylan Cease comes into play or something like that? I don't know.
Wow, that's a lot to give up, but still.
Padres are buyers. They're not sellers. And it's kind of fun to see that. I agree. Look, this is back like the Dave Dombrowski days.
100%. Where you didn't care about the prospects.
You didn't care after the first move he made. When Dave Dombrowski went ahead and said, we're getting Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, you're like,
and Dontrell Willis.
I'll give you the whole team.
And they did. They gave them their top 2 prospects and said, take them and run. And
Miller and Maben.
You're right. And Andrew Miller went on to he had to resurrect his career as a bullpen arm and was outstanding for about 3 years. Cameron Maben bounced from team to team to team to team and came back to Detroit. Cameron Maben was always decent, but never had a breakout season where he threatened to be an all-star or anything like that. Obviously, the trade worked out very well for the Tigers. Dombrowski had a different attitude about things. Will Scott Harris eventually have an attitude like that to acquire the play? I mean, okay, you tell me the Miguel Cabrera type player that's available to give up those 2 prospects for, then we can have that discussion. But it's not there right now.
Right. But doesn't it feel like that the Tigers are kind of half wet? Like they're not really buyers. And they haven't proven that they're buyers just yet. We expect them to be buyers, but they're also not sellers, right? It's almost like they're in the middle, and that to me is infuriating. And again, I'm not saying I would have given up McGonigal for Miller if that's the comp you want to use, but you need to do more. You need to take this opportunity super serious, and it doesn't feel like they are. And I keep going back to the Petzold quote in his article in the Freep, where the Tigers are not expected to go all in for a World Series. And that's fine. That's their prerogative. But one reliever is not enough. It's just not enough.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. How do you feel about what's unfolding so far prior to the trade deadline? We're still 6 hours and 37 minutes away from that happening. If you go by Scott Harris's track record the last couple of years, he makes moves, but the last move he makes is right up to the deadline. So I'm not panicked right now that the Tigers haven't added that back-end bullpen arm. I think they will. Jeff, I think you said, do you think they will?
They better.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is they better, right? Because the bullpen is an issue with the Tigers. It's not the same. It's not pitching with the same efficiency that they did last year, which is the problem. It's a big problem.
Real quick, Ader, I just want to point out one quick ticket text. Somebody is laughing at us, or at least at me. Bruh, Mason Miller's got a 3.76 ERA. Not that good. Went to giving up anything. Will Vest is better. Well, Mason Miller has a lot more strikeouts, and Mason Miller had 2 outings where he got touched up for runs, and the rest have been immaculate.
That's the thing. You got to do a deeper dive into it rather than just looking at a season total to
Especially
understand
for a
how
reliever.
good a pitcher can be. Yeah, particularly with a bullpen arm. 248-539-9797. Brad is in Waterford. Brad, you're next up here, 97 won the ticket. Hey, Brad.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
All right.
Good. Hey, there's no doubt on a back end bullpen arm. I think they'll get it done. My guy I really want is Bednar. I think we all know why. But guys, I'm really concerned about the starting pitching. I mean, I'm almost at a 7 concern, and here's why: Job's out, Olson's out.
Mize hasn't been as good. Flaherty is sketchy. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm look, if they can find a way to add a starting pitcher, somebody who's been a good starting pitcher this year, not another project. All due respect to Chris Paddock, who pitched really well yesterday for the Tigers, but then that's kind of a project in that they see something in him that they can fix or that they can work on or have him throw more of this pitch than what he was doing with Minnesota. So they took it and ran with it. I want something more proven than that. I understand what you're saying.
No, exactly. I mean, I think they really got to – I'm just going to say a Zach Gallen and a Merrill Kelly, and I'm talking both guys.
Both Rentals, too.
Pitching is concerning. Both Reynolds, so what? You want to go for it, don't you, Rager?
Brad, I definitely do, but there's 2 things. First of all, it's not me, it's Scott Harris, and we're led to believe that he's not paying prospects for rentals. The second thing is Zach Gallen's fine, but I don't know that he is a ton better than what you got.
No, Merrill Kelly is.
What do we have? But what do we have?
Well,
what we have, we got Stubble, and then we got question marks.
Well, there's question marks, and thanks for the call, Brad. But they also, I mean, Flaherty's coming off one of his best starts of the season. Question marks come about Casey Mize because his last 3 starts he hasn't been good. But prior to that, Casey Mize was deserving of being an all-star, and he was an all-star, but he deserved it. But yeah, there are questions without a doubt. I mean, I don't even know how they're going to use Troy Melton the rest of the season. If they're going to use him as a starter for the rest of the way, or are they going to use him for a starter for the next 5 starts and then use him out of the bullpen because they got to watch his innings? I don't know. I do think that there's and again with Chris Paddock, I don't know how much you can bank on that. Alex Cobb is starting some rehab starts, and I'm not. I don't have a whole lot of confidence there because he's pitching through pain. I mean, he's got these hip issues.
Comments?
Yeah,
it sounds like he's done.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like he's done. What it sounds like is that he's going to do everything he can to pitch. He's going to go through the pain because he still has pain in his hips despite having multiple injections in there. He feels like a schlub for not being able to pitch well for this team after signing the contract.
$15 million bucks. I get it.
So at least he's out there trying, and he made an appearance the other night, and he pitched okay in that game. I think he pitched 2 innings, gave up 1 run on a home run, and struck out like 4 or something. So we'll see if that's even counted on. I'm not counting on it, but these are This is where he says, the previous caller says these are question marks. Yes, why I agree with him. Would I like to go out and get Merrill Kelly, starting pitcher from Arizona?
Yeah.
Who's got a 3.22 earned run average and a 1.06 whip and a strikeout per inning? Yes, I'd love to. Can they get that done? They can. I don't know if that's a priority for them, though.
Very quickly, I want to read you this ticket text, and if anybody behind the glass wants to interact, or you can, I just want to, it just simply says this. Jeff, that's me. STFU, you whiny bitch. Am I being whiny today?
Wow.
Am I being a bitch usually? Yes, but whiny?
I don't know if you're being whiny.
I don't think I'm being whiny. Take that back. And by the way, like, it's my job to talk for at least till 2, so I can't really STFU either.
All right.
Yeah.
There's that. Buster Only has this, says, with the addition of Miller and Sears, Cease and Suarez could be the way the Padres add position player help, which is why they've spoken with other teams about their players.
Wow.
I saw that Stoney had a tweet earlier about, Mason Miller going to
San Diego.
San Diego. Then now's the time for the Tigers to go out and get Suarez, meaning Robert Suarez, the relief arm for San Diego. If San Diego's trying to get a bat, the Tigers have no shot of getting Suarez out of San Diego, if that's what this is done to do. So that would be unfortunate for those that want the bat. 248-539-9797 and telephone number, same number to text. Got a lot of people lined up. We will talk to you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Trade deadline day, Major League Baseball. It's 6 o'clock tonight. So waiting to see if the Tigers make a big move.
No. You said it wrong. When the Tigers make big move.
When the Tigers make a big move.
Thank you.
Well, you and I both think that they will.
Yes.
And by big move, we think it's going to be a bullpen arm, a big high-end back end of the bullpen arm. Somebody can pitch the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, hopefully 9th inning type guy. But again, they want the high leverage situation. They want a guy that can come out of the bullpen, get on the mound, and get the top batters out, get the heart of the lineup out, no matter what inning it is. And I think they're going to get that done. There's a number of players that are out there. You can cross Mason Miller off the list from the Athletics. He was just dealt to the San Diego Padres. And for those curious about the price, it was for the number 3 prospect in all of baseball, according to MLB.com. You go back to, who was the pitcher from the Twins, Duran?
Yeah. Yohan
Duran, who was traded, and it cost, the number 4 and 6 prospects of the, who got him again?
4 and 6.
Yes.
Yeah, Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies. They wanted their number 1 prospect. Dombrowski said no, and they still got him for 4 and 6 in their organization. By the way,
so the price is very high for those back end bullpen arms. Yeah.
John Morosi just tweeted out 52 seconds ago.
Oh, here we go.
You ready for this?
I am ready.
The Tigers and Yankees are among the teams still engaged with the Pirates on their available relievers. So maybe it's whittled down to just Detroit and New York, which if that's the case, first of all, you got a better farm system than the Yankees. Second of all, you value your prospects more than the Yankees. So I do wonder if you're going to win a bidding war with New York. I hope you do.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the Yankees have the one big piece in their farm system that apparently they do not want to get rid of, the guy who's hitting all the home runs for them. And they also have George Lombard Jr., who's a AA for them. They do have some good prospects. But yes, to your point, the Tigers have higher rated prospects.
Yes.
But nobody knows what's on the board for Pittsburgh and how they view other teams' prospects.
Well, you also wonder, maybe it's a multiple deal with Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
For 2 of their players, one-stop shop and get yourself a starter, because
they have Keller.
Well, if you were able to get Keller and Bednar, if you're the Tigers, okay? I ask you, Gator.
Yeah.
And we can run down it very quickly, then we'll go to the phones. You're not giving up McGonigal, you're not giving up Clark. If you could get those 2 guys in one stop, would you give up Rayner, Briseño, or Lorenzo? Lorenzo, yes. So Briseño or Rayner?
To make it 2 of the 3 guys?
Both those individuals who, by the way, one of them is a rental. Isn't Keller a rental? No, he's not. They're both not rentals.
It's a lot to give up for, but you're getting a starter and you're getting a bullpen arm.
And you have them for the foreseeable
it's funny
future.
because typically I'd be a no on that, but I'd have to give that some serious thought. Because what you would end up doing is you wouldn't give up both Briseño and Lorenzo because they play the same position. What you would do is give up one of those 2, and then you're talking about giving up Bryce Rayner. I'm not likely to because I think Rayner is the real deal. But would I give up one of those 2 and find out what else that they'd be interested in, whether it's Max Anderson, and then would they want another one? Would they want Troy Melton as well?
Take him.
You're talking about 3 of those guys?
Melton would be tough simply because I think he's part of this team, but still.
But you're replacing him.
Absolutely.
But you're replacing him with in this
a starter
trade,
and a reliever.
So
just to make it even sexier for you.
Oh.
You ready?
I don't like when you say you're going to make something sexier for me.
That's how I roll. Kenny's shaking his head. Keller has 26, 27, and 28, all under team control. So earliest free agent, 2029. He makes $20 million in 28, $18 million in 27, $16 million, actually $17 million next year. And Bednar has this year and next year as well. So you're talking about 2 guys, the Scott Harris type, considering they have control left. And yeah, they're going to be very costly. But you got the farm system to make it happen. If you get a starter and a back-end reliever, man, do you feel pretty good about your chances moving forward, don't you?
Look, the world of hypotheticals is great, and I like to live in that world.
That's what we do on sports radio.
Yeah, I'd like to live in this world sometimes. This is an interesting one that you're bringing to the table there to try to get both of those guys, because now it's a little bit more defined of how much it's going to take to get players like this, I imagine what Pittsburgh is doing. If the price is reported to be extraordinarily high, Pittsburgh's saying that they want McGonigal or Clark in any deal. And the Tigers like, that's not happening.
Well, that's your job to talk them off of those two guys.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Which is why this thing will drag out until 6 p.m.
And that's
tonight.
totally fine as long as you get your guy. But, like, you're not giving up McGonigal. You're not giving up Clark. Nobody's asking you to unless you trade for the modern-day Barry Bonds, right? So that's not happening. But Rayner or Briseño, would you give up one of those two individuals thought to be third and fourth in the organization? One's a shortstop. One's a first baseman / catcher. Would you give up one in a deal? You probably have to give up more for those two individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd give up one of those guys.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Lorenzo Briseño, the same type player, and then you've got Rayner. So if you're talking just giving up one of those,
currently.
Yeah, he is. He hurt his shoulder diving back to first base on a pickoff attempt. But otherwise, the guy was stinging the ball with incredible velocity, exit velocity. At low A ball, but he's like 19 years old.
A move like that automatically changes my opinion and my mood about the trade deadline. Now, not that it's going to happen. I'm just saying
and
Yankees,
of course, they're not going to do it to appease you, but this would be...
They should. I think they should talk to me before they make a move.
Would the Tigers feel good about adding a back-end bullpen arm and a good starting pitcher to compete for the rest of this year and all of next year? They should.
And just so you know, according to Stoney's point that you brought up earlier, that maybe it's a good time to try to swoop in and steal Robert Suarez. According to Bob Nightingale, the Padres are not trading closer Robert Suarez. Why would they?
I'm just seeing this. Right. Well, how else are they going to get
I don't know.
bat?
Right.
I mean, they got other players. I think Dylan Cease is possible. So, although Nightingale says in the same tweet they may also keep Dylan Cease after all, with JP Sears giving them plenty of depth. Once again, the Padres are all in. Well, they're not all in until they go out and get a bat, I guess, but you'd think they'd have enough offense with what they have there. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Kurt is in Troy. Kurt, welcome 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, guys. I call in first-time caller. I enjoy the show.
Thank you.
So what I'm upset about, and I'm going to kind of air it out, is why didn't we go after Shane Bieber? Like what are we doing? You have a 2020 Cy Young Award winner that got done with, his fifth rehab start, blew up to 58 pitches. The Blue Jays got him for a walk. He's only going to make like $16 million, and we have Cobb for $10 million. Like, what are we doing? If he was available, Tara Scoop is our 1A. So our 1B would have been Shane Bieber, and he would have been – sorry about that. He would have been ready and stretched out by playoffs. And we got 1B. We would have had a Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling moment, walking the playoffs with two ballers. And now he goes to the Blue Jays, and we're gonna see the Blue Jays. It's just upsetting. It blows my mind that we didn't make more an effort to get Shane Bieber.
Well, listen, Kurt, I don't disagree with you. I don't think Shane Bieber is the end-all and be-all. They gave up Kalal Steven. Gator, go ahead. You're the minor league guy. What prospect is he?
Well, I will tell you in
a second.
For the Toronto Blue Jays. I was just trying to look this up in time. He was the number 5 prospect for the Blue Jays.
Is he a top 100 guy?
I don't think he's a top 100 guy.
There you go. I mean, Kurt
blows my mind, guys.
I don't disagree with you.
I've been a baseball fan my entire life. I'm all in this year, and you didn't even have to give up nothing. You didn't have to give up McGonigal. You didn't have to give up Max Clark. You didn't have to give up any of these guys, man. And you had a former Cy Young. We're messing around with Paddock, high ERA guy. Zach Gallen, high ERA guy. All these ERAs are out, and we're having trouble scoring runs over 10 games. Kurt,
I agree with you. It's almost like you look at teams and they're getting creative, and the Tigers aren't just yet, with the exception of they're getting a couple reclamation projects that they hope somehow, some way fit into making the postseason and doing well in the postseason. I hear you. I'm not going to go crazy over one specific dude, but I think it's a very good point about Shane Bieber.
There's also a risk with Shane Bieber coming off injury. You don't know what you're getting. He only pitched 2 games last year because of that. The previous year he pitched in 21 games.
But he had Tommy John.
Yeah,
so
but
he's coming off of that.
Okay. So here's the game started that he has played in his career. His rookie season, 19, jumped up to 33, then down to 12, then to 16, up to 31, down to 21, down to 2. Now, he's had some really good seasons in baseball. He's also had some not so good seasons in baseball. And like I said, he's coming off an injury. That's a risky move to give up your top 5 prospect for. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I thought about it. I thought about Shane Bieber's name. But the other part of this that nobody understands, and including myself, have no idea what the other team is asking for in return.
That's true.
Right?
You're right.
And by the way, it's Cleveland. Does Cleveland want to deal with Detroit? Minnesota's had no problem over the years dealing with Detroit and making trades in Detroit. Does Cleveland want to do that? I don't think that Cleveland has the same attitude about that.
Okay, so just very quickly on that, and maybe
it might not
wrong.
be easy to do.
I hear so many people say it's tough to deal in division, and maybe you're right. I've always believed if you got the goods, if you got the better goods than the other guy,
make a trade.
They're going to make the trade with you.
I agree with you.
So even though, yes, I'm sure it would suck facing Shane Bieber in the future, what does Cleveland care? They made a deal that they like, and they hope these prospects will then eventually screw Detroit. You know what I mean? So I don't know that I buy too much into the in-division thing.
I think some teams do and some teams don't. Although in general, I would hope that GMs don't buy into that too much. I mean, my attitude has always been the same thing. If I'm getting a player that's going to help me win right now, I don't care where he goes.
Right, you got confidence in the trade.
You have to have confidence.
Exactly.
In the trade, 100%. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number.
We're getting close, Gator. We're getting close. I'm getting fired up. Come on.
We are. We're going to bring up some Lions stuff
Make
coming
a damn
up.
trade.
Coming up in the noon hour, we'll talk a little bit of Lions, but we're not going to lose track of what's happening here on trade deadline day, talking with you, the people, about what the Tigers need to do, what Scott Harris needs to do with 6 hours and 16 minutes to go. Let's go.
Good math again.
97.1.
You can read a clock.
I can. 97.1, the ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you along with Jeff Rieger. Jeff's in for Doug. Doug will be back on Monday's program. Got a lot going on today as we're talking about the trade deadline looms 6 o'clock tonight. And right now it's 11:49. So you do the math yourself, or I can help you out with it. 6 hours and 11 minutes.
So I just refreshed Bob Nightingale, John Heyman, and John Morosi, and Peter Gammons, for crying out loud. We have no new news at this hour. We have nothing other than what the Padres did with Mason Miller. So,
yeah, I think
Scott Harris is hard at work.
There seems to be a lot of calls going back and forth between a lot of teams, and I would have to imagine the Tigers are one of those teams trying to get a bullpen arm. There have been reports that Bednar is that Pittsburgh kind of looking just really at what New York and Detroit
allegedly.
Reportedly, either way, there's it's just it's more than a hunch. Those teams are involved with Bednar. Perhaps Bednar would be a great pickup for the Tigers. Would that be enough to make you feel better about this team going down the last 2 months of the season? It could. For me, it could. And the only reason when I say it could, it means there's caveats to that. It means that Paddock has to be, better than average pitcher, for the rest of the way. Paddock was really good for the Tigers yesterday, but that's not what he's been this year, or really even for the last few years. So if he could be that the rest of the way this year, not be the guy who gives a 1 run in 6 innings, but if he has an ERA south of 3.8, somewhere in the 3.5 range,
that'd be fantastic.
That'd be great.
Be wonderful.
And then I could say yes, that it's enough to add Bednar, but I don't have confidence that he's going to be like that. I hope he is. I just don't have that confidence. And I also think there's other things that are going to happen with his team. Other players will be promoted from Toledo that will get the opportunity to help this team out from the bullpen. As far as the lineup is concerned, and people are very upset. Some people are very upset that they did not get Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, I'm one of them. Kenny, furious.
I understand why people would be, and I'm not thrilled that they didn't get him either. But then to see, what he went for, Seattle gave up a couple of pretty good 3 players actually from the organization, 3 top 20 prospects from the organization. One guy that's rated to play. Actually, 2 of those players have had a chance to play with Seattle this year in very limited action. But the key piece in that trade was Tyler Locklear, who was killing it at AAA before being called up. A 943 OPS and 80 plus RBIs, 18 homers. Did a great job. Did the Tigers have that equivalent? Not at the AAA level. At the AA level, they did with it was Max Anderson, who's done a great job. Could Max Anderson have gotten it done? Only Seattle knows, or I should say only Arizona knows if they like Max Anderson better than Tyler Locklear.
Yeah, but we have no idea. You're right about that.
We don't know.
What gets me is, and I read this before, but according to the USA Today, the Suarez deal never materialized. So the Diamondbacks didn't get anywhere close to what they thought they would get. So they almost had to settle for the Mariners' offer, it seems like. And that makes you wonder, well, is Scott Harris willing to part with any prospects that are substantial? And see, this is what I'm starting to think, and we'll find out at 6 o'clock, the deal he makes. But Scott Harris, so far, for every deal that they've been involved in, and they were involved in the Suarez deal, we're led to believe, or even haven't been, but might have been, if it takes big time or even mediocre prospects, it doesn't seem like he wants to move these guys. So what is he going to have to move for a guy like David Bednar? And I do worry and wonder if the asking price is too high, and we're led to believe it's sky high, is Harris just going to be like, all right, New York, you take him? Because every time you allow a Suarez to go someplace else or a Bednar to go someplace else, guys that you should have been on, you're making other teams better. So it's like a double-edged sword.
So there are a couple things to look at here with Bednar, which makes him different than some other people, is that he's not just a rental. In a way he is, but he's signed through next year as well. So you'd have him for a year and a half, not just for this year. Unlike Suarez, who was a straight-up rental. So the other thing to look at is the steep price being paid to land bullpen arms. We just saw Mason Miller go for the number 3 prospect in all of baseball.
Still a guy, though, with 5 years of control.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's a great pitcher. I'd love to have Mason Miller, but both of us would say no if they're asking prices Kevin McGonigal. So Scott Harris is going to be true to himself. I'm pretty sure he's not willing to give up any of the top 3 prospects in the organization. Then you get to the number 4 and 5, which are kind of interchangeable, looking at Briseño and Tyrone Lorenzo. They both play catch at first base. They're both at AA right now. And so would he be willing to part with one of those guys? I think they would. Maybe it's just myself projecting what I would do on what the Tigers would do. I would give up one of those because it's a redundant position right now. It's a high enough prospect. Both guys are top 100 prospect guys in all of baseball. That should help facilitate a trade for somebody that's at that back end, whether it's Bednar or somewhere else. I would love if the Tigers went and looked at Griffin Jacks from the Twins.
Sure.
I don't know if the Twins want to deal with the Tigers again after they just traded a player to them a couple days ago.
Or do they want to trade him at all, considering they just got rid of their closer?
Right.
But Gator, see, this is what
Jacks has several years worth of service time left.
But this is what's starting to frustrate me about this entire thing. It's all, hey, we don't want to give up our prospects. We're worried about the future. I would like a little more attention to right now. You're the best team in the American League. You got as good of a chance, if not better, than so many teams to make the World Series. When people say go for it, nobody is advocating to do something irresponsible. But my goodness gracious, at what point, I've heard people say you can't get rid of Troy Melton because he just pitched a great game. I've heard people say you can't get rid of Chris Rodriguez because he's 17 and he's going to be an absolute stud.
Don't mention his name. Don't say that to me.
Why?
Don't talk.
You love him?
I love Chris Rodriguez.
You love Chris Rodriguez. He's 17.
I know, but don't talk.
He's in high school, I think.
Don't you talk about him.
He's a junior at West
Just
Bloomfield.
stop it.
The bottom line is, at some point, you have to focus on right now. This is starting to infuriate me. I know we got 6 hours. I know we can still make a move. I know we can make multiple moves, Gator.
Okay.
But the closer, this is like the show I did with you with Yzerman. At the very start, I was like, okay.
Right.
And then I heard Yzerman speak, and I got more angry.
Slow down.
I'm getting more angry.
I don't think you need to. I can help you out in a little bit. But I want
Frustrated.
Want to take the call first.
Fine.
Lewis is next up here, 97. Want to take it. Hey, Lewis.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
All right, how are you?
I'm great. I just wanted to voice some grievances, as does probably millions of other people, about our bullpen, our front office. I mean, you look at our bullpen, 5.02 ERA since June the 1st. And I want to ask you guys, do you think we're going to go after Bednar?
Yes.
I mean, allegedly, reportedly, they're going after him right now.
They're talking with Pittsburgh, but so are other teams.
I mean, they better go after Bednar, but go on.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. This is kind of a hot take. I don't really think we do. And the reason why I say this is, well, first of all, I'm really disappointed in our front office. We were sitting on our keister, and we let Key Brian Hayes go to Cincinnati. And I think that's a big blow. That I know, but he's got a cannon of an arm.
But he can't hit.
And you're I know.
Yeah, but you do need defensive help over at third base.
Okay, but at least the guys that are playing at third base can hit. He can't hit.
And I don't think we need another third baseman. But if we're going to sacrifice a top 5, top 10 prospect for someone who turned 30, I mean, I just don't see us getting value in that. And I know the Illich family is not. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about this. I mean, if we go and get Pete Fairbanks and we add on Yandy Diaz to that, I think that would be a better idea.
Okay, well, I'm not upset with that. And look, they got 6 hours and almost 2 minutes left to make something happen. They're gonna make something happen.
Gator, we're getting worse though. We're getting worse. We set our sights on Bednar, and now we know that the asking price is a lot. So now you got to go down to Pete Fairbanks, who throws hard and is good in his own regard, but he's not Bednar. So he'd be cheaper. But now we're giving up the quality.
But he said Yandy Diaz, too.
I do like, if you made that move, then I'm back to loving Scott Harris. Okay, but how much time we have left? The Gator deadline clock. Here, let's do it. At this time, at the beep, we will have...
Well, it's 6 hours, 1 minute, and 40 seconds beep. This is where we're at. But when you talk about not being reluctant to trade your top prospects and all that, you don't necessarily have to do that at the trade deadline. And I say that because those moves I feel better about trading in the offseason.
You're talking about your top prospects?
If you're going to give up your top prospects, I'd rather trade them in the offseason because then it's a whole pool of players that's open to you.
But that doesn't help you right now.
Well, right. But I'm saying this is where I kind of walk a little bit in line with Scott Harris. If the philosophy is I'm not going to trade top prospects for a rental, I understand it. I'll trade top prospects for guys that I can get, that I can control and give a contract to. but not for a rental. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So it was a report I just saw from a writer for San Diego, in San Diego. Let me see if I can find this. Who had mentioned that with this trade, Mason Miller going to the Padres, and he went for one of the top prospects in all of baseball, I believe the number 3 overall prospect, and Leo, I think it was DeVries or something like that.
Yeah.
He had mentioned that that the asking price, it says the Guardians ask for Stephen Kwan, included Leo DeVries and more. So for those people that were clamoring for Stephen Kwan for the Tigers, we took call after call yesterday. You got to get Stephen Kwan, and both Doug and I love Stephen Kwan. I was reluctant to give up what I thought was going to be asked for. You'd have to give up Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark, and then some.
So Gator. At times we get enamored with these prospects.
Yes.
And we've heard how good McGonigal and Clark are, and they seem to fit the bill. Clark has a ton of RBIs. McGonigal is apparently the best bat-the-ball guy the Tigers have ever had in their system. Number one prospect potentially throughout Major League Baseball. With that all being said, let's say you got to give up Max Clark for Stephen Kwan.
Well, this one is one where you have to give it some more thought because Stephen Kwan's signed for another few years.
Yes.
Or under team control for several more years. So
let's say you give up Max Clark and then throw in, go ahead. Throw in, name me another prospect you'd feel comfortable. Not Chris Rodriguez because you get triggered by him.
Stop it.
Let's say it's Jaden Ham, a right-handed pitcher.
Jaden Ham, sure.
22 years old and A-ball.
Coming off an injury, but yeah.
10th ranked prospect. Okay, let's say those two guys get it done for Stephen Kwan, Clark and Ham.
Mm-hmm.
Do ya?
I'd think about it.
Heartbeat.
I'm thinking about more today than I did yesterday. It was a hard no. Today, I'd think about it longer. I love Stephen Kwan. I think he's a great player.
And Max Clark is fine.
Yeah, well, Max Clark is better than Max Clark is amazing. Right, he's got amazing upside.
Yeah, and that's why we get caught up in this stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
It's the upside.
I understand.
Like Stephen Kwan, and think about your outfield.
I'm guilty of it. All right, I admit I'm guilty of it. I fall in love with prospects, and I don't like to get rid of them because there are guys, and I want to see the
you
teams,
in Detroit.
The teams develop them and have them here, and because I get romantic about thinking about the guys that stayed here forever, like the Steve Yzermans and Nick Lidstroms of the world, the guys that spent their entire careers here, Tram and Lou, all those guys. Tram and I said it to your face. Tram and Lou. I'm trying to trigger you into
my two cats.
Wanting to love two guys that stayed here forever.
And I ask you, because I did a whole show yesterday about the fans of Detroit and how we've kind of lost our way because everybody's so worried about keeping these prospects. Does it mean more or count as more than a championship if you win with your prospects instead of winning with guys you traded for?
No, it doesn't matter. Winning is winning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about one of the best left fielders in baseball and a guy like Stephen Kwan, who, by the way, is a Tiger killer and destroys you and puts together a great at-bat time after time is phenomenal defensively, he's Riley Green with a little less power. Is that fair? They're both left fielders. They're both all-stars. They're both really good defenders. I think he's better than Riley, but Riley has more power.
He's got a lot less power. I mean, it's not just a little. It's a lot.
It's like 20-some home runs to 9. I get it. But Max Clark is a guy that has never played a game in the bigs, as you know. For a guy, a proven all-star year after year that puts together one of the toughest at-bats in Major League Baseball in a heartbeat.
Well, for me, not as much. I'd have to think about it. I probably wouldn't do it because
Scott Harris
Max Clark. No, well, Max Clark is the upside of Max Clark is you're getting a guy who does hit for power, who runs and steals bases because that's like part of his job. Who plays a flawless center field. That's what you're likely to get.
Kwan steals bases.
Not like Max Clark.
Well, we don't know because Max Clark has never played in the bigs.
True, I get it. But when you got a guy, when you look at the scouting reports and you see that the run, his run grade is like a 70 or whatever it is, his fielding grade is a 70. Those are elite numbers. I understand what you're saying. You're not going to convince me. So
and you're not going to convince me. I would love to hear if the people want to comment on this part of it. But so there was nothing that I could convince you with, like
notwithstanding Kwan. And I said, Stephen, God, I keep doing it with Steve. Covered too many different teams. With Stephen Kwan or with a player like I'd be willing to part with the prospects if in the like this is why I'm talking about the off season.
Yeah.
When I could sit down, look at another team and say, okay, I want this guy from that team because I know that he's under team control for 4 or 5 years. Then I can go ahead and say, I'm willing to part with this guy and this guy for my organization. And that might be your top 2 prospects because you're getting this stud of a player. And that's where that move made sense when Dave Dombrowski made the trade to acquire Miguel Cabrera.
I do believe, And I get where you're coming from because a lot of people agree with you.
Just to finish the thought.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So right now, for me to give up Max Clark for Stephen Kwan, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
Because Stephen Kwan isn't the player that Miguel Pereira was.
Understood.
And would become.
Yeah, but Max Clark is a dude in Double-A.
Yes.
And
who might have a chance to make this team next year.
There's a whole lot of guys that are can't-miss prospects until they get up to the big club.
Yes,
and
I know
miss.
that. The percentages are in your favor. I get that. But
that's why you always – I mean, we get this ticket text, and he's right. And it's the best-case scenario that Max Clark turns into Stephen Kwan. It's true.
No, it's not the best-case scenario. The best-case scenario is Max Clark is way better than Stephen Kwan.
It's hard to be way better than Stephen Kwan.
No, it's not. Again, the power numbers. Stephen Kwan's a really good player. Don't make it seem like I don't like Stephen Kwan.
I'm not.
But he's a 285 hitter, a 755 OPS.
Yeah.
Is above average, but it's nothing to write home about. What he does, it's all the intangibles that I love about him. I love that he's an impossible at bat, that he works the count, that he'll fight and fight
he's
and
a grinder,
fight. Next
absolutely.
thing you know, here's 10 pitches in. I like that he's a smart base runner, that he's a good fielder. He's a 3-time Gold Glove winner. Yeah, I like him a lot.
The way I see it is no prospect is untradeable, obviously.
They're not untradeable.
But yes, you need to obviously trade for the right person. So if it was anybody other than a Stephen Kwan, then yes, of course you're not getting rid of a Max Clark. But a guy that can help you right now, that's the other thing. You have one of the best teams in baseball that people always seem to forget about. People always are saying, well, you're not good enough to win a World Series. I disagree with that. Add to this team now, if that chance, and it's not real, but if that opportunity popped its head up, yes, Stephen Kwan could help you win a World Series, but it's not going to happen, so who the hell cares?
248-539-9797, the telephone number. Logan is next up in Detroit. Logan, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. I wanted to touch on what Jeff had said, or what he keeps saying, which is like, he wants us to do a move, but nobody's asking for us to do anything stupid. And I think that there's a real fine line there. I mean, just look at the Orioles last year. They went out and they went for it, and it didn't really work out for them.
They didn't really go for it, Logan.
I was going to say, they didn't really.
They made a bunch of trades, but they didn't make the big trade.
They didn't make a trade for
look at who
better players.
Well, right. I mean, but, they got Sir Anthony Dominguez, I'm pretty sure. They also got Zach Eflin. So they kind of, they just bolstered their thing. And again, like, if we're just going to be like getting a certain guy here, I'm totally fine with that. I'm just saying that there's a real big fine line, and you only know that after the year. It's not like you're going to make a trade and everybody's going to be like, oh, wow, that was really stupid that you gave up.
So,
this
Logan, who are you worried about?
Guy.
Like, what guy are you worried about? Like, we keep saying Bednar, David Bednar. Would you be good with that? Tigers are in on him.
I'd be fine with making trades. I'm just saying, like, you can't really advocate for them to do something, but then not to do something stupid, because that's in there. They could do something.
No,
and
but Logan, I get what you're saying, because if a trade doesn't work out, it's perceived to be stupid. What I'm saying is you're not going to do anything irresponsible, like give up a Clark or McGonigal for a proven player that isn't worth it. That's all. And those guys aren't getting moved regardless. So when I say don't do something stupid, that would be deemed doing something stupid. But you're right. Any trade has a chance to fail or succeed. And if it fails, you look like a jackass. And if it succeeds, you look like Dave Dombrowski. So I got you, Logan.
For sure. And honestly, the main point I'm trying to make is that, yes, I want them to obviously, do something, because, they have the ability to make the World Series and actually win it this season. I'm all in with that. But again, I don't want them to do something stupid. And I think that there's a real big fine line there, even if it's like a guy like Troy Melton, you know what I'm saying? Like, he has a lot of upside in our bullpen this season. So it's like, getting rid of him this season for somebody, it might not work out the way we want. I've seen Bednar kind of fall off as well. So it's like, there's just so many questions. That's why it's not as I feel like is cut and dry.
Logan, I want to ask you a quick question before you go. Let me ask you this. If they do nothing, let's say they don't do anything. This is what you got. You got a really good team moving forward. This is the bullpen, and you're going to put Melton in the bullpen. Are you good with that?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm looking at it kind of like the Lions. I think that at that point, they don't see a fit. They don't like rentals. They like the way that all their prospects have come up kind of together. They like the way their team is built. I'm trusting Scott Harris. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have the.
All right, so that's it right there. So you trust a GM, and
cool.
That's fair enough. Thanks.
That's
Logan,
fine.
I appreciate it. And if that's where you're at, that's where you're at.
You would lose your mind if they don't do anything.
I don't know if I'd lose my mind. I'd be very upset, because they've got too many prospects not to make something happen at this point, to go get an arm, and there are arms that are available all throughout that are just be improvements over what they have.
Sure.
The two bullpen arms they've acquired recently I don't know if they're improvements over what they've had.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they could be. They might be fixed if.
But they can, I mean, how many times are we going to keep going to the well of, just let Chris Fetter get a hold of him and they'll fetter him up, and the next thing you know.
And it hasn't worked.
It's worked and it hasn't worked. That's the thing, though, is I think people forget all the times it hasn't worked. Yes, it has worked in a couple of occasions.
It didn't work with Maeda.
No, it didn't work with Maeda.
And it didn't work with Matt Manning.
Brebbia.
Didn't work with
Hernandez.
Carlos Hernandez, that's correct.
Right, so, I mean, there's plenty that it hasn't worked out with. I'm hoping it does work out with these guys, but no, go get the guy that's proven. And if the price is too high, then I can say, fine, I walked away. I made a fair offer. They wanted something ridiculous. I had to walk away.
You're still confident, aren't you?
Yes. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Still waiting to see if the Tigers going to make a move. I doubt they make a move before our show is done.
Do you think that's personal?
No. I wouldn't. I don't take it personally. I don't think it's personal. No, I think Scott Harris and more. Actually, this is more on. I don't want to say moron. It is more on the heads of the Pittsburgh GM or Minnesota's GM or whatever GMs are out there that have the bullpen arms. I think those teams and those GMs know that they have a real hot commodity, and they're going to hold out to the last minute, make sure they get the last and best offer, right? It's like doing anything else. If you're buying a house or if you're selling a house, you're going to get the last and final offer, right? That's it. I've got my price. You got to meet it. If you're not going to meet it, what's the best you can do? And if it's not going to come anywhere near it, then I don't have to do this. And then, frankly, Pittsburgh doesn't have to they don't have to trade Bednar.
No, they can bring him back. And by the way, maybe they expect to be good next year, but they might have a new GM next year.
Right. Well, they also have Dennis Santana is another pitcher there that also is pitched well.
Would he work
year.
well in Detroit? He tried to attack a Detroit fan, tried to slap him.
Yes, but as it was pointed out to me by Doug when I said that, wasn't that a Pittsburgh fan living in Detroit?
Oh, was it? Okay.
Or was it Pittsburgh?
Was
he
a
guy
just
wearing
disgusted
Pittsburgh gear
with that?
Could be.
Pirates fan living in Detroit. How dare you turn your back on us?
Or it was just a Pittsburgh fan who traveled to Detroit. I don't know.
I do wonder, though, because I'm looking at just updates about who's doing what. At what point do the Yankees say, okay, I'll beat the Tigers regardless? And then I go back to what John Morosi said in the morning show when he said the Tigers have such a rich, nice farm system that no team is not going to make a move without taking one last go back to the Tigers and saying, we're about to make a deal. You sure you can't beat it? So I do believe that like Harris is going to have the last right of refusal, which is good, but will he use it? I don't know.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. And Morosi was right to say that because the Yankees' top prospect, at least according to MLB.com, is George Lombard Jr., is the son of former Tiger George Lombard. He's number 29 in all of baseball. So the Tigers have a couple of guys in Clark and McGonigal that are ahead of him, and I don't think that the Yankees are they're not going to trade George Lombard Jr. Bryce Rayner is number 34 in MLB.com. I don't think the Tigers are looking to do that either. So I don't know what the Yankees have to offer if they're not going to be willing to give up the top prospect, which I doubt they will be. Will they have something that is still going to trump what the Tigers can do? I mean, if the Tigers were to go all the way back and say we're not moving any of our top five, they're off the list. You can start with number 6. And we can go from there. And
which, by the way, I don't think they would do that. But yes, I don't think that's the negotiating way. But I hear you. But it goes back to the fact that every trade that was made with a guy that you wanted to come to Detroit, the Tigers could have made that move. They chose not to. They could have got Suarez. They chose not to. They can choose to get Bednar. They might choose not to.
Or what the Tigers are willing to gave up was not something that appealed to Arizona.
I got 2 things for you. Then we can go to the phones. 2 updates. Number 1, Mackenzie Gore, the fine pitcher from the Nationals, who the Nats got in the Juan Soto deal.
Yeah.
He might get moved today. Total stud, and he's got 3 years of control left.
He's really good.
The second one is Bob Nightingale 1 hour ago says the Astros trade talks with the Twins for Carlos Correa are pretty much dead. The Astros asked the Twins to pay about $50 million of the remaining $102 million left on Correa's contract and to include an outfielder. The Twins rejected the offer and are not budging. So there you go.
Yeah.
So Correa is not going back home to Houston.
No, and Correa apparently really likes it in Minnesota, too.
And so does Buxton. All these guys love it in Minnesota, yet the team blows.
Oh, because those guys are never healthy.
That's fair. Is that why they like it in Minnesota? Because they're unhealthy?
They can rehab in the summer Minnesota. Where else would you want to rehab in the summer Minnesota?
Where do they go to the Mall of America, ride the roller coaster?
Oh, they go out on a lake, one of the 10,000 lakes they have out there. Minnesota's a great place to. Minneapolis is awesome this time of year.
Oh, okay. I've never been to Minneapolis in the summer.
And when baseball season is over with, they're not going to stay there. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go south where it's warm. Jeff is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Jeffrey, hello.
Hey, how you doing, Gator?
Good. How are you?
Hey. Good. About a week ago, I was watching MLB Network, and I kind of caught it in the middle of the story. But they said that they took last year's trade deadline, their top 20 guys, right? However they ranked them. And you know that only 8 out of those 20 played to their level before the trade or got better. Only 8 out of 20. the trade deadline isn't always the answer. You know what I'm saying?
No, I understand. I do understand what you're saying, and I think that would only ring true. It's a question I would have is how much of a decline did they have? Because the hot names have the hot names because they had such a great start. To think that they're going to carry on and be as good as they were, I think is probably foolish. Like I really like Eugenio Suarez. Do I think he's going to hit another 25 home runs the rest of the way?
Well, that's a lot for 50 games, but yes.
Another 18 home runs? I don't know what.
I bet you can get 15. But Jeff, would you be okay then if nothing happens? If nothing happens from here on out, are you good with that?
Well, back to what Gator just said, but if I trade for someone, I would at least want them to maintain the same level of play, right? I mean, that's your expectation, right? You don't trade in saying, okay, I'll take 10% off of what he's doing. No, you want at least to maintain the same level that they're playing.
Well, you have a lesser amount of games.
Yes, but to his point, and thanks for the call, Jeff. Interesting insight there. So that's 8 out of 20 were at least as good as they were. 12 out of the 20 had shown decline. And yeah, that's a risky run. What all I care about is the player you're acquiring going to be better than the player he's replacing on the roster, and what's expected of him. Like if you're going to add Bednar, it's not that Bednar needs to be better than Hannafy,
but he is
Bednar, right? But he is. But Bednar has to be as good as Vest,
sure.
Right?
Because
that's why you're acquiring him for that.
That's very fair.
If they were to acquire. Suarez is out of the mix, right? But had they acquired Suarez, all I would ask is that he's more productive than Zach McKinstry, or Colt Keith or whoever else is going to play third base. That's what I would ask. And maybe that's one of the reasons that they just want to back off on him because they thought the best was gotten out of Suarez to this point, and boy, was it really good. But they don't think he can keep up with that production the rest of the season. And they certainly weren't willing to part with what it took to get him as a rental player. And again, it's a philosophy thing.
The funny thing is, he, in theory, would not be a rental because you would have him and you would have exclusive bargaining rights with him. And you could have signed him to an extension if you so chose at age 34. And then you're only talking about money.
Which is something I've been talking about.
I hear you, but I care less about money than I do about prospects.
Yeah, yes. I would have. That was my whole thing. This earlier this week was if I'm going to trade for Suarez, and let's say I have to give up a good prospect to get him, like a Lorenzo, then I need to sign him to a 3-year extension.
Okay,
I'm not talking 5, and I'm talking 7. I'm talking a 3-year extension. And
how much a year? 20?
Probably more than that.
23.
Well, you're talking about a guy who's going to hit 40 home runs this year.
Also 35 to be years old. I got you.
But I'm saying, would I give him a contract? Give him a 3-year contract, probably around 25 a year.
Fair enough.
So, would that have been enough?
But
I don't know. And Tigers can still sign him this offseason.
Right. But are you starting to wonder? And it's too early. Still got I'm good like this now with you.
Are you?
5 hours and 32 minutes and 30 seconds. Mark.
There you go.
I did that.
Well
How
done.
about that?
That's pretty
We got
impressive.
that till the deadline. Are you starting to wonder, not if Harris isn't going to do anything, but man, is he one of these guys that just overvalues his prospects? He has not gotten rid of one prospect to make his team better this trade deadline. Not one.
Yeah, and good for him for not doing that because he has yet.
Team's not better yet, though.
Well, no, not yet. But like you said, 5 hours and 32 minutes. Still got time.
5 hours and 32 minutes.
When did he trade? When did he trade Flaherty last year?
I don't know, the last second, actually.
Right.
Because I was on the air, actually, and I was celebrating that move.
And the year before,
and then when did he get scammed by Erod the year before?
Right, like the last hour, right? Looked like they had a deal done, and then they didn't have the deal done. Like, what the hell just happened?
It was the last hour.
Right. So I don't expect anything to be different here. If it happens now, great, awesome. We can talk about it. But I expect this to happen literally at like 5:45.
Okay.
News trickles in.
Has to be in your mind, and I know AJ doesn't put labels on things. In your mind, he has to acquire a 7th, 8th, or 9th inning guy that can be used in high leverage for this offseason or trade deadline to be successful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it's just even if
I still need more, but
that would be like mildly successful. I'd like more. I want more. I want another bullpen arm that's going to be better than what they just added, who's not going to pitch until September. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. I got a lot of calls lined up. Let's start going through these, mowing them down. 248-539-9797. People want to talk here on trade deadline day, what the Tigers have and haven't done. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Do you think that something's going to get done here by 6 o'clock tonight? Is this team good enough right now to still compete for a World Series? We're talking with you, 248-539-9797. And Paul is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys. I'm a transplanted Detroiter, been in the Chicago area for many, many years. Ironically, and I'm forced to listen to Chicago sports radio more often than I'd like to, Cubs fans are singing, are sharing the same lament that I want to talk about, and then you guys are sharing, is that if you're in a situation where you're in a prime position of potentially win a World Series, why are you messing around with adding these guys that are in the margins? They just picked up Mike Soroka from the Nationals. That's not moving the needle for Cubs fans. I feel the same way about what we've done so far in the additions that we've made, and I'm questioning whether Scott Harris and Ilitch are on the same page.
Well, I would ask you this, Paul. Do you I mean, there's still 6 hours and 24 minutes and 30 seconds left. Do you think that they're going to add something of substance? Because I agree with you. Right now, everything is in the margins or even less.
Which is fine as long as you add something.
Right, but they got to add, exactly. They have to add something. Do you think they're going to add something here in the last 5.5 hours?
I mean, my fear is that they're not going to.
But do you think they will? Fork to your nose in a dark alley. Got a fork to your nose in a dark alley. You got to make that decision. Are they going to make a trade for substance?
I don't think they're going to, and I hope I'm wrong.
Look at that.
And I hope I'm wrong. And here's
Paulie, very quickly,
question.
if you're right, let's say he doesn't make a significant trade to help this team that should go to the World Series or could, that would be one of the most surprising thing in sports I've ever witnessed in Detroit.
And that's what they're saying in Chicago about the Cubs. They're saying the exact same thing with the position that they're in, and as good as Milwaukee's been to this point, you can't afford not to make a move if you're leading the Cubs. They're in the exact same position, although they don't have the luxury of a 9 or 8.5 game cushion like we do. It's like, if you're not going to do it now, what are you waiting for? And my question was going to be, are they putting too much stock into Jose Urquidy or?
Paul, I want to cut you off right there. I want to say you're wrong. You're wrong. We have a trade.
Oh, I had to let Paul go. Yeah.
Who do you think it is?
Are you saying the Tigers made a trade?
The Tigers have acquired a reliever.
All right, I'm not going to cheat. I mean,
he's not awful. He ain't great.
All right, who is it?
It's Kyle Finnegan, the closer for the Washington Nationals. According to Ken Rosenthal, Tigers acquiring Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals, a source tells The Athletic. Finnegan, .01 WAR, 4.38 ERA, 20 saves, 1.282 WHIP.
So he's got 32 strikeouts and 39 innings.
Had a couple saves against the Tigers too, by the way.
Yeah, this is underwhelming. If this can't be,
this is it.
No,
this is absolutely
no.
it.
Did they say who they gave up?
No, we don't know yet. No,
so
we'll find that out.
His WHIP, walks plus hits per innings pitched, in his career is 1.3. This year it's 1.282, so right close to that. His ERA this year at 4.38 is elevated from his 3.66, which is his career ERA. All right, next thing I'm just going to see if he's just got lit up a couple times to cause the ERA to be elevated.
He has.
And the answer is yes, and it was early.
Yeah, he's been damn good, actually. He gave up a run 3 outings ago. He gave up another run 10 outings ago.
This is late where he's done this. This is in July where he's
let's see. He gave up 2 runs, lost to Milwaukee against on July 12th, and then he gave up 5 runs. Wow. In fact, oh my goodness.
Yeah, he had 3 bad games in 4 outings. He gave up 3 earned runs, 5 earned runs, and 2 earned runs in those 3 outings. Outside of that, he's been really good.
Yeah, so he has a 19.29 ERA in his last 4 2/3. In that span, he has 5 strikeouts and 4 walks and 10 hits and 10 earned runs. So you're right. Outside, it seems...
In a bad few outings, outside of those bad few outings, he's been very, very good. He's not that strikeout machine that you're expecting them to acquire. That's why I don't think this is it.
I'll take it a step further, Gator. Over his last 14 innings pitched, he has a 8.36 ERA. So, again, I think this is it. I really do. I think they punted on David Bednar. I never expected two arms, even though I desperately wanted them. If you get Finnegan and you get Bednar, it's a home run for Harris. I will go to the mountains and sing his praises. But I think this is it. I think this is it, and we'll wait to see what it costs the Detroit Tigers. Not an awful pitcher by any means,
no,
but he's not that high whiff rate strikeout guy that you desperately wanted either.
That's why I still think there's room to add another, which would make sense, because the other guy they added today from Cleveland is not going to pitch until September, likely. So, and the other guy they added last night, Montero, there's nothing special about him. So, yeah, I tend to think that there's plenty of room to add another. I like that this is an upgrade over what they have.
Oh, I agree. If they add another,
it's not an
I'm
upgrade
in love.
over like Will Vest.
And I agree with you, but he's still another guy that you trust in the later innings. The bottom line is your bullpen just got better. So I give credit to Scott Harris for that. So now you're able to use Will Vest, Kyle Finnegan, Tyler Holton, and Tommy Kahnle's broken. But if you find a way to get him back in order, then you're in really good shape. If you add another one, God, you have a good bullpen now. If you don't, then at least it's better. According to Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic, he says the Tigers liked Kyle Finnegan this offseason. Now he comes to Detroit. I have no idea about the return.
Yeah, nobody has said it yet, so that'll be something that gets revealed probably in the next 5 minutes. Interesting that they've added another bullpen arm. Kyle Finnegan, who has closed out games. He said, 20 saves with Washington this year.
Yeah, I think this is it.
He's got a high ERA, but the high ERA is due to literally 4 bad outings that he's had.
The problem is it's been recently.
Well, 3 of the 4 were recent. Another one was last month, but the one last month, I think, was the only outing he had the month of June where he gave up runs.
Over his last 18 and a third innings, and this is going back to the first games in June. So this goes back to June 4th.
Yeah.
He's got a 6.38 ERA. But again, a lot of that is due
4
to
outings and
that 5-run game that he gave up.
Yeah, I mean, for the month, I think his ERA was like in the 2.6 range. Same thing for May. He's been a very good pitcher for Washington this year.
He was great against Detroit
with just a handful of clunkers so far, which all bullpen arms going to have clunkers. His really elevated his ERA. I don't think that's it.
I think it's it. I think this is a closer.
It might be. I don't think it's it.
I think it's it. But
I'll tell you this. Depending on what they had to give up to get him, once I see what the return is, I'll make my final determination if I think that's it.
I'm efforting that right now. We'll have that for you, we hope, the next segment.
Well, they have to, they have to let everybody know what the hell it was, but we shall see. We'll find out real soon what that is. 248-539-9797. Tigers adding to the bullpen.
We got an arm.
On a busy trade deadline day. The Tigers have added 3 bullpen arms in the last 15 hours. One of them of real substance. One of them we're not going to see until September, and the other one is meh. And that goes with the starting pitcher they added in Chris Paddock, who pitched yesterday for the Tigers and went 6 innings and gave up just 1 run and looked awfully good for them, even though his track record had not been awfully good. We'll discuss it next. Is it enough? I don't think it's enough. I don't think Jeff thinks it's enough, but Jeff thinks they're done. I don't think they're done. What do you folks say out there? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so apparently, this is according to Baseball Trade Values. It says today the Tigers reportedly acquired right-handed pitcher Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals in exchange for right-handed pitchers Josh Randall and RJ Sales. So both Randall and Sales have pitched in the minors for the Tigers. Randall is rated as the number 15 prospect for the Tigers. He has started 17 games in the minors this year between Lakeland and West Michigan. So he spent most of his time, about 16 of the 17 starts in Lakeland, which is low A ball, and now he's at he's pitching at West Michigan. During that time, an ERA of 3.92 with a 1.32 whip. The strikeouts per innings pitched is nothing special.
Nope.
70 and 80. 70 strikeouts and 80 innings pitched. That's what Josh Randall is. RJ Sales is a different player. He's 22 years old, pitching at Lakeland for the Tigers this year. In 16 games, he started 15 of them, 2.71 earned run average, a 1.1 whip, 66 innings pitched, and 63 strikeouts. So the numbers look better for Sales, but again, just embryonic stages of his minor league career. Is he just starting to get going this year? He was drafted last year in the 10th round by the Tigers. Josh Randall was drafted by the Tigers last year as well. He was a 3rd round pick from the Tigers last year, and that's why he's a top 15 prospect. So they traded the 15th prospect in their system,
which is fine,
to get a rental player in Kyle Finnegan, who's a former All-Star.
Yep, last year.
And has 20 saves this year.
Yep.
But it's not like Kyle Finnegan's got these numbers that blow you away.
No, but here's what I like. He's a back end of the bullpen dude that knows how to get out of a tough situation. And now you got 2 guys that could close a game, or now you got 2 guys that can pitch in the biggest moment of the game, and you throw Holton in, and that makes 3 guys. Now, I think they're done. You don't think they're done with the arms? I think this is the guy with how much Scott Harris seems to want to hang on to his prospects. Is this enough? 248-539-9797. If this is it, and by the way, Bednar is still out there, who I think is everybody's dreamboat. But if this is it, you're good, Detroit. Are you?
I look at this as this is
an upgrade for sure.
No, I think it's an upgrade, and this is where I'm going to put him in the bullpen. I think he's right there with he's between Tommy Kahnle and Will Vest. He's like a Tyler Holton type.
Well, are we still using Kahnle there?
I think Kahnle's gone downhill
Holton.
so much. But like Kahnle early in the year was amazing. For the first 2 months of the season, he was great. Holton for the first month and a half of the season or whatever was not great. But Holton's much better now.
Yeah, he's made a comeback.
So I would say for the bullpen purposes, Kyle Finnegan for the Tigers is a notch below Will Vest, but it's okay because he's better. He's better than the other options they had there. So he now becomes the other guy at the back end of games. So it's Will Vest and Kyle Finnegan.
And by the way, on one of the days that you can actually not pitch one and save one, then he can maybe close the next day. Like, it gives you so many more options. I like the pen so much more. But do you need more? I think you do. But you don't know what more is going to cost you.
No, you don't. That's the thing. But so far, the Tigers did get a rental, and it cost them their number 15 overall prospect and another player they drafted last year as well, but they drafted in the 10th round last year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I don't think they're done. I still think they're going to be in the mix for at least another player. But this is also something where we typically hear, if they are done, word will come down in the next couple hours. Like, they typically say, we are done.
Or we'll get some kind of press release that Scott Harris is going to talk at a certain time, and we'll know that he's probably done. Here's what I would say, though. The one thing he's missing, talking about Finnegan, and this wasn't the premier guy that you could have got out and got, but he's cost-effective, right? You want to watch out what you give up. You gave up your 15th best prospect.
Didn't cost him much of anything.
But he doesn't have that K whiff rate that they desperately want. It's below average, slightly, but still below average. So you do want a guy that you can bring in a big time of a ball game and strike out 2 guys. And I don't know that Finnegan's going to give you that, but still better. Better.
That's where I think Troy Melton might fit in here. But I still think the Tigers can do something else. We'll see. 248-539-9797. Gary is in West Bloomfield. Gary, welcome to 97.1.
Yeah. Well, first a shout out to Paddock yesterday. I was at the game. what a quite nice surprise to see him come out and do such a great job. So shout out to him. And I like Kwan. I think we should still go after Kwan, a 285 hitter. We're last in stolen bases.
Let me ask you that before you get into getting hot and heavy about Stephen Kwan. I'll ask you this: would you trade Max Clark or Kevin McGonigal for Stephen Kwan?
I think I would. I like the 285 average. I'm not an expert like you guys, but I think
I'm not an expert at all.
Kwan,
just
I
saying.
would trade one. I would trade Clark. Probably not McGonigal.
You would. I'm just saying that this is what was asked for when when San Diego was inquiring about Stephen Kwan. That they said that the asking price was the number 3 overall prospect in baseball. So to kind of make it apples to apples, that would be like a Kevin McGonigal or Max Clark from the Tigers to acquire Stephen Kwan.
Yeah, I'd still do it. I think like the time is now. We're looking pretty good on pitching all of a sudden. So this guy, I mean, could go lead off maybe and play center field instead of Baez. You know, that's nice, but I think he's got a lot of heart and soul like these Tigers do.
I like him a lot. I really like Stephen Kwan, and the more I think about it, though, I talk myself out of it. And thanks for the call, Gary. If I were to give Stephen Kwan a comp, is he simply what he's done? Because he's been pretty consistent in his career. But is he effectively what we see out of Zach McKinstry from this year? I'm not talking about Zach McKinstry last year. I'm talking all-star Zach McKinstry this year. Is that effectively what Stephen Kwan is? Stephen Kwan's a better outfielder.
With less versatility.
He's a
better outfielder for sure.
Because aren't they doing the same thing?
That's pretty much, yeah. They both got the same number of home runs, 9. Kwan is a better hitter for sure because the problem with McKinstry is we think it's going to go away. It's fair, though. It's fair. McKinstry's having a great season. But here's the thing that nobody talks about when you talk about Kwan, and I heard you and Doug yesterday a little bit talking about it. But let's say it happened. Fantasy world, it's not going to happen. But let's say you do make the move. Where do you put him? Because he's played 1 game in center field this year. He is a left fielder. No, you already got a left fielder in Riley Green.
I know.
You're not going to put Riley in center field every game because you're worried he's going to get hurt. So where do you put Stephen Kwan? He's never played right field. Actually, I'm sorry. He played 20 games in 22 in right field. Thing.
You got to when you want to add a position player, you start doing the juggling thing, right? And with Parker Meadows being out right now, it doesn't seem like he's going to be out for a long time. But he also wasn't hitting. He was starting to perk up a little bit, and then he got hurt again. Look, you could put Baez in center, and then you've got McKinstry at short, but that still doesn't solve the problem of adding another outfielder here because you've got Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter, and Kerry Carpenter goes to DH, but then you've got the whole experiment with Colt Keith, and he's over at third base. You want to give him at bats because, hey, look, he had 3 hits yesterday, and he's got his batting average up, and there's all types of issues that you have to figure out when you want to add someone like that. It's almost like if you were to make a crazy trade for Stephen Kwan, you almost like have to give up one of your outfielders.
You do. And you're not going to give up Riley Green, who plays Stephen Kwan's position.
No, and you're not going to give up Kerry Carpenter either.
Green is the one guy that plays every day, right? And believe it or not, like I would never ask Scott Harris to go out and trade for an outfield bat because you're set in the outfield. Like you like the ability of Kerry Carpenter playing in right field. You have multiple center fielders. You're right. He did play left field. You like Riley Green DHing or playing left field. Wenceel Perez has been great playing in right field, can throw some guys out. Now, Kwan over Green, as far as the arm is concerned, Stephen Kwan has an unreal arm. Riley Green done. But yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing, though. Like, if you're worried about giving up something, you're not going to give up something that you love for a guy that you got a guy that plays his position.
So do you kind of understand why? That's another layer into why I'm not as
I got you.
gung-ho about the whole thing.
Now, would you trade straight up? Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's we're allowed to get crazy, right?
Speculation, sure.
Getting crazy, getting nutty. Would you trade Riley Green for Stephen Kwan straight up?
No. Are you nuts?
One guy strikes out a hell of a lot. One guy doesn't.
Yeah,
but one guy has a hell of a lot more power.
It's like 100 points
higher
higher
than the other guy doesn't.
Yeah, Riley Green's OPS is 850. What's Stephen Kwan's?
I think it's 800.
750?
Let me look. Hold on. I'll find that up for you. Stephen Kwan is 758.
Yeah, thank you. Enough said. Chris is in Ypsilanti.
So
What can I someone the ticket? Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. I wanted to say that I think that a lot of Detroit sports fans, when it comes to trade deadlines, I think a lot of us are just looking at it all out of whack. And you guys just now we're touching on the point that I wanted to make, which is and I hope Cookies is listening to this because Cookies is driving me crazy. When a player is available, it's not that you're trading for the player in a vacuum. What you're trying to do, what you guys were saying, Rieger, is you're trying to improve the team. Okay, well, we can measure that improvement, and that – hold on. Hey, Dookie. Sorry, my dog. You can measure that improvement, and that's what you're buying, right? So let's put it in football terms. Let's say I'm Howie Roseman, okay? You guys are Brad Holmes. And let's say I'm having a terrible year. The Eagles are selling at the trade deadline. I'm going to put Jordan Mailata on the trade deadline, on the trade block, right?
Yep.
And I call you up, and I say, hey, look, I just got an offer from Baltimore. They're offering me a second and a first for Jordan Mailata. And I want to run it by you guys first because I think you guys are going to have a higher pick than Baltimore. All right, cool. The market is a second and a first. Jordan Mailata is better than Taylor Decker. Are you making that trade?
Yeah, I probably would.
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I
would say this, Chris. It's hard to do because you're comparing football and baseball. In football, you're just giving up draft picks. It's totally different than giving up prospects that you've already been invested in. The draft picks is a draft pick, And at some point, and thanks for the call. Unfortunately, we're up against the break here. At some point, I think we all like to hear Brad Holmes say "F them picks" and go ahead and make a giant move. But what they've done instead is reward the players that they've drafted and giving them the big contracts so they don't lose those guys, so they can keep this window of opportunity open for the next 5 years, even though it may prevent them from going out and making that one move that could go over the top. They like their core group of players so much, they think regardless of what happens externally, internally, this team is going to compete for a championship. Baseball's a little bit different. 248-539-9797, 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, Karsh isn't here. Gator's walking back in. Tigers got an arm, Kyle Finnegan, the former closer from the Washington Nationals. 20 saves, all-star last year, rental, didn't give up anything. Guy that can help you in the back end of your bullpen. Are you good, Detroit, or do you need more? Is this enough? 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number.
I want more. I don't think I'm expecting a bat to the lineup. I'm expecting another arm, and I still think that they can be involved in somebody that's got that swing and miss, that fireballer out there that strikes out 11 or 12 guys per 9 innings. That kind of pitcher. That's what I want to see. And if all they add the rest of the day, if they add nothing the rest of the day, I think for the day I might be slightly disappointed, and then it'll marinate overnight, and I'll come back and I'll say, okay, what did they actually do? They've improved the roster, but if this is all they do, it may fall short because of what other teams do. You have to keep in mind what other teams are doing as well. I'm not going to let that dictate what I do, but I will have to take a look and see, okay, what did Toronto do? What did the Yankees do? Are the Yankees going to be much better or not? I mean, the Yankees seem like they're just a mess because guys are in and out of their lineup all the time.
Sure.
But they're
and
talking
Aaron
about
Judge could be out for the season.
What?
He could be.
I don't know if I'd expect him out for the season.
Well, he's got the elbow injuries on the IL.
Yeah, but have you heard out for the season?
I've heard it speculated.
Oh.
I don't know if it's going to happen or not.
Well, it's just interesting that hearing the Yankees involved with David Bednar, it'd be a bullpen arm with the Tigers are in on, apparently, or were. I don't know if they still are. I hope they still are.
I mean, David Bednar would be fantastic. And he would be here next year as well. I don't know that they are, and I have not seen a David Bednar update since we started the show. So usually that means he about to get moved, doesn't it? And the Pirates are in a great situation because they still have multiple teams wanting their all-star closer. But are the Tigers still one of them? See, I think they're done. I think Scott Harris has protected his prospects so much. I think he loves his prospects. He went out, he got a very good arm in Kyle Finnegan, a guy that can pitch high leverage, and I think he thinks that's enough. We were told conservative approach. We were also told might get an arm. I think this is the arm. And then you hope that Melton goes to the bullpen and works out, and you hope a couple of these reclamation projects work out, and you hope some of the guys that have been underperforming in the pen work out. But I think this is it.
I don't think it's it. I don't. I have my gut tells me no. There's more in them to make a bigger run at this, to really show up the bullpen, because the bullpen has been a big issue. It's not like they just needed one arm to do it, and the other arms that they're bringing in are not proven arms. So I want the guy that's proven. Even the guy, even though Kyle Finnegan has an elevated ERA, you look deeper, he's been a much better pitcher than what that shows, because it's just literally a handful of bad outings. He's pitched in 40 games this year. And I think it's 31 of the 40 games, he's gone scoreless. So he's been very, very good. And then he's got 3 outings where it was 3 runs or more. That's why the ERA is jacked up. But his whip is also jacked up a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And he's not this great strikeout pitcher.
That's the question.
So that's why I think they're still looking for that strikeout guy.
Oh, okay. And if they do get that strikeout guy, Gator, I'll come in tomorrow because I'm working with you again tomorrow. And I know, I'm sorry. My condolences to you. And I got to be honest, man, I will scream Harris's brilliance. You go get 2 arms, and I still wanted a bat. If you don't get the bat, I don't think they're going to get the bat. The Phillies just got Harrison Bader. Is he somebody you'd be interested in? So I don't think they'll get the bat, but 2 arms to shore up this pen, I think you're back on track to have maybe winning a World Series.
Yeah, I think for fans who are holding out for the Tigers to get a bat, even with Eugenio Suarez, yes, you can make it work with the lineup. And for a third baseman, I suppose it may be an easier spot to make it work.
Yes.
But anything else is going to be difficult to try to make it work with this team because of who you're pulling out of the lineup to add a player. And if it's just a marginally better player, then why do it? You don't. So I don't think that that's in the cards for this team. But I definitely think that another bullpen arm is possible. 248-539-9797. Ethan is in Warren. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Ethan.
Hey, fellas. I'm sitting in my car here, and my brain is on the precipice of exploding.
Ooh.
I just...
That sounds dirty.
And you guys, I understand, trying to have some fun with the Stephen Kwan talk and all of that, but I mean, it just doesn't make any sense for the construction of our lineup. Our outfield is already super deep, and especially with left-handed hitters. We don't need a left-handed hitter, especially one that doesn't hit for any power. We need a guy with
Ethan, it's not happening. It's not happening.
Yeah, we're not.
No,
It's just a nugget in the span of a 4-hour show, and of course he's in the news because the Guardians might deal him.
I understand that. What I think what I would do if I was Scott Harris, I would be on the phone with every team, even guys who have term left on their deal, and yes, I'm willing to give up a higher-rated prospect for that player, i.e. a Brent Rooker or somebody like that. You need a right-handed power bat. That's why Eugenio Suarez made so much sense to go and sign for this team. You need a guy who hits from the right side. And don't sell me on, well, Wenzel Perez adds that fourth right-handed bat when you face a lefty. No. You've got 3 right-handed batters on this team who are worth anything in Spencer Torkelson, Javi Baez, and you've got Dylan Dingler. One of those 3 guys hits for power, and that's Spencer Torkelson. The other hits for no power.
Well, but you're also omitting the best one of the bunch, which the guy's hitting 333 in 84 at-bats against left-handed pitching, and that's Zach McKinstry. And this is a weird year because he's jumped up and become, the all-star that he is this year, and he doesn't have that track record other than the minor leagues, but not in the major leagues. But, I mean, Zach McKinstry hitting well above the other guys.
Problem is you can't trust him long-term.
I'm talking about adding a right-handed bat to the order. And I think for what the construction is
Ethan.
of this team.
But if you're going to do it, Ethan, if you're going to add a right-handed bat to the, and I get really
that ship
aggravated when I hear this. Yeah, it's
first done.
You have to. I think it's a move that is made in the off season, and if you're going to trade, then you're trading away somebody that's on your roster to clear out that space for that right-handed bat. And thanks for the call. I
100%
I don't
agree.
care if they hit righties or lefties, just hit.
Well, listen, I think they need a bat. I 100% agree with Ethan. The Brent Rooker example, I mean, the Athletics just signed him to a long deal. I don't think he's going anywhere. If he was, you got to give up oodles to get him. I've come to terms that you're not going to get the bat, but I need another arm. You desperately need another arm. If you didn't get the bat, which means the offense on nights ain't going to be great, especially against good pitching in the playoffs, you better make sure to shore up the rest of that pen. So I hope you're right. I hope he's not done, but I kind of feel he might be.
Yeah. Now, as a team, the Tigers hit 265 as a team against lefties. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I do think a lot of people look at that stretch, though, the 12 of 13 losses, and they say to themselves, damn, they couldn't hit lefties. Hell, they couldn't hit righties. They couldn't hit. And I think people fear that happens again in the biggest games of the season.
Well, they look at it because you see Riley Green struggles against left-handed pitching, right? He's got 2 home runs.
Well, he's a lefty, yes.
Yeah, but he's an everyday player. He's 2 home runs and he hits 224 against lefties. But he's going to play every day because he's Riley Green. Kerry Carpenter actually, he's only had 39 at bats, and it's 231 average, which isn't good, but it's better than what his career has been. But these are guys that are going to play. These are your players. So if you're going to, and they have the platoon, right? So they'll look at that. This is why someone like Andy Ibanez needs to be the Andy Ibanez we saw last year, where he was killing left-handed pitching. Ibanez, after his recent surge, is now up to 271 against lefties. But it's like they got platoon guys for that. They don't have the everyday guys for that. And yes, this is a more left-handed hitting heavy lineup, but it's also been the best team in baseball.
So, Gator, I want to give you something. The last caller is going to be pissed off. I'll give it to you anyway. According to John Morosi, we trust him. He was on the morning show today, correct?
Yes.
We love John. The Pope, they called him. He wrote 6 minutes ago, a Stephen Kwan trade today is viewed as increasingly likely, a source says.
I don't know why Cleveland wants to move him. But if some team is willing to give up a top 10 prospect in all of baseball to get him, then if I'm Cleveland, I'll move him, I guess. but I'm surprised that they'd want to, given that they've got him under team control for the next few years. He's a stud defensively. He's a good hitter. Not a great hitter. He's a good hitter. He's a really solid player. I like him a lot.
He's a great hitter minus the power. It on strike
no
out,
power.
puts the bat to ball, works a great at bat. He's a really good freaking player.
Yeah, he does a lot of those little things.
With that being said, you look at the Guardians, and yes, they're without Emmanuel Clase until August 31st, I believe it is.
Maybe
Cleveland.
Maybe the rest of his career.
Maybe. Who knows, right? Who knows what he did? Cleveland is 2.5 games out of a wild card spot.
Yeah.
2.5 games out of a wild card spot. So do you really want to trade away Steven Kwan? Jose Ramirez is locked up for a long time. You would infuriate your fan base. You can trade Kwan at the winter meetings if you so desperately want to trade him away. I don't buy that he's getting moved.
If you have a big piece to move it in the offseason when every team in the league has a chance to go for it, as opposed to only the teams that are in contention. That's my view on that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Lions actually play tonight. We haven't even mentioned the Lions.
Who cares? Hall of Fame game.
We'll bring them in a little bit, but we're definitely going to keep people up to date what's happening with the trade deadline in Major League Baseball as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, we mentioned the Lions are playing tonight, the Hall of Fame game down in Canton against the Chargers. I mean, aside from Hendon Hooker, what are we really looking for in this game? I look. Well, yeah, just stay healthy. But I mean, the starters aren't really playing. But I want to see from the backups. I'm looking at the offensive line, and I want to see that offensive line open up holes for the backup running backs because it's the backups here, right? I want to know that the backups are capable of stepping in case we see some injuries, because Lord knows we saw plenty of injuries last year. But specifically with the offensive line, because the Lions are going with basically, 3 new starters on the interior. And we know we're not going to see Tate Ratledge play. I doubt we see Glasgow play. Is Mahogany going to play tonight at the other guard position? I don't know. But that's the area where I'm looking at tonight, Jeff. I want to see how these offensive linemen do. I don't think we're going to be able to glean anything from the coordinators of what type of defense they're going to look like or offense, because it's preseason. It doesn't matter. It just matters that you stay healthy.
Hooker, for sure. I want to see what Hendon Hooker can do, and I thought it was a little startling last year when Bridgewater was picked up right before the playoffs, and you wonder, well, do you even have a backup quarterback at all? As far as everything else, Gator, I got to be honest with you, and you might laugh at me, you might judge me. I am a starter slappy. So while you guys are all about, and I've heard people say this too, I just want to see how the backup linebacker position works out. I want to see who's better, Ahmad Hassanin or Al Quandin Mohammed. Like, I'll watch, I'll glean whatever I can, and I'm going to move on. It's preseason exhibition football, and the starters all played the other day in a scrimmage at Allen Park. So I'm excited just to see football again, but you just can't take much from it. I'll tell you this though, like Hassinin, the 6th round draft pick, I'm eager to see what he looks like, how big.
The assassin.
Isaac, I like that. That's good. Isaac Tesla. I don't know. Does he drive a Tesla? Should get one. I'm interested to see what he looks like. Other than that, I mean, you tell me. Tyleek Williams isn't going to play.
No.
Tate Ratledge isn't going to play.
No.
What about Giovanni Manu?
Yeah,
Be interested to see what he can do.
Offensive line. I want to see the offensive line and these backups there.
Maybe 3 guys.
You brought up the assassin, which I want to see, and Tesla's another one. Sure.
What about Broderick Martin? He feels like a guy hanging on, trying to make this team.
Well, make some kind of impression. And, the question I always have going into a game is who's the player we're going to be talking about the next day? And it's a preseason game. So it changes. Like the regular season, it's like, okay, this starter will be talking about how great Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be because it's a great matchup for him against this bad rush defense. But for this preseason game, it's harder to predict. I imagine we're all going to be talking about Hendon Hooker tomorrow.
I would agree. I would
have
agree.
A lot of Hendon Hooker talk and a lot of Detroit Tigers trade deadline
right, and what
talk.
Scott Harris did. I do wonder, though, like you as a football fan, take the job away. Forget about the job. Is this a game for Lions fans where you have to be in front of your TV? Like, you tell the wife, sorry, honey, I'm busy for the next 3 hours. You don't go out. You watch the game. Is this game, knowing there's going to be no starters, is this game that you must watch? Now, we watch them all, but we're Lions fans, so we watch them all. But I have very little eagerness for this game. You know what I mean? I am glued to Twitter about like what's going to go on at the trade deadline. Tigers aren't playing today. I'm going to go do a little golfing after the show. Like, I'm going to watch tonight, but my level of excitement isn't what it used to be for preseason football.
One other Lions note before we get back into the discussion about the Tigers. Field Yates has tweeted this out. It says the Lions recently adjusted the contract of linebacker Alex Anzalone for this season.
Oh.
They added $250,000 to his $6 million base salary, which they also guaranteed, plus incentives to increase his potential earnings to more for this year. Now, what it doesn't say is what those incentives would raise it up to, but I've been advocating that the Lions pay Alex Anzalone more for this year. Free agent at the end of the season. He's deserving of higher pay. He's like the heart and soul of this team's defense. Team loves him. The guy played with a broken arm last year and came back. I love that. And he is woefully underpaid for that position. I get that it's awesome to have guys like that because you're getting bargains. But for a team that's like $48 million under the cap, I think you could increase his pay a little bit. So I'm hopeful that the incentives are enough to make him happier?
That's the big question. Is he happy? If he's happy, I'm happy. Because they're not going to extend him.
No, it's clear they're phasing him out. I mean,
And
they've already
Jack
talked
Campbell's
about
the
Jack
guy.
Campbell as
Yes.
being, this is Jack Campbell's defense and all that. And, they brought in Zach Cunningham, and I don't know if Zach Cunningham necessarily pushes Alex Anzalone, but it's just having another veteran linebacker in camp. And who knows if he makes a team when all is said and done.
No,
but I'd like to have a happy Alex Anzalone because I think he's been a great Detroit Lion for the last 3 seasons.
By all accounts, everything we hear about the Lions, whether it was Adarius Smith and him coming over from Cleveland or whether it's Alex Anzalone, they treat guys the right way. So they didn't have to do this, but they decided to do it, give Alex Anzalone a little something more to be happy about. I dig this move. Hopefully he's happy, and this is the last we hear of it. And, you go win a Super Bowl, give him a statue. And then he goes on to a different team.
248-539-9797, a telephone number. Jonathan is calling from Delaware. Jonathan, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. How are you doing this afternoon?
All right.
What's up, Jonathan?
So I'm a Nats fan and a Lions fan. First, I am going to talk about the Nationals. I thought the Nationals should have given up the Tigers a little bit more. They also should have given up Nathaniel Lowe as well. If the guys needed another first baseman or /DH. And for the Lions, I will be glued to the TV. I want to learn about our offensive lineman, Tristan Colin. He's a center. I want to know how he's going to do this year. But the Nationals, back to the Nationals, to the Tigers, Kyle Finnegan, we also should give up Nathaniel Lowe as well.
I got to let you go. I can't understand what you're saying. Do you understand any of that?
I understood some. He's a Nats fan. He's a Lions fan. And he thought the Nats should have got more for Kyle Finnegan.
Okay, I couldn't.
That's what I got.
I don't know if it was his phone was kind of
I don't know.
breaking up in and out.
Call back. See if it's better.
Or not.
Oh, no.
What?
Gator.
What?
That's not very nice.
What? I'm just saying.
Call back and see if your phone's better. We'll let Jake decide.
Do we need to hear?
Or Kenny.
Kenny's there. Do we need to hear more about Nats fan?
Well, I was curious what he had to say about Finnegan.
Perspective of Finnegan?
Yeah. Finnegan begin again.
Lead with
Every time I hear Finnegan, I think of that movie Cocktail.
We're talking about the trade.
You're mean.
I'm not mean.
You're mean. I mean, Kenny put the guy through. He
What, you want to go Coughlin's Law? Is that what you want to do because of Finnegan's?
Oh, there you go.
Cocktails and Dreams and all that. I know it, dude. I've seen the movie.
Fantastic.
I know what's up.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
Finnegan was kind of a jerk.
Maybe
Kinda
I was
stabbed him in the
mean.
back.
Maybe not. I don't know. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. You really think I was mean?
I do. I think you're mean to that young man, and I think you owe him an apology. Go ahead. Apologize.
For what?
Being mean.
I don't think I was mean.
I think you were. Jake, was he mean?
I said I couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, but then I said call back. Connection. You gave him the benefit of the doubt. You said the phone connection. I said call back. We'll get it sorted out. And you're like, or not. Yeah. Very passive aggressive.
Other people on hold that want
very
want
sarcastic.
To talk to us.
Just mean.
Oh, I'm just saying. DJ's next up. DJ's my man. DJ, was I being mean?
What up, Doe?
No. What up, Doe, fam? Y'all all right? No, man. You wasn't being mean at all, man.
Thanks,
You just couldn't get the connection. No, I don't think you was being mean. And Rieger cleaned it up, even if you were, and said call back. So that's all fair.
That's right.
Yeah, I said.
What's going on,
Let's
Tej?
get to it, fellas.
Hey,
it's
man.
Football season.
I know.
Football season. Man, I'm ecstatic. So this is why I called you guys, man. I'm really wanting to see Gianni Manu because, I'm an offensive line guy, man. And I think that's the core of this team. I just want to see how much he's improved and how much he can help us if somebody goes down. I'm also looking forward to seeing the defensive end because I'm a lot like Rieger. I don't take a whole lot in the preseason, but I do want to see guys to see if they can at least play or show some flash of talent. And then lastly, I'm pretty much throwing the towel in on Broderick Martin. In three preseasons, I've seen absolutely nothing that shows me he's ready for a regular season. What's you guys' opinion?
I mean, I want to see something. I want to see something out of this.
Broderick?
Yeah, it's an investment they made. A hired, they actually, if I'm not mistaken, they moved a lot to get him.
Yeah,
in draft capital, a lot of switching around and maneuvering to acquire this guy, and they've done a lot of that over the years with Brad Holmes. I'm not sure if it's Brad Holmes' Achilles heel is looking at the defensive lineman because he hit on Ali McNeil for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the others are up in the air. Pascal and Wingo and Broderick Martin, Unzarike. There's a lot of misses in there too, and some of those guys still have a chance to prove themselves. But Martin is another one that just how does he not get on the field?
I've kind of given up on Broderick. I'm just going to be honest. But DJ, I got a question for you. If you had to choose, not from this game, but from the exhibition season, the preseason training camp, all over, would you rather the defense look great, killing quarterbacks like they did in that scrimmage? Hutch had like 3 sacks, or would you rather have the offensive line and the offense look great? You only get to choose one. Which one would you rather excel early in the season?
The offensive line, without question, the offensive line, because that is literally the engine to our team. I mean, look at it. Even with the defensive line basically decimated to unprecedented states even for football, the offensive line carried us to 15-2 because they allowed Jared Goff to be what he was, a very good quarterback. They allowed Jahmyr Gibbs to have running lanes. They allow us to win games. So without question, I want that offensive line. Without question. And one more thing, just to go by what he said, at least with those other guys, and as Enrique, Pascal, they've showed us at times they can at least play. Broderick Martin gets in the game like he can't play. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm going Tyler. I'm talking about they at least show us they can play.
Yeah,
he's only like he can play.
And he's got a golden opportunity to show he's got this this spring with these injuries still mounting with the Lions. So we'll see what he does, DJ. Thanks for calling, man.
Name for you two. Last name for you guys. Tesla. I think Tesla is our fourth receiver, but from what I've been seeing in camp, I think he's going to end up being our third. That's it.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call as always.
No, I mean, Isaac Tesla is interesting, isn't he? Because I think we all said, well, you traded up for this guy, and this guy at Arkansas didn't even pop on film. And now you've seen him in training camp, and the Lions do a good job of tweeting out the videos of various players doing stuff in the scrimmages here. I mean, Tesla has already made some pretty damn impressive catches, and he's quick, and he seems to get separation. I agree. I mean, I'm kind of excited about Isaac Tesla, and I drive a Tesla, so maybe he will too. Maybe he can get me a discount, referral rate.
Yeah, I think he pronounced it because there's an extra A in there. Tesla.
Yeah, he can drop that.
He can afford to drop it.
I mean, come on, Dan Miller. Dan Miller can work with Tesla. Oh, Tesla down the line. That's a Cybertruck. I mean, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
Maybe you should stop.
I probably should.
Maybe just stop.
He needs to work something out with Tesla, though, right?
I mean, does he?
I don't know. Like some people hate Teslas.
I
I drive one and I get flipped off at least twice a week. Just randomly, I'm driving down and people just flip me off. My daughter was in the car. She's like, "Daddy, I think that guy flipped you off." I'm like, "Yeah, driving a Tesla."
I mean, in fairness, that might happen if you drove a Dodge.
Oh, it's just a me thing. You're saying?
I'm saying it might be.
Well, you are just mean in the
that's
1 o'clock
me.
hour.
That is mean.
Oh, that's mean.
That's part's mean.
So you got Gator hanging up on collars. He's ripping on me.
That I'll apologize for. That was mean. I'm sorry.
Rieger, I thought you were talking about your wife there, flipping you off twice.
Oh, yeah, you knew it was her. Yeah. You got me.
That can happen.
She flips me off in the house.
Wow.
Yeah, so I get flipped off on the road and in the house.
Man.
You got to be tough to live in Canton.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Yeah.
Sorry to cut you out there. I waited all show to ask you this. You excited about Saturday? You versus me in a grudge match for all to see? And when I say all, I mean...
Our foursome?
Our foursome. It's you versus me. If I beat you in golf, it's our station outing on Saturday, then you have to make a video with me and just admit that I'm better than you.
That's not what the bet was.
It wasn't?
No.
What are you talking about?
That would have made sense. That's why I was laughing
I'm
hysterically.
sorry that I suck just as bad as you do.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, but you got to say that. I'm fine with that. I get to interview you a little bit, though. If I lose, I have to drink beer from a shoe.
That's right. Your golf shoe.
Wait, does it have to be the one I'm wearing?
Yeah.
Oh, it does. I'm going to buy new ones. I'm putting like a plastic liner in there. Have you done the shoot the boot?
Several times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you feel sick afterwards? Or does the alcohol kill all that stuff?
It's a beer. Why am I going to feel sick about
I'm worried about
slamming
I
a beer?
got some really gross feet.
Well, that's your problem.
Like if I accidentally...
I'm not drinking beer out of your shoe.
I know if I swallow some fungus or something from my own shoe, I could have some
you're
issues.
likely to swallow some fungus. You're likely to do that.
You don't have fungus on your toes, though.
I didn't say that. I just said you're likely to swallow fungus from your feet.
But you felt okay in the days after.
Felt fine.
Okay. Well, I'm worried that I'm going to be the first guy to lose at golf, then drop dead because I shoot the shoe.
Shoot the boot. We call it the boot. Yes, technically it's a shoe. I think you'll be fine.
Okay. Shoot the shoe sounds better.
Yeah. Look, when you have to do this, I can help talk you through. I mean, you can do it right there on a spot, which is great. I appreciate
when
you doing
I have to do this, he says. God, somebody's cocky.
Well, I'm a better golfer than you. That's fine.
How confident are you that you beat me?
Pretty confident.
Give me a percentage.
I don't give percentages. I just feel pretty confident.
1 to 10.
It's supposed to be. Here's what I like about what I'm really looking forward to on Saturday. It's going to be gorgeous.
No, 79.
The weather is supposed to be like 80 degrees, low humidity. It's a beautiful course we play at. Fine folks over at Oakhurst do a great job. It's awesome, and the whole outing that we do with the station it's a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to the whole day. So
if I beat you, will that be one of the more surprising things that has happened this year in your mind?
This year?
Yes.
No.
Oh, okay. See,
I'm not good. I'm just better than you are.
I got a chance.
That's all.
But you won't be if I beat you.
Well, if you beat me this one time, then you'll have beat me this one time.
I'll be just as bad as you.
I will suck just as bad as you do if you beat me.
Yeah.
That's the bet. But
you realize I've been going to the range like every day.
Yeah, how's that working for you?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Pretty good.
When'd you play last?
Reminded myself to turn. I played on Sunday, shot a 47 on 9.
You played 9 holes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd you play?
Lion Oaks.
Okay.
Last time I played 18, I shot a 94 at Washtenaw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think I need to shoot to beat you?
I don't know. It's a tough course out at Oakhurst.
It is.
I don't know. What's the best you've ever shot out there?
99, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, last year. You shot a 98, I shot a 99.
Yeah, that's right. And I threw out my back in the morning before
there's always an excuse.
That was fun.
Always an excuse.
And I still beat you.
Always an excuse.
I'd be happy. I'd be happy if I shot in the low 90s out there.
Oh, this is great.
Saturday.
You are so confident. I said I shot a 99, which is horrendous, and you're like, really? I like this. I like my chances. For the one time in my life, I'm going to have some self-esteem. I'm going to have some self-confidence. I'm going to bet on myself. One time.
Look, you can have that for the next 2 days, and then we play on Saturday.
Well, we're playing in the same foursome, so you think you're going to be up early, or you think I'm going to be able to hang around?
I don't care about you. I care about how I'm playing.
I like that. I don't care about you either.
I mean, you're not.
Except for at the end.
You're not in my cart.
You do realize that if I do beat you, I'm going to be rather unbearable.
How does that change? Are you not already unbearable?
If you punch me because of stuff I say after I beat you, I'm going to file charges.
Why would I punch you?
I can be pretty unbearable.
You're unbearable as it is.
You've been my motivation for like a month.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that I would be unbearable to you when I beat you?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
You think I would even mention this?
Yeah, I think you would.
This wouldn't even get a mention on Monday's show.
Well, I'm not asking you to talk about it on the radio.
You think I talk about it with everybody in the building? Hey, did you see I just whooped Rieger's ass?
I mean,
did my 8 strokes?
Oh, see, so I'm nothing to you. I'm insignificant to you.
No, the game
my
of
rage
golf
is growing.
The way I view golf, it's a recreational activity. I enjoy it. And yes, I'm competitive with it, but I'm not the kind of guy that gets in your face after I win.
Well, I'm not going to get in your face during. On the off chance that I do win, I might be a little unbearable. That's all. I'm just giving you a warning.
Gator, you're living rent-free in this man's head right now. Rent-free. There's no shot you lose this.
I'm not concerned.
Okay.
If I lose, oh damn. Then I have to go on a video with Jeff and say I suck just as bad as he does.
Oh, that's going to be one of the prize moments of my life. Like getting married, having a kid, and Gator saying I suck just as bad as you do.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's really
dragging somebody into your level. That's
really
what
all
you've
I'm looking
effectively
for.
done if you win. It's a big if, but hey, I'm glad you feel confident.
No, you're confident.
Yes, I am. I am, and that's fine.
By the way, everybody in this building has your back. I've done an informal poll. I've done an informal poll. Just in passing, I'll just work up a conversation with somebody. And by the way, speaking of Gator, I'm playing him in golf on Saturday. Who do you think wins? And I think everybody, with the exception of my daughter, has said, you.
I've had more people come up to me in the last 2 days. And this includes like yesterday at the baseball game.
Oh.
Because there were a lot of people up in the suite. We were watching the game after we finished the show. And yeah, I've had lots of people come up to me and say, you got to beat him, right? Like, I don't have to do anything, but I feel confident, We'll see how it works.
18th hole. I'm up by 2 strokes. What are you feeling? Go ahead. Tell me. We tee off.
I'll probably be miserable that my game has been that bad.
Oh, God forbid my game is that good.
I don't think your game's going to be that good. It would be a case of my game is that bad that I play to your level.
If I shoot a 94, do I beat you?
You could.
Okay.
I don't think you should shoot a 94 at that course. It's a tough course.
Quick ticket text, Gator. Play for bogey. Hang the 90 to 92. Rieger will be stressing the match all day and hang a 105. You're welcome. I'll beat 105. I've already made multiple bets. I made a bet with Evan, and I think many people are. Kenny's in on this. That if I throw my club or shout the F word at the top of my lungs, I owe them each $10.
And it should also probably cost him a stroke if he does that.
No. But if I'm very civilized while I'm playing, I win the bet. So that's easy $20. I guarantee I'll win that bet. I'm not the guy you remember, Gator.
Okay.
I've matured.
All right. You got Trump's caddy working with you too? See that video of him
I
playing
tried to hire
golf?
that guy, actually.
Dropping the ball right
That's
there.
amazing, by the way. It was so blatant.
It's so blatant. And yeah, that's the only time it's happened.
Did you see Trump tee off at the opening of his new course?
Yeah.
Now, was that a good drive or a bad? I couldn't tell.
I saw one where I don't know.
I thought it was down the fairway.
All right. I could go on forever about his golf game, but it's fun. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We're going to wrap things up with looking at the Tigers trade deadline here. They got 10 minutes or so left with our show, but I still think something's going to happen. We'll see if Jeff's feelings have changed at all as we continue here at 97.1 The Ticket.
Gator, people want us to stream this golf on Twitch. I don't know that that's going to happen.
No, that's awful. What do we have a film crew?
That'd be cool. I did hear some rumblings that if it's close on 18, somebody might go Instagram Live.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. 18's a tough hole there.
It is. 17's tough hole.
17's fun. 18's tough. 18's a long par 5.
Yeah, need a good drive. Got to go over the water.
You got to realize it's a 3-shot hole, and it's about getting close with that approach without getting to they got rocks up there.
Got to stay out of the sand traps on the right.
And you know, it's an elevated green. It's tough.
Yeah.
18's
Let's go.
tough.
Can't wait. Are you excited? I'm excited.
It's going to be a beautiful day. I just hope you don't ruin it with your mouth being so loud.
Well, I'm going to be loud for sure. But I'm not going to talk crap unless I'm winning. Like, if I have a 2-putt to win it, I'll talk smack. If I'm up 5 strokes at the very end and the ball's already I'll talk smack probably, yeah. But, I mean, the odds of that happening, probably not going to be great.
Your dreams are fantastic.
I love how confident you are. Yeah. You haven't thought about this once, did you?
No.
At no point, like when you were in Vegas, right? Were you just in Vegas?
Yeah.
At no point did you ever just have a thought, even though you got rid of it quickly, enter your brain, and it was a horrifying thought of me beating you in golf.
No, never didn't even think of it once. When I was in Vegas, I thought...
I picture you in the ball every time I hit it.
It was 100 degrees out there, which was 15 degrees colder than what it was last year when we went. And
that sounds awful.
It wasn't. It was beautiful. It was great. I said, yeah, this was a trip that maybe I could have brought clubs and played golf on. But I didn't. And even when I thought that, did I think about the golf outing we're having on Saturday? No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Because what I think about on Saturday is I'm going to go out and play golf.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's it.
I mean, I'm going to go play golf after this. It's fun.
That's good.
It's something to look forward
sounds
to.
like fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. By the way, somebody says, guys, I would show up and video it all for the stream for free. Should we hire that guy?
No. It's, no.
Direct message me, sir. I'm actually thinking about hiring somebody like in Happy Gilmore and Happy Gilmore 2. Have you seen Happy Gilmore 2?
Not yet.
I liked it. It's good nostalgia. Good cameos. You know, in the Happy Gilmore 1, the You Suck guy?
If you're going to ruin anything for the movie, then I will hit you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. I said Happy Gilmore 1. Yeah. You know the guy, hey, Gilmore, you suck.
Right. Yeah.
I'm thinking about hiring a guy to do that to you when you're about to take a shot.
Well, that'll work well for you if you do that.
Hey, Gator, you suck.
That'll go ahead and do that and see what happens. FAFO, my friend. Go ahead.
What does that mean? FAFO. Should I know that acronym?
You really should.
Kenny, do you know that acronym? What is it? Tell me.
It's mess around and find out, except the first one is...
Oh, I got you.
You go.
It's the F word.
You got
instead of M. Yeah, I got you. No, I'm too cheap to hire somebody. Well, he's giving me the death stare right now.
He's too cheap.
I'm way too cheap to hire somebody to screw you up.
Yeah.
I'm ready. God,
it hasn't stopped you before from writing checks at your mouth.
That is true. I'm historically a guy that speaks a lot of smack, and not once in my lifetime have I been able to back it up. I'm hoping this is the first time.
Right. All right. So we've got 4 hours and 6 minutes left here before the trade deadline. Do you think that the Tigers are going to do anything else? You're convinced they're done, or do you think there's a possibility they can still get something? They're going to still get something else.
All right. To be fair, I'm perusing all the guys in the know to make sure I'm not missing anything before I answer. And I think they're done. I do. I think Scott Harris was not in favor of giving away big time prospects or even mid prospects. So I think he got Finnegan, who is a reliable closer, who definitely is needed in the Tigers bullpen. And I think that's it. I really do. I think he loves the price because it was, the 17th best prospect in...
Their 15th prospect, according to MLB.com, was Josh Randall, and then another player, RJ Sales, another pitcher. 2 pitchers they drafted last year.
Okay, so he likes the price. Yeah, I think he's done. I don't think, from what we've learned about Scott Harris in the last couple of days, it seems like the asking price for a Bednar is going to be obscene. And while he still might be interested, I just don't know that he's going to cough up the prospects to get a guy like that. So I think he's done. I do. I think Rico said he was done yesterday. I disagreed. I think today he's done. You disagree, though.
Yeah, I think there's still going to work something out. I'm hopeful they work something out. I think that the price might go down as the hours tick away. And if Pittsburgh's being ridiculous for their asking price, at some point they're going to realize it and they're going to come back to the table and say, all right, how about this or in this? And then they've got a decision to make. But if it stands the way it is right now, I mean, there have been some crazy asking prices. Some teams have actually given in to it. Padres did. They gave it the third prospect in all of baseball to acquire Mason Miller, who's really good, but that's a big price to pay. But it's a guy who's under team control. He's a really good pitcher. What's coming up this afternoon, fellas? Got Stoney and Rico in?
A little of this, a little of that. Hopefully something happens. Hopefully you're right, Gator. Unfortunately, I hate agreeing with Rieger, but
everybody hates agreeing.
I think they're done as far as, especially Bednar. Because
Rieger, you're saying they're done now?
I think they're done now. Yes,
because
I think they're done. Unless they get another reclamation project, which I mean, I think they're done.
I don't really count those, but
right. Okay. So I think they're done. I don't think they're going to get another high leverage guy.
I think Bednar's going to the Yankees.
I agree with you. Now, I hope we're wrong.
Yeah, so do I.
I hope he's a Tiger because if you add another high leverage guy to that pen, damn, talk about a strength.
But the problem with him going to the Yankees is the Yankees apparently are very reluctant to give up their prospects.
Yeah, but their number one prospect, I think. I mean, it's not going to take that to get a guy like David Bednar.
No. They do have, I think 3 guys. I was checking MLB pipeline.
Yeah, they think 3 guys in the top 100.
Yes.
And then the 4th guy in their system, according to MLB.com, is actually literally their number 1 prospect.
Right.
But they're not giving him up. So they're going to give up George Lombard. They're going to give up there's the guy Schlitter. Careful.
Well, see, that's the What now? See, that's the thing, though. That's the beauty of it, and that's kind of the infuriating thing.
Can you
the
imagine
Tigers have the
Schlitter?
best
Can you
system.
imagine, by the way, if Schlitter goes to Pittsburgh, he could do ads for Sheets. Schlitter and Sheets. That'd be a great little.
Remember, if Charlie Furbush was still in the league, you could have Furbush and Schlitter.
Yeah, that's true.
You
Good
did
point.
this.
I didn't mean to.
Stoney's here.
You did this.
I did not mean
to. You know
to.
what? Rieger and Stoney up next from 2 to 6.
No. I already went with Gator. No, it's Rico.
What else you got to do with your life?
I got stuff today.
What?
I'm preparing. I'm doing my Rocky montage to prepare for a match against Gator that he is so confident he's going to win.
I'm so sick of. When is this match going to
Saturday.
I'm so sick of hearing about this. Nobody loves talking about their golf game more than Jeff Rieger. Gator. NIL package if you go out there and beat them.
All right.
Okay? You name it. It's lunch.
Rico, I thought we were friends.
We are. I'm tired.
You have a funny way of showing it.
Monday, lunch, yours if you beat Rieger.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's nice of you. I'll accept
Rieger,
it.
you breaking news. You're looking like there's something about to happen here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the ticket text. Usually when we get a ticket text, I want to check it on social media before I say it. But we did get a ticket text that says the Yankees are close on Bednar.
Yeah, we said that.
I must have not thinking about Gator playing golf.
You're talking about your golf game.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Great. Well, we'll hand things over to you guys for the next 4 hours. We'll see if the Tigers do anything else.
Come on, we got football tonight here.
And there's, I guess, football tonight too.
Yeah, Anzalone got a pay raise?
Ish.
Question mark?
Well, you don't know what the incentives are.
Well,
but yes,
no,
yes.
it came out. So
Yes.
we'll talk about that next.
Sounds good. 97.1
Bye.
The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builders for Source. The MLB trade deadline just 4 hours away. The biggest move the Tigers have made thus far is for Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. He's logged 20 saves and 26 chances and holds a .438 ERA. 2 minor league pitchers head to the Nats in return, including their number 15 farmhand Josh Randall. Detroit also acquired righty reliever Paul Sewald from Cleveland. He has a .470 ERA in 18 appearances this year. Eugenio Suarez probably still the biggest name that has been dealt, as the Mariners acquired him last night. He's expected to be in the lineup today already as well. According to MLB Network insider John Paul Morosi, a trade for Guardians outfielder Stephen Kwan is increasingly likely, and the Dodgers are one team interested. The Blue Jays landed starting pitcher Shane Bieber. He's yet to start a game in the big leagues this season after Tommy John surgery, but he has been appearing in rehab starts. The Twins also sent outfielder Harrison Bader away. According to ESPN's Field Yates, Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone has received an adjustment to his contract. He gets $250,000 tacked on to his $6 million base salary. He also now has additional incentives. The Lions will start preseason action tonight against Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Pregame coverage at 7 right here on The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. It's the Valenti and Rico show. Mike is somewhere in New York rooting for a horse, probably betting on a horse, or just horsing around. And I'm Stoney in for him. We got Kenny Cott. We got David Hull. And that bugle means there's 3 hours and 55 minutes and 45 seconds left of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We will be updating as we go along. Rico, what's going on?
What's happening, Stoney?
How are you?
I'm good, man. Anxious to see what the next 3 hours and 56 minutes bring along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See if there is that trade that will pacify Tigers fans and become blockbuster.
Mm-hmm.
But
don't think so.
They've done more than what I thought they were going to do. They've exceeded my expectation.
It's like yesterday. I knew they were going to do something. David insisted that they didn't. And after their first 2 moves of the deadline, I'm not even talking about Paddock, but the deadline where they get former Brave or stalwart Montero, because you can never have enough Monteros on your team. And then you find out that they get Sewald. I was sitting there saying, you know what, David, although he was wrong, I kind of wish he was right. He would have been better off.
Montero and Sewald.
You were wrong because you said they weren't going to do anything.
Montero,
they haven't done anything.
I laughed with Montero because Stoney was asking, what about the Braves? I was like, Stoney, the Braves feel like this is a one-year aberration. I think they lost another 1-run game last night.
Yes.
10th inning. It's like 1-0. That's just their bad luck. So they basically got a reclamation project. This is Fetter. If you can fix Montero, go for it. And if it works, it's a very low risk, high reward.
Yeah, it's kind of like what they've been doing, kind of like what they got with Chris Paddock, and he looked good yesterday. And then, you find out they get Paul Sewald from Cleveland. See, they make trades in division, who has a .470 ERA this year. Now, he hasn't pitched that many games. And I was like, really? And he's injured, and he's not going to be ready till September. And it's like, okay, well.
Didn't understand that.
Didn't understand it. What the hell? Another reclamation project, possibly. But today they actually did something, and I know he's not as good as he was last year. But Kyle Finnegan is a legitimate major league reliever. He's done some closing in the past. He's been okay. His ERA doesn't stand out, 4.38, obviously. And his strikeout, he doesn't strike out that many guys. He's not a whiff and miss guy. But if you're going to degrade him for that, that's fine. But then you have to upgrade Montero, because who does have a really good strikeout. He has a good swing and miss ratio. The problem with Montero is he's walks a lot of guys, and that's what you kind of wanted, the Tigers kind of like to
avoid.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, 31 strikeouts, 21 walks. I mean, they're supposed to be the kings of we demand the strike zone, right?
So they say, Stoney.
Yeah. So look, is the bullpen, is the team better now than it was 24 hours ago, 36 hours ago, with the acquisitions of Paddock, Montero, Sewald, and Finnegan? Yes. But really, when you saw that the best reliever out there yesterday, because Clase obviously can't be picked up by anybody.
Well, you can, but
yes, right. He's not going to play.
The feds.
Yeah, right. The jail, the longest yard of baseball. That team would be good. Like the Phillies getting Duran from Minnesota. What the Tigers wouldn't do, and Philly did, and whatever. They traded their fourth and fifth best prospects, which were top 100 guys. Two guys who were both in the top 100, and the Tigers either didn't want to. It's possible. It's all, look, a lot of things we won't know about, and I don't think Scott Harris will tell us when he speaks. Minnesota had no problem trading in the division with the Tigers with Paddock, but they might have felt differently about Duran. And I don't know, did the Tigers want to trade their fourth and fifth best prospects? No, and I wouldn't want them to trade both of them. I would have traded one of them, possibly, because they'd have control over him for the next few years. Kind of like with, Bednar. I'd be doing that because you have control of them for 1 year. I would trade one of them, but I wouldn't trade both of them like Philly did. But that's Dave Dombrowski. He doesn't care about prospects. So, and then the other big trade, was Suarez. And I look and I'm trying to figure this out because what Arizona got from Seattle for Suarez was not that great. They ended up being on Arizona's list now because they came from Seattle. They're 6th, 20th, and I believe 22nd best prospects according to the pipeline.
It's never a good look when you see the asking price and you're like, wait, I would have paid that had I known that was the price.
Correct. Yes. Now, maybe because two of those were pitchers, the Tigers really didn't have any young pitchers to give except for Melton, and maybe the Tigers didn't want to trade him for a rental.
And that was the price, Sony, all the time. Arizona said, hey, we want young arms.
Right.
You got young arms. We're listening. Tigers are offering positional players. We need arms.
Yeah.
And Seattle came through. Suarez is now back in Seattle.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. We will be, updating as we go. And there's still going to be, it always comes down to the end anyway, not just with the Tigers.
So you still think they need a major move, or this team, if they stood pat right now, is this team good enough to win something?
Well, determine what you mean by good enough to win.
Win a World Series. Make the World Series.
Probably not.
Win the American League.
No. Yeah. Sewald's the difference, right? He's the complete difference with his roster. We're going to now beat the Dodgers.
No, but here's my question.
You know what? I really wish the second deck was on here.
No, but let me ask you a question. Seriously, though, because it's once you get there, are they any worse than they were last year? Aren't they better than they were last year?
They are. So that's the question I'm asking. Yeah.
So they were 6 outs basically away from getting to the ALCS last year. So I mean, so yeah, they can, but I don't think they will. If you ask me,
you feel like they need more?
Yes, they need another reliever, and I wish there was a bat out there they could get, but I don't think there is.
You disappointed if nothing happened?
A little bit. I'm a little disappointed.
Okay.
I mean,
I just want to know if the people agree with Stoney, because I think, to me, they exceeded what I thought they were going to do.
Really?
Stoney, I was expecting just nothing much, and they went out and got a couple of young arms, but you got another decent arm to put in the bullpen. You didn't add a bat, but it's more than what I thought they were going to do, because I just thought they were going to protect their farm system,
and you
matter what.
You got 4 guys that are on their last year of their deals too. So
all rentals.
Yes, all rentals. So Scott Harris, I think what we've learned so far is that Scott Harris is not willing to part with really good prospects for rentals. And he's not alone. There's a lot of GMs that feel the same way.
But that's why I said, Kyle Finnegan was like, okay, that's not just reclamation project.
Right.
That's actually somebody you can use.
Oh yes, absolutely. He'll be. To me, he's as good as Will Vest, right? If not better.
Yeah. I mean, now you can go ahead and situationally and put him somewhere. Yeah, I thought it was like, man, are they really going to bring in Justin Verlander? But now I take it Finnegan over Verlander.
No, I don't think Verlander's coming here. All right. 248-539-9797. We will take your text, your phone calls. We'll also talk a little bit about, the Detroit Lions are kicking off the season tonight in Canton against the Chargers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Kyle Allen experience, who I believe will be your starting quarterback. And what do you want to see out of the game tonight, if anything?
Hendon Hooker's not start?
No, they've been flip-flopping them in practice anyway, so they'll both play half the game.
What?
I would think so.
Is Hendon Hooker done? 248.
Yes. Yes. 248-539-9797.
Hey, you ready to turn your basement into something that's absolutely perfect for you? Maybe it'll be the ultimate family hangout, the man cave, new bathroom, bedroom, basement bar, workout area, whatever it is you want. Matrix Basement makes it very simple. They will come up with a free design consultation to create the dream space that's just perfect for you. They did it for me. They came up with some plans, and I'm like, wow, I was blown away. And then I went back and said, you know what, can we tweak this? No problem. And they came back. They started working. And right now we're in the framing process. They just put the electricians, put the wiring in. Guys, this thing will be ready before football season. They started 2 weeks ago. You need to get on this right now. Check out matrixbasement.com. Tons of ideas, and it's great before and after pictures. And pretty soon you'll see the progress made on my basement on their YouTube channel. Matrix Basement makes your dreams of a basement turn into reality. So make sure you use Matrix Basement, now a proud partner of the Detroit Lions.
248-539-9797. By the way, I was looking at, the opposite so far in his early career of Scott Harris is A.J. Preller, the general manager of the San Diego Padres. And I haven't officially checked the name that all these are correct, but I believe they are. These are the people that A.J. Preller has given up in trades. The Soto trade, there have been other trades. Trey Turner, James Wood, Max Fried, Josh Naylor, Andres Munoz, Mackenzie Gore, David Bednar, C.J. Abrams, Xavier Edwards, Zach Elfin, Hunter Renfroe, Leo DeVries, and a few other guys that I'm not sure how good they are. So he basically is Les Snead, F the prospects instead of F the picks. And he's gotten, some great players. He got Soto, didn't do anything with him. Machado, Bogarts is still there. And he just got, another trade. He went to Mason Miller. So he's gone all in. And they do both. They develop their own players, trade them, and they get some stars. But if you want to play devil's advocate, it's great doing that. But he hasn't won anything either. So
no, there's no certain way to win in baseball. That's why it's like, you have to do this.
No, that you just want your guy to every once in a while go for it. And I think there's a perception that whether it's hosts or most fans said, you know what, I don't care about Clark and McGonigal. When are they going to be here? No, unless you're getting a superstar that you have control with. No, I don't think anybody was suggesting they trade those guys.
No, but Stoney, it's one of those I understand when the people say, hey, why do we care? Because, you're right. That's 4-5 years from now, they'll become like that everyday player. Mm-hmm. And if they're good and they turn into a Riley Green type of player.
Right.
But once again, who's to say that Scott Harris and any of these people are going to be here? Or you take advantage of this team right here, right now, small window, you have Skubal. You got one of the better records in baseball. Do you just push all your chips in and say, you know what? We normally don't do this, but look at where we are this year. Let's go all in. So I'm okay when the people who say that, because to me, you're like, oh, you can't. Nobody is off limits when you're this close. I'm not angry at all. I know they're not going to do it.
Right.
But if it were me and I had a chance to get somebody that would put me over the top, I'd get rid of either one.
Not for a rental, I wouldn't.
Well, see, and that's the question I have, because you're right. They're not giving that up. So let me just ask you this question. Suarez was traded to the Seattle Mariners. On that list, I believe they gave up their 4th and 6th best prospects to get him to Seattle.
Who are now Arizona's. There was 3 guys. They're now Arizona's, I think, 6th, 20th, and 22nd now.
Okay.
By the pipeline.
So they were 4. So that would be Brasinho, and that'll be Troy Melton for the Tigers. Mm-hmm. Would you have given that up for Suarez? I'm asking you. Scott Harris clearly didn't.
No, so I don't know if he would have offered it, but I'd give up one of them. I give up one, and then maybe 4 and 15, something like that.
So is he loving his prospects too much?
And David, that's just it. I've said it. That's why I came out last week and said, I don't think they're going to do anything, because they love their prospect. And it's one of those, I know, Detroiters are still, I don't want to give up this guy because what if he's this? What if he's not? He's got a better chance of not than actually being an everyday player.
Yes.
So if you're in the casino and I offered you a chance and you're playing a game, Stoney, and you had a 65% chance of betting this or 35% betting that, you go with the 65, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to prospects, we bet the 35.
Yeah, especially for a rental, because if you don't win it this year, that guy's gone. Unless you re-sign him.
I was about to say, or you know what? You make his life so great, he wants to come back.
Well, that would be nice. Some ticket text, David.
I actually have breaking news here. Tigers have made a deal.
Okay. Does it need the
music? Is this real?
Yeah, it is a real deal. It is a real deal. The Rangers today have announced that they have traded Cody Hewer, I believe is how you pronounce it, to the Detroit Tigers in exchange for cash considerations.
You're such a tease.
It's a trade. I'm giving you the news of the day.
Okay. He goes right to AAA.
Kenny, I'm going to need you to find the second deck because I feel like I need to use this a couple times on David.
Believe me, he's already not happy with me right now.
Kenny, please.
He's not.
If you found that dynamite drop yesterday, if you could add this back into and put it on my board, because I'm going to need this today.
I could have that on your board in like 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, no sweat.
Well, actually, the bigger story is to make room for Ure on the 40-man roster is the pride of Central Michigan, right? Dietrich Enns has been DFA'd. Good. He had his one moment.
My heart bleeds.
Yeah. I mean, Cody Hure, boy, get Toledo. They got to be excited in Toledo. They got Cody Hure. I'll have to look him up. All right. Do we have any texts or no? Or just
yes,
okay.
We do have texts. Someone says a closer with 4.5 ERA. Great. That sounds amazing. Love it. Someone else says.
No, wait. But I look at they're talking about Finnegan?
Yeah.
I look at Finnegan as just a piece of the puzzle. I don't think he is your closer.
No.
But I think somewhere, some games he may close out. Some games he may come in the 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th inning. Situational. You just added an extra arm.
Yeah. He is the Cody Hure guy is a reliever, by the way. Just to let everybody know in Toledo how excited they'll
He'll be in Toledo. Yeah, you can go down 75 and watch him play.
Exactly. All right, let's go to Ned Knoxford. What's up?
Hey, Stoney, Bay Rico, what's up, guys? I want to start by saying I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Bringing these guys in, Sewell isn't even going to be any help until September. My question, before running through everything that's happened, to you guys, Rico and Stoney, what's the hardest, championship to win?
Hockey.
What is your hockey Stanley Cup?
Yeah, in my opinion.
Okay, I think it's the World Series, and I think that when you have an opportunity and the ability to, we were the best team in baseball for a month and a half. I think right now is the time where you look at guys and you bring somebody in. The fact that Duran went to the Phillies. And Mason Miller went to the Padres, and look at what those teams gave up for those guys. Mm-hmm. Like you can't pull the trigger for that. I would have given up Briseño and Melton both for either one of those guys, and even more maybe. I would have even tossed in, one of our big league infielders. But it's. I don't want to say it's the end of the world and trash the GM because I think he's doing a good job. But also at the same time, I think Mike Ilitch is rolling in his grave, and you got to do something when the window's here because we like we talked about last week or 10 days ago, whatever it was. We know Scooble probably isn't going to get the big deal, and he's not coming back. So
it's interesting you mentioned this, Ned, because. David asked me would I've traded, let's say, Briseño and Melton for Suarez. And I'm pretty hesitant. I said, no, I'd do one of them because he's a rental. Miller, who actually is a reliever and might end up being a starter, and Duran, they have control over for a few years. That I would probably do. You're giving me a reliever who's going to be a closer, lights out guy for 3 years. Yeah, I would do that. I don't know if they were offered that or not. No idea. Minnesota might have said, all right, look, we gave you, what's his face, Paddock in the division already. We're not going to give you another one in the division.
Right.
So I don't know. All right, let's go to break time. 97 won the ticket. Here's a little bit of skinny on this reliever that they got from Texas, who they sent right to Toledo, so don't expect much. And this is just more of a depth thing. He did make the 40-man roster. So this year he played at Round Rock, the Round Rock Express, the AAA team of the Texas Rangers. He was 3-2 with a 3.43 ERA and a WHIP of 1.30.
Yeah, I mean, basically all of these moves just kind of sound like, except for Finnegan, hey, Fetter, here you go. You're the mechanic. Can you fix any of these cars? See what you can do. Mm-hmm. And if you can get one of any of these pitchers to actually do something, I guess it was worth it.
Yeah. He did pitch a few other games with a few other major league teams in his career, but, because his major league career stats are a WHIP of 1.19, a record of 10-4, with an ERA of 3.61. So, all right, enough of that. You'll love him in Toledo. Maybe he'll call him up in September. But don't forget, that's the September. Oh, the month that Seawald gets healthy. Let's go to Mike. And what's up, Mike? Mike?
Hold on. You can tell speaker. I'm here.
Okay. Appreciate that. What's up?
Hey, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I had to get you on speaker.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Why didn't they try to at least talk about getting Chris Sales? What do you guys think about that? Wouldn't he check off a couple of boxes? He can be a relief pitcher. He can be a starting pitcher.
Go ahead, Rico. He's your guy.
Yeah, they weren't gonna.
The Braves.
The Braves were not gonna.
Plus, he's hurt too.
Yeah.
He could be out for the year.
Yeah, he might be out for the year.
That's not going to help you at all. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he went down about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
And they're still trying to wait and see, but because they're so bad, they're in no rush to get him back. Trust me, his value left a long time ago for this season.
Yeah, I mean, look, he won the Cy Young last year. He's a great pitcher. It'd be great, but
and the funny thing was,
Atlanta's not giving up anything, even rentals right now.
No, they're not. But the funny thing was, Stoney, for a time, because I remember Mike was like, maybe we'll go after Sale, and as soon as he said it,
got hurt
that night. He got injured. And I was like, well, thanks for killing him. But yeah, they're at Atlanta. They see this as 1 year bump. They're not getting rid of anybody.
Which is surprising, not on guys that they control, but on rentals. Why, unless you know that they're coming back, why wouldn't you even?
Because I think they're going to try to get some of those guys back. Zonia, they're going to try to get him back.
You can still get him back, whether this way.
No, Stoney.
It doesn't make sense to me.
But once again, he's not that great of a guy.
I understand for any player. I don't understand why any team would keep a rental. Keep a guy whose contract's expired, unless you're in the pennant race.
You know what I think it is really for them? It's pride, because this is the first time that they're not invited to the party. So they don't know what to do.
I get it.
They've never been this, because most of the time they're buying players, not selling players.
Let's go to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Detroit got a few good additives to the fuel mixture, don't you think? And besides, A.J. Hinch can do his thing now and put Flaherty as a middle reliever because he sucks after 5 innings. He wouldn't be 8-10 if he stopped after 5 innings. So what the heck? Why not?
Well, who's now with Olson's? So what's your rotation in Mike's world?
He's gone.
He's gone. Okay. So you're going to Skook Olson's out for the year. So if you take Flaherty out, your rotation is what? Skubal, Mize, and Paddock? Is that your real? No, Flaherty's staying in the relationship in the rotation
and relationship.
Yeah, and that way, that's part of the reason you get all these, relievers, because you might need to pitch 4 relievers in every playoff game.
And I was about to say, Stoney, the reason why is because you don't have that setup guy closer type thing. It's pitching chaos when it gets to past the 6th inning. So you kind of ride the hot hand. You're playing a little bit of money ball. So yes, you stock up on relievers, because one reliever in one series may not be used again in the next series.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Mike in Oxford. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I wish we would be a little more aggressive, because I'm just glad that all these teams you mentioned that are making the big moves are in the National League, because in the American League, it's not as good. The National League has all the big boys, it seems. We play in the worst division in baseball. Could we agree on that? And
Yeah.
And the other thing is we got like 6 pitchers for peanuts though. Like we didn't really give up much for these guys. And I like the Chris Paddock trade, and I like the trade with the closer we got. The rest of the guys you could just like Montero. I mean, that's a project too. But some of these guys a lot of people probably never heard of. But I don't mind it. But are we going to get a bat or what? I don't feel like we're going to get another bat because they love this lineup for some reason. And I would have been okay with them giving up like 2 or 3 times. I mean, that was a lot that Seattle gave up for Suarez, but he's like 3rd in the league in home runs, and he probably would have been the best hitter on the team. DH him if he's bad at third base, which I know he is. He's not very good at defense, but, I mean, he could have been a DH or something, you know?
Yeah, look, the deadline is definitely underwhelming would be the word I would use. But are they a little better, at least, than they were 36 hours ago? Yes. And that's what you're supposed to try to do at the deadline. It's just, we wanted so much more. That's the whole problem. All right, let's say good afternoon to Paul in Grand Rapids. What's up, Paul? Paul.
What's going on? How are you?
Good.
So first, I want to address David. Dude, enough of your negativity. All you do is spew negativity. Nobody actually likes you or wants to hear what you want to say. And quite honestly, I don't know how you're employed. Now, let me get back to the Tigers.
Hold on a second.
So what do you disagree with? I mean, because what move did they make that's very significant to make us a World Series contender?
It's not just that, bro. Like, you're just negative about everything all the time. Like, you never have anything positive to say.
All right, so we're going to win the World Series. There you go. Happy?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Okay, Paul, continue. Let's move forward.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like David very much. Anyways, it's been very underwhelming. I don't really like it very much. I think there's more moves to come. I like the Kyle Finnegan trade. Obviously, we're a lot better with him than we are without him. But like Scott, you got to wake up and you got to at least get another bat and a reliever, or else this is going to be a failure of a deadline, and he's going to have a lot of people to answer to. And if this were Mike Ilitch, he would have made a big trade. He would have gone for Suarez. He would have gone for it. And the fact that we have this loaded farm system and we're not going for it, knowing that we could come out of the other end of this just fine, is alarming to me. I mean, I don't even know if Harris and Ilitch are really dedicated to winning or
no, Paul,
they just want to play Moneyball.
Paul, I think it's a little bit of both. I think that they are dedicated to winning, but they're doing it the Moneyball style. Their way is working. It's not working as fast as Tigers fans want it to work, but as Stoney said, they were 6 outs away from going up against the Yankees in the for the ALC title last year.
And Paul, how do you sound like David? You're so negative
how
there.
How is this any different than what I'm saying?
I don't get it. Whatever.
Let's
I
move
appreciate
on.
him calling. Thank you for listening.
Yes.
Right. But I would say, yes, they're doing it a Moneyball style. Their way is working. And you want to know, for everybody who says, oh, I'm going to be so angry. No, you're not. Because when they end up clinching the division in a few weeks, they're in. And now once they're in, you got to wait to see what happens. As you said, last year, no one saw this coming. That, as you say, I thought they were about to beat the Guardians and before everything changed. Now they're bringing in relief pitching. Let's see what happens. But that's why I can't sit here and get so angry. Oh, they didn't do this. Guys, they're going to win this division. They're going to make the playoffs. Now, do you have enough arms to make it through to get to the Yankees?
The whole reason I think that people are more panicked than they would normally be is the Skubal window. I think that's the big deal. If Skubal was, if you had control of him for a few more years, people say, okay, look, last year they made the playoffs. This year they're winning the division, so they're making incremental progress while their core of the future keeps getting better and better and at higher levels as well. So everything is gelling. The problem is you're not going to have Skubal either for next year and definitely not the year after unless a miracle happens and he signs here, which I don't think is going to happen.
How dare you be negative? I mean, come on now, Stoney.
I know. It's
let it go.
It's tough. It's amazing that I'm employed. 97 won the ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. By the way, John Morosi said that the Pirates and Rangers have spoken about David Bednar. So we've heard about the Yankees. We've heard about the Rangers.
Yeah, maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe. I know it's a good thing. It's time for Football Today.
So, guys, we have the Hall of Fame game tonight. Yes, football is back, somewhat. And we had a Hall of Fame discussion about Detroiters and Detroit athletes and who's next. So let's do this for the NFL. Who currently plays in the NFL that you would say yes to of being future Hall of Famers? I'll give you the parameters. They are not including athletes that retired this offseason. So Jason Peters, Zach Martin, not included in the discussion. Also not included, you would have had to play 7 seasons. So you do not see Justin Jefferson on this list because he hasn't gotten to 7 seasons yet. So let's start here at quarterback. I think this is an obvious one because, Rico, you always say, yeah, you know, yes, immediately you know it.
Well,
right?
yeah,
when you hear the name.
That's my Hall of Fame criteria. If you have to argue, if there's hesitation, if you have to convince somebody, not a Hall of Famer.
So the first one is Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think his body of work is pretty good.
I think, I think he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce has 9 straight seasons with 80-plus receptions, which is the longest streak by any player in NFL history.
Yes. I'm not going to downgrade him for his relationship.
No.
And,
the last couple years.
Here's the thing.
Right. Why would you
guys.
downgrade him for it anyway?
Guys, we've all been stupid in love and done some dumb things. That's what I equate this to. So, yes, Hall of Famer.
Next, TJ Watt. He has 108 sacks in 121 career games.
No, he's a Steeler.
I think he's in. He's definitely not first ballot.
No, he's in. He's in.
Quarterback, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
He's weird, but if
of course.
he's
in. It's incredible.
You know what? Just to hear his acceptance speech, because I got a feeling he'll get angry. Why are you guys here? But since you're here, here's 3 hours. And he breaks it down.
I can't wait till we get to the athlete on this list where you hesitate. See over here. Edge rusher, Myles Garrett.
Oh, he's in.
He's in.
I mean, he's going to
one
waste
of the best.
He's going to waste his career in Cleveland, but he's in.
But hey, he doesn't care. He'll go to Canton.
Yeah, and then Cleveland will play in the Hall of Fame game because it'll be right up the street from Canton. All right, here we go. Linebacker. He currently plays for the Washington Commanders. He is an All-Pro, 11 consecutive years.
Bobby Wagner.
Yeah,
he's in. When you look at Bobby Wagner's body of work, you don't say, "Oh my God, he's unbelievably awesome." He's just really freaking good year in, year out. Won a Super Bowl. He's got to be in.
He's in.
Okay, I thought that was going to be the first hesitation. Okay, next, Von Miller. He was the Super Bowl 50 MVP. It's tied for the most sacks in Super Bowl history, but also has 129.5 sacks with 3 first-team All-Pro selections. Von Miller.
He's in. I don't think he's first ballot, but I think he's in.
I agree with Rico. It's hard to believe he only has 3 first team.
This will be a little more difficult if you were like first ballot.
Yeah.
But he's in. He's in.
I'm going to have to start asking that. You are about to put everybody in the Hall of Fame here on this list.
Well, I mean, David, you're kind of giving us some really good people.
Derrick Henry.
Once again.
Yes.
Yes. Derrick Henry he's a throwback running back. He's somebody, nobody runs the ball for 20 plus carries a game. Everybody shares the rock except for Derrick Henry. And it's almost as if he is getting better with age. and I think it's all because of him. I don't think it's for anything outside of the lines. He's a business decision. I mean, seriously, yes, he's in. First ballot.
Tyreek Hill.
No.
That's over 11,000 receiving yards, 82 touchdowns.
No, right now his body of work is not quite good enough. If he has a few more years and maybe can somehow, get the Dolphins to a Super Bowl, that way he have the discussion. But as of now, no.
No, I got a feeling he's going to be one of those sports radio topics years from now of whether he should be in or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm voting not.
Now, this position is always debatable. How do you determine if this position is a Hall of Famer? These guys, you have guys like Deion Sanders. I think you knew he was, but he also played special teams and he also played offense. So what do you do with a guy named Jalen Ramsey?
No, he's not a Hall of Famer in my mind. I mean, he's a very good player, but I mean, he did win a Super Bowl with the Rams, right?
Yes.
How many times has he been an All-Pro?
I'm going to say yes, David. I don't think first ballot, but I do think that he will be in there. Kind of like Deion. It's the cornerback position, Stoney, is one of those, the less stats you have, actually, the better you are.
Because they don't throw to you.
Correct. Like, this guy had, 7 interceptions. That meant the league thought you stunk. So they threw the ball at you, and you made them pay. But when there's games where your stat line is you exercised, that's when they're like, no. You cut off half the field. He's in, David.
So 3-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
He's
so you
in. Have the stats.
It may not be first ballot, but he would be in. I like this.
Next on the list, this one is probably going to be a sure. I mean, Mike Evans. Come on now.
Yes.
But
I don't know if he's first ballot.
He's not first ballot either.
11 straight years of 1,000 yards?
He's in. He's a Hall of Famer.
But not first ballot.
No, because there are so many guys had to wait. I mean,
and the
receiver is tough.
Andre Johnson had to wait. I mean,
and he's good, but there's nothing special about him that makes you pop off the page. Heck, look how long it would T.O. and all these receivers.
Right.
It's almost like because he's not a diva, but because there's such a diva position, it's like they have to wait. Like, okay, you know what? We need to humble you for
But it's a great point is there's so many receivers out there.
Yeah.
I think you're going to say yes. I'm going to ask you if this should be first ballot. I think you'll say yes. Quarterback Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
He's in the Hall of Fame, yes. First ballot, it's too early for me to say. I would say no, because to me, you have to win a Super Bowl to get a first ballot at that position. But he's in the Hall of Fame. How many MVPs has he won?
2 MVPs, 3 All-Pros.
But when you look at his numbers and his stats and the MVPs and all of that, because winning a Super Bowl sounds great, but then why isn't Eli Manning in? Oh, look at his regular season numbers. Lamar gets it done.
I think he's in, but I just don't think he's a first ballot.
I think he's a first ballot because I think he's something that you don't see every day.
The thing with that first ballot is, and we don't know this now, looking ahead, is who's going in on your class.
Correct.
Who are the other first ballot guys?
Yeah, we won't know that until they retire. Then you kind of compare and you
But see, I think that no matter, he's one of those guys, I don't care who's in there, they're going to be like, oh, man, Lamar's in my class. I know he's going to make it. Hopefully I can make it in as well.
Then let's close it out with these 2 offensive linemen, which I think you'll both say they are first ballot. They're definitely Hall of Famers. It is Trent Williams and Lane Johnson.
I think they're both in. I mean, depending on the year of the class, I think they deserve to be first ballot.
Yeah.
But yes. Oh, you didn't ask the obvious question I thought we were going to get.
Which one?
The current quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, he was not on his list, but we can talk about it. Matthew Stafford.
I think he's in. I mean, I don't think he's first ballot, but he's in. I mean,
he got the one thing that was needed.
Yeah,
he got the Super Bowl.
Right, he's got the stats. He's got everything.
He's in.
He played with a dysfunctional organization for a long time.
But not first ballot. But
no.
Yes, he would be it.
He's in.
I'm trying to think what Lion would make this. Jared Goff?
Stop it.
Not right now, no.
Okay. Just ask.
No, it would be the guy you brought up earlier in the week.
You're way too negative.
It would be Sewell.
Has he played 7 years?
He hasn't, so that's why he's not. But I think when you look future, yes. He would be like Justin Jefferson. You just know, right? You just know. That is your football today.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Yankees have acquired reported Tiger target David Bednar from the Pirates. According to Jeff Passan of ESPN, the deal is still pending a medical. The Tigers have officially announced a trade for Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. They sent 2 minor league arms the other direction, including number 15 prospect Josh Randall, who had just been promoted to High A. Finnegan, born in Detroit but graduated high school in Texas. He joins the 40-man roster as Paul Sewald, who was just acquired from the Guardians as well, is placed on the 60-day injured list. He was already on the 15-day, which, according to the Athletics' Cody Stavenhagen, could mean he's eligible to return on September 10th. Detroit has also added righty Cody Hoyer from the Rangers. He's only appeared in one big league game this season, but in AAA has logged a 3.43 ERA and has averaged 12 strikeouts per 9. He's headed to the 40-man as Dietrich Enns was DFA'd. The Phillies officially announced the addition of outfielder Harrison Bader from the Twins, while Eugenio Suarez is expected to be in the Mariners lineup tonight after being traded yesterday. Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone is getting a $250,000 pay bump plus additional incentives as his team starts the preseason against the Chargers at Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton, Ohio. Mike Tirico will be on the call for NBC. I caught up with him at training camp. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 7. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Good at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, the dreams of David Bednar wearing the Old English D have been perished. Oh, David, we hardly knew you. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. That is your telephone number?
You going to tell us where you went?
Oh, Yankees. I'm sorry. Well, because Jeremy just did, so that's why he did. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's a New York Yankee. I still don't know what the return is, but from what I see, there's like one big catching prospect that is listed, and I don't even see him right now in one of their top. I have to wait and see. I'm not going to make a judgment on that because it appears to me right now that they didn't get as much as I thought they would. But that's just, I have to wait. We have to wait to get official. I'm not going to go crazy about that right now. I just thought he was definitely the better option between, Finnegan and him because the Tigers would have control of him for a couple of years, right?
Correct.
So, yes. All right, let's go to Nick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys.
Hi, Nick.
Yeah, hey, I think overall mildly satisfied, if whelmed, not over or underwhelmed, just whelmed. But I think we raised the floor of pitching with the moves that we made. I wish we would have gotten Bednar. It was upsetting news. I just was reading it online a little bit ago. I understand, I think, why people, at least over the last few weeks, thought we needed to add a bat just because of our, kind of lackluster performance after the All-Star break. But I think that the fact that they didn't go for a bat and they only got pitching depth makes me think that they're satisfied or they see something that we don't see or they are, competent. And I think it makes sense. I mean, these guys at their best are hitting better, hitting as well as anybody in the league. And we have a decent amount of, as young as the team is, I feel like we have a decent amount of veterans who've been in the postseason. So I don't know. I'm pretty satisfied with the batting. I think the last few days kind of probably calmed their nerves about needing to go for a bat, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
Nick, I'm with you because, all of a sudden they started scoring runs. I never thought that they were going to try to address every need, but I think they went after, I guess, the biggest need, and that was arms. And that was whether it was starting pitching or whether it was in the bullpen. The bats, they cooled off. And for 14 games, it just seemed like they couldn't do anything correct. But you're right. They got enough. I think that they believe in the bats, and they're hoping that, Carpenter and all these guys will heat up, and maybe Meadows will actually want to contribute this year. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I think Carpenter was much more of a glue guy, or at least a much more efficacious bat than we had suspected based off of how he played earlier. I mean, you look at they always talk about stringing together hits in an inning, and I think that having him in that position is just clutch. But that's just me. I don't know.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. What is disconcerting a little bit? Look, they're better than they were yesterday. With Finnegan. Finnegan's a good pitcher. Okay, he's not great. He's not as good as Bednar. He's not as good as Halsey, who St. Louis had. There's a few others he's not as good at. he's not like the all-star he was last year. He's not top of the line.
No.
However, he is better. But what is disconcerting is if you include Paddock in that, and the reason they made that trade was because of Reese Olson. I think that's the only reason they made that trade. I could be wrong, whatever. But you look at the ERAs for this season, for the 5 guys that they acquired, including the guy, Cody Hoyer, who's gone to Toledo, who pitched a little bit with the Rangers, very little bit. But here's are the ERAs. 4.95 for Paddock. Rafael Montero, 5.50. Paul Sewald, 4.70. Kyle Finnegan, 4.30. Cody Hoyer, 6.75.
Yeah.
Whips are a little bit better, but not great. The best one was Hoyer in a short amount of time, 0.78. And then you have Finnegan and Paddock are 1.28. Sewald 1.17, Montero 1.40.
Well, and I got some particulars on the Bednar trade with the Yankees, and hopefully Rieger's not listening because he's going to be a little angry. He was traded for 3 prospects, including the Yankees' number 8, Rafael Flores, but he is not a top 100 player. So,
So, you tell me the Tigers couldn't have offered
that's what I said.
A package better than that?
Yeah, Brasenio, who is a better catcher first base prospect than this.
Yeah. That's I mean, Rieger. And
Well, they obviously didn't want to
people.
trade him or Lorenza. I would have gone Lorenza personally, but
Correct.
whatever.
He's a top 100.
Yes. So they didn't try. They didn't even need a top 100 guy. So who's below there? The Tigers in that range. They obviously wanted whatever. I mean, it's that part is disconcerting.
And thank you, Jeremy Otto, for that.
Yeah.
Let's stay positive.
I'm not trying to
They-
say.
You don't need another log on the fire. Okay,
They
here's the thing.
improved a little bit, right?
Stoney, you said it best earlier in the show. This team is better than they were last season.
Right.
Last season, 6 outs away from playing the Yankees to claim the American League title. So they've added arms. They've added arms in the pen. They got a starting pitcher. Let's see where this goes. A little John Jansen. Let's let it play out.
Mm-hmm.
But I told you guys, I didn't think that they were going to part with any of their minor league prospects. It's frustrating. It is very frustrating. I am not upset with any Detroiter right now who heard what I said, that the Yankees got rid of 3 prospects, including their number 8, but he's not a top 100 player. And you're like, well, how come we couldn't do that? I don't know. But he's going to the Yankees, and you possibly would have to face him in the playoffs.
Yes.
And there's still time.
There is still time.
There is still time.
For what?
There's still
You could bring in
time.
a bat and Quan.
But that's not a right-handed bat. I would take him, but it's not a right-handed
At this point, are you going to be that picky? He
No.
hits the ball.
Yeah, I know. But that's anyway. By the way, yep.
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't like David Bednar that much anyway.
What's up, Dan in Ann Arbor? How are you?
Stoney, what's going on, man? Really loving the hot stove. I remember when Mike and Terry were on the phone when we got Cecil Feeder. Was that 10 years ago?
Prince Fielder. Yes.
Prince. Oh, yeah, not Cecil. Sorry.
That's
So Bob Nightingale, he broke the news about the Kyle Finnegan trade to the Tigers, and he said he was from the Cardinals before they edited it. And so, because I was, I'm a Cardinals fan, and I was like, what's going on there? I think the Tigers might get JoJo Romero, who's a left-handed reliever from the Cardinals, and I just almost wonder if he just typed the name wrong or had a bad mistake. I think the Cardinals are selling. Obviously, they sent Helsley to the Mets. They're dealing. They sent Steven Matz to. Gosh, where did they send Matz to? They dealt him.
Yes, they did.
So I think the Cardinals are going to deal a reliever to the Tigers. I think it's going to be JoJo Romero, who's got a year and a half left, or maybe just a half year left. But the Cardinals need to get stuff back, especially on guys that they have as rentals for the season. So I think that's going to happen.
What about Arenado?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants it, he's got the no trade clause.
Right.
I think AJ Hinch is a good enough manager. I think the locker room has broken down for Ollie Marmol, who's the manager there in St. Louis. He might be done. which if that's the case, then Nolan Arenado is gone. But the Yankees want him. You know what I mean? They would put him with Goldschmidt. Those guys were really good friends. And so,
but the Yankees just got a third baseman, a guy from Colorado, and McMahon. So they don't need a third baseman.
So where does Arenado go? Does he go to the Dodgers? Does he link up with Tommy Edman? Tommy Edman and Arenado were good together, when they played in St. Louis.
Maybe. I mean, as far as Arenado coming here, let's say he would waive it. He's obviously still a terrific fielder. He just has not hit much this year, especially lately.
I don't think Scott Harris. Arenado is not the offense that you need, especially in the playoffs, right? He's not. He doesn't have playoff experience. Right. I don't. So that's the reason why I don't think Arenado kind of moves the needle in Detroit for me. We've got the guys. I feel like we have the offense here. But I don't know. The relievers are where kind of, and St. Louis still, I think, has some good relievers. Maybe Sonny Gray comes here. I don't know. Maybe Sonny Gray does come.
Wow. Sonny Gray.
That would be, that'd be like the, what is it? Who's the guy with the French Bulldogs that used to pitch for the Tigers back in the day? David Price. He'd be like the David Price coming here, right?
Yeah. Well, Sonny Gray would fit in because 3 of the 4 pitchers that the Major League pitchers the Tigers have acquired in the past 48 hours are 3 of the 4 they're all 29 and over. So Sonny Gray is like 34, 35, I think, if not even more. He's still okay. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all waiting to see what happens a little under 3 hours.
Yes. There's still a chance. I mean,
unless something gets caught up on the fax machine. I don't even know if we still use fax machines.
The other guy that I mentioned that is maybe available is Suarez, the reliever for San Diego, because they just got Mason Miller. So I don't know if AJ Preller wants to trade him for anything future to bulk up their farm system and all. I have no idea. But those are interesting names. It's going to be. I don't think it's going to be that much of a wild and wacky last 2.5 hours because most of the big names are gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway. All right. Tonight at 7 o'clock, right here on 97.1 The Ticket, we have Lions football. Actually, the kickoff is at 8 o'clock. The pregame at 7 o'clock because it has to be 8 o'clock for national television, NBC. And there's good news. Now, for some reason, your radio's busted or your app's busted. You don't listen to Dan Miller here on 97.1 The Ticket. You know who's doing some play-by-play on TV on NBC tonight?
Yeah. Wait, play-by-play or the color?
Play-by-play.
Oh.
Brent Musburger.
Oh.
Because he's getting in the Hall of Fame this year.
Gotcha.
So he's going to do a little bit on NBC, which, of course, he never worked. He was always the CBS guy, but I guess Tirico is going to take a few plays off.
Davis landing a plane.
I see it. 248-539-9797. 2 hours and 40 minutes and 12 seconds left in the Major League Baseball trade deadline. We don't expect the Tigers to do anything else. I'm just trying to be realistic. Hopefully I'm wrong and they do something that we'll like as well. That would be nice.
But as you said, they're better off than they were last year at this time.
Yes, they are. We never thought they'd. They were. That's right. They sold it this time last year. They got rid of Flaherty, and everybody thought, you know what? Wait till next year. And all of a sudden, they got hot, and the next thing you know, they were 6 outs away from getting to the ALCS. And they play in a division that is very advantageous to them returning to the playoffs. So we shall see what happens. And that's what.
Before we get to the Lions, I think that's the thing why I'm not that upset, because you have this gigantic lead. If they had a 2-game lead, I would be where you and Rieger are, like, man, you got to make some. They pretty much have a walk to the finish line to win this division, and now they're in the playoffs. So they added arms. I'm okay. Could they have done more? Yes. But because you had such a phenomenal start to the season, you bought yourself some equity.
I still think they should have gone for it a little bit more. I didn't think Suarez was really going to happen, and it didn't. I thought that Arizona would get more back. That's what's kind of disappointing from the Tiger perspective, but whatever. Yes, they are better. But sometimes you got to go for it, and especially with the scuba window, like looking ahead for a second, hypothetically, they're in a similar position next year, and they still have Skubal on the team, even though he's unsigned. That's when you go all in, because you know you're losing Skubal or you trade Skubal.
Yes, at that point, you may have to lose one of your top 5 players.
Yes, right.
Because that's it. You're right.
Right.
Or you're willing to just punt and say, let's see what happens. We're more concerned about being good for the next 5 to 10 years. So, but next year is next year.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. All right, tonight the Lions take on the Los Angeles Chargers. Quarterback tonight by Trey Lance. And it looks like Allen will be the starting quarterback for the Lions tonight, followed by Hendon Hooker. They may alternate. I don't know what they're going to do. So here's a question I have. First of all, preseason games, when I was a kid, there were 6 of them.
Really?
And there were only 14 regular season games when I was a kid.
6?
Yes. And they weren't all televised.
I'm not trying to be funny. Like, did they really go all out in 4 of the 6?
I don't remember how it was. I do know what was cool about it was they didn't have, when I was a kid, like really young, all the preseason games were played in, I wouldn't call them neutral sites, but places where they don't have, like the Eagles, they would play a game at, like they'd play the New York Giants every year at where Princeton University plays, because it was half.
I was going to say,
and they're division rivals, but they would play a preseason game between the Giants and the Eagles. We're at Palmer Stadium in Princeton, New Jersey.
So hypothetically speaking, like if the Lions and the Bears played and they played at Western Michigan.
Yes. And they would, I wouldn't call it barnstorming, but they would play in cities and towns that didn't have football teams.
Okay, that's actually not bad.
That's what they used to do.
Moses was playing linebacker. It was great.
I mean, Kenny, when he would just go like this, and the hole would just part ways.
Yeah. Touchdown Jesus was actually him.
It was actually Jesus.
Anyway.
Hey, Zeus.
Yes.
To the 5. Touchdown. Touchdown, Detroit Lions.
Anyway, so now it's different. It went from 6 to 4 with 16 games, and now it's 3, and the Lions are playing the extra game. I'm going to watch the game. A, is part of my job. B, I'm just curious to see guys, and you miss football. But if you want to be realistic, we're watching a glorified UFL game tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So I do want to ask this, okay? Number one, what do you want to see as a Lion fan tonight? because you're not going to see any starters on any side of the ball. I would hope not.
And let me take this caveat out. It's kind of like Wheel of Fortune. We're going to give you this letter. Nobody wants to see anybody get hurt.
Correct.
So you can't call up and say, I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. No, nobody does.
Right.
Captain Obvious.
Right.
248-539-9797. Other than that,
yeah.
What do you want to see from tonight's game that will make you feel good and be like, yes, I was expecting this and I got to see this and this person lived up to that? For me, I'm kind of anxious to see, even though I know, Stoney, it's a watered down, I want to see kind of what the offense looks like.
You want to see the plays.
The play calling, the offensive line. I know this isn't, but just kind of.
Won't they be vanilla even with these guys?
It will be vanilla, but just to see the transition from Johnson to Morton and see how that goes. And also on the defense as well. I'm just kind of, is it a smooth transition? Now, yes, everything will be vanilla. I get that. But still, you want to go out there because those guys, they're all trying to make the team. It's, as you say, it's a glorified UFL roster, but everybody wants to make the team. So they're going to all be trying to score. I want to see how the offense, if it's fluid, and how the defense looks. That's me. The lines especially.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, I'll tell you what I want to see tonight. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pirates have traded top-end reliever David Bednar to the Yankees, pending a physical. Going the other way are 3 prospects, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, including number 8 Yankee farmhand Rafael Flores, who's believed to be Major League ready, but not a top 100 prospect. They also get their number 14 farmhand Edglin Perez. Both of those guys are catchers/first basemen. The Tigers and Nationals have agreed on a deal to send Washington's closer Kyle Finnegan to Detroit. Finnegan has a 4.38 ERA, but of his 40 appearances, 31 of them have been shutouts this year. The Lions kick off the NFL preseason tonight at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium against the Chargers. Pregame at 7 here on the ticket. Linebacker Alex Anzalone was given a $250,000 pay bump, plus some new incentives as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97ontheticket.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. By the way, if you keep track, the NFL films, they do the top 100. Aiden Hutchinson is now at 55. They just got up to 55. Sam Laporta, 94th.
He's ranked higher than Bosa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is
Nick
that's why
Bosa.
I'm trying to figure out who votes. I think that the players actually vote. Kirby Joseph is 71st. And like I said, Aiden is 55 as far as Lions thus far. So I'm sure there will be a few others that make it. Penei Sewell, Jared Goff. I know for a fact Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be in there.
Oh, you know for a fact?
Yeah, I know that. I know the person who put the video together.
Oh, okay.
But she won't tell me what number.
I got you.
She does. I don't think she even knows what number it is. She just worked on it.
So Gibbs will be on the list too, right?
Who?
Gibbs.
Yeah, I would assume so. Yeah.
But we know Goff's in there?
No, I'm just guessing. The only one I know is St. Brown because that's the one
Go
she
ahead and
worked
tell us
on.
the rest of the list, Tony. What other Lion is in there?
I don't know. That's it.
I love it.
Yeah. You would assume Sewell, and I guess they had to take out, right? Or they had to, change that. So whoever's number 100, I'll tell you right now, or 999, how they do it. Well, 100 probably got in because of Ragnow getting out, right? You would think. And that was Ladd McConkey. So who we might see tonight, I doubt it. All right, so tonight it's the Lions against the Chargers, the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. Always a cool event. The game itself, I kind of like when they, interview the Hall of Fame members and things like that. So you'll see Detroit's own Antonio Gates, Jared Allen, and things like that. So we're asking, what do you want to see tonight, being a Lion fan? And here's what I want to see. And it doesn't mean much, I don't think, but I want to see Hendon Hooker. I don't care about Kyle Allen per se, but if Kyle Allen, I think, is going to start tonight, I don't think they said it doesn't mean anything because they both have been working with 2s and 3s. He's actually played the National Football League a hell of a lot more than Hendon Hooker has. But you want to see, and this would be year 3 of Hendon Hooker, that you can sit there and say, all right, at least I know he knows how to throw the football and he knows the offense a little bit, that God forbid something happened to Goff, I'd be okay with him for a game or 2.
So you still believe in Hendon Hooker?
I don't know. I never seen him.
Stoney, I gave it up when they brought Teddy Bridgewater back last
I
year.
understand that.
At that point, I said, this kid, I don't think he's going to work here in Detroit. I'm not going to call him a bust.
Right.
I'm just, when Bridgewater coaching and teaching in high school was brought up right before the playoffs.
I know.
Because they felt more comfortable. And then when Goff went out of the game, it was Bridgewater.
Yeah.
They weren't even looking at Hendon Hooker's stuff. I've given up on him, but good for you.
I just want to see what he can do because I've never seen him. Brent in Commerce, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, Stoney, you kind of stole my thunder. I want to see Hooker too. I was giddy as hell when they picked him up in the draft. Great arm, great size, great speed. I don't know what it was, whether it was learning the offense, but I want to see what Hooker can do.
I wouldn't say he has great speed. Even before the injury, he was not known for his legs. He was known for his arm.
Yeah, that, and the system he played in
yes,
Tennessee.
Right, the hypo system.
Yeah. And I guess if I had to choose another one, given our younger offensive line than we had, I want to see if the protection can hold up a little bit, and do we have some backups in case we need it on the offensive line?
Yeah, that's
if
a
not,
good.
We could be in trouble.
That's a good one because you can tell. Thanks for the call. Whether a guy can block or not, even though they're probably not going to run the same offense per se tonight that they will when the season starts. But yeah. And you want to see that competition. And there's a few people on that line that you want to see, including somebody that Alex has called in at 248-539-9797. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I want to see Manu tonight for that exact reason. I think with the offensive line, you're either going to know if he's going to be able to block or not. I don't know if he'll be out there with the 2s or the 3s, but when Brad made the pick, I didn't really like the pick at first.
Oh, you didn't like where they made the pick. And they traded up for it.
That's a better way to say that. Yeah, I didn't like where they made the pick.
Yeah.
But with all this stuff that Decker's dealing with, I've heard that Skipper hasn't really had a great camp. It'd just be nice to see what we got with Manu.
Yeah, that's definitely something.
No, I'm with you, Alex, because
yes.
I was with you when they moved up. I'm like, wait, it's like this guy doesn't even have a profile picture.
I know.
He's just an egg. Like, really? He's just learning to play the game, and you traded up to get him. And honestly, I don't want to see him with the 2s. I want to see him with the 1s. I want to see him out there as much as possible because I do think you're getting to that stage as well. Either you're going to produce for us and Brad is going to look like a genius, or this is going to go in that Hendon Hooker pile where, another one bit the dust.
Well, the other one, in a similar scenario, as far as, trading up and all that stuff, is Broderick Martin. I mean, this is the time, and they need him because of McNeil's injury, because of Levi's injury. They need him to show up. Now, I'm not sure whether he's playing tonight or not. But, on the depth chart, I mean, Broderick Martin is – look, he's fourth string on this depth chart that I'm looking at.
Kenny, you're a big Lions fan. Where you at?
Well, Stoney, I'm glad you brought that up because the Lions' biggest problem at the end of last year, and what did people always say about the end of last year? Oh, they were banged up. Their defense was banged up. Their defense was banged up. That's true. So what did we need the most at that point? Defensive depth. That's the only thing you're going to see tonight is defensive depth. So I want to make sure that they look competent. I don't need them to look great. I don't need them to look like studs because it's preseason. Nobody's going to look like studs in game 1 of the preseason. But if they look competent, they look like they know their assignments and they know what they're supposed to be doing, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, look, Broderick Martin, I mean, the fact that he's listed as fourth string right defensive tackle behind DJ Reader, who's not going to play, Tyleik Williams, who's not going to play. He's already said him and Ratledge aren't playing tonight. You got Ray Lopez, who they got from Arizona, and Broderick Martin at that position. Left defensive tackle, McNeil out. Wingo is out. They're hurt. You have Miles Adams and Chris Smith in there right now. So, yeah, I want to see Broderick Martin. Is that too much to ask? The guy that he traded up for
No, but I think everybody has that player or position group. They're not going to play the starters, but it's the Hall of Fame game. We've been waiting months for football. It's back. The Lions are in this game. Lions fans, what are you looking forward to seeing tonight? 248-539-9797.
Let's go to Daryl. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Daryl wants to talk a little Tigers, which is okay. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how's it going today?
Good.
My thing is, when it comes to the Tigers, man, y'all all know you don't have many opportunities in life. And I wish they would have went for Duran and Miller without gutting our roster, because even if you can get to the World Series, we'll figure it out there. Like, we haven't been since JV and them. And I feel like if you at least get there, I can give you 5 to 10 more years. because you would give us a high again. Even though we lost the World Series back then, I still had a 5 to 10 year high. I was in my 20s, and now I'm 40, and we ain't been back. So it's like you got to go for it. You don't get these many opportunities.
Yeah, well, like Duran, Philadelphia gave up their 4th and 5th prospects. So, you know, when both of them are top 100, I don't think, well, I know that I assume that the Tigers were not going to do that, whether Minnesota would have even made another trade in the division with the Tigers like they did earlier in the week with Paddock. The Miller thing would have been interesting. Now, Miller, San Diego had to give up their best prospect, which was, according to the Major League Baseball pipeline, the 3rd best prospect in baseball.
Right. I feel like at least if you could get both, you got to at least go for one. Because I mean, what have we done besides last season? What have we done the last 10 years? I don't want to look up and be 60 and y'all on the radio still saying 5 to 10 more years away.
Yeah.
It's like you get what I'm saying? Like,
I get
we
you.
You get what I'm saying? Like last time I went to the World Series, like I said, I was in my 20s.
I was about to say, hopefully, Daryl, hopefully you're 59.
Yeah. Hopefully the guy talking to you on the radio isn't over 65. All right, 248-539-9797. That's why they're the Yankees. They got Jake Bird, the reliever from Colorado. I really liked him. He was going under the radar. I liked him better than the reliever that Colorado had that was more highly touted. And the Mets, keeping up with the New York teams.
Oh, yeah.
Cedric Mullins from the Orioles goes to the Mets. No surprise there. Not somebody that I had targeted or cared about for the Tigers getting because, Tigers are okay in center field, especially for what they would have had to give up to get them. All right, 248-539-9797. Talking Lions, what do you want to see tonight? And Tigers as well, the trading deadline, all sorts of stuff. Let's go to Joe. What do you know? You're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, boys. Hope all is well with you guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the offensive line tonight. I think that's going to be really important this year, especially with losing Ben Johnson and losing Ragnow. But you also made a good point about the defense, or some other caller did, that the defensive depth is really important after what happened the last year. I mean, this is still, I think, a really, really good football team, but I think the depth is going to be very important.
There's no doubt. Yeah. They found out the hard way, especially defensively last year.
And Stoney, or Rico, what makes you think that I just wonder if the Lions don't even believe in Hendon Hooker, why is he still here?
That's a great call. I mean, Joe, I don't understand, but I don't understand a lot of things that the Lions do. Now, if it was up to me, I would have drafted a lot differently than Brad Holmes would have done, but Brad will simply give the receipts and say, hey, we are winning. But the Hendon Hooker thing, I thought he was ready, and right before the playoffs started, they went out and got Teddy Bridgewater, and I was like, wait, is Hooker hurt? No, he's not. They just felt that a guy who didn't play football all year was better than him and further advanced than him. And if they had to put things in his hands, they didn't think they were going to win the game. So I'm with you. I don't know why he's here.
One more quick question for Stoney. So you're from Philadelphia, right?
You sound like you are too with the way you pronounce your O's.
I'm not, but I'm actually going to Philadelphia this weekend for the Tigers-Phillies.
Oh.
And I was wondering what the best cheesesteak spots were.
Okay. If you want to get
hold on.
All right.
Stoney's going to take you to 6, Joe.
No, I'm just going to tell you, if you want the ambiance and the touristy thing, Pat's and Gino's right across the street from each other. That's like Lafayette and American. It's cool. It's in the Italian market. To experience it, yes. But they're not the best cheesesteaks. The best, and I have to say, honestly, I've never had it. Everybody tells me there's a place called Angelo's. I'm not exactly sure where it is. It's in Philly, but you have to wait for a long time. Call ahead. Their pizza is outstanding, too.
Wait, you have to call ahead? Is that good?
Well, especially since Portnoy made a big deal out of it, so a lot of people wait. That's good. There's a great place in the northern suburb, or not the suburbs, but North Philly, called D'Alessandro's. That might be depending on where you're staying, it might be a ways away, but yeah. And also the Reading Terminal, the roast pork sandwiches are unbelievable.
All right. Thank you so much. And go Lions.
Enjoy the game. Enjoy the city.
It's
brotherly
funny.
love.
It's funny because I get the same thing when people ask, what's the best Coney? And I'm like, if you want the touristy thing, you can go to the 2 that are downtown.
Right.
That's not where I go. I don't like
go to the one J-Mo goes to.
No.
What do you think is, what's your favorite?
I don't want to give free advertising.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
There's another Coney. Right. And as a matter of fact, it's not that far from this station. Let's just put it like that.
I do love this, though. Stoney perked up. When that question from the caller happened, he perked up. He sat in his chair. He said, all right, here we go. Let's do this.
Well, it was really funny because he goes, you're from Philadelphia. And he sounded like a Philadelphia because we pronounce our R's unlike, New Yorkers. But we say our O's, hey, my name's Stoney. I'm going to drink some Coke and then maybe do some Coke later. Or we're going to, we put G-A-Z in our car. That's the way we, because don't get me started on accents because there are people around here who think they don't have an accent. Oh, yes, you do. You don't hear it.
You don't hear it
because you're used to it. But when
we don't all sound like the governor, but yes.
No, but if you don't,
she sounds like she's straight from Minnesota,
right? But the Michigan accent, especially if you're not from, like my daughters went to summer camp in New York, and the kids used to make fun of her, make fun of them because they go, "Oh, how's your friend Gary? Go to the bank and get some cash." I mean, that's the way Michiganians speak. The way they say the A's.
No, you're right. Because when I was younger, went down to visit family down south, and they were like, "Why you talk like that?" I'm like what?
Yeah,
like
English?
Normal?
Yeah, I was like, English? Oh, I did too.
Like I have teeth in my mouth?
Right? Like what? I got cousins. I needed subtitles. Like, wait, let me read that again. Do I want to go to the store? Yes, yes.
Let's find Mary and let's get married and go have a Merry Christmas. It's like, wait a second. It's the same word. It's 3 separate spellings. They all should be pronounced differently, and they're not. It should be Mary got married and had a Merry Christmas. That's the way I was taught. But
I knew you were
Yeah.
going to give them the cheesesteak piece because I get the same with the conies here. Like,
well, there's a whole debate, cheesesteak versus conies too. To me, conies are really good. But to me, it's just basically a chili dog, which I grew up with in Philly as well. And there are people here who don't think cheesesteaks are anything special.
it's just chopped up steak, and
Right, exactly.
cheese.
Yeah. All right, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The MLB trade deadline 2 hours away. The biggest move the Tigers have made thus far is for Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. He's logged 20 saves and 26 chances and holds a .438 ERA. 2 minor league pitchers head the other way, including number 15 farmhand and pitcher Josh Randall. Detroit also acquired righty-reliever Paul Sewald from Cleveland. He's got a .470 ERA. He's been moved from the 15-day IL to the 60-day injured list, however, which makes room for Finnegan on the 40-man roster. Eugenio Suarez, probably still the biggest name that has been dealt as the Mariners acquired him last night. The Yankees have traded for Tiger target and reliever David Bednar. The Pirates are receiving 2 top 20 New York prospects. Outfielder Cedric Mullins was just dealt to the Mets as well. The Blue Jays landed starting pitcher Shane Bieber. He's yet to make a start in the major leagues this season, coming off Tommy John surgery. According to ESPN Field Yates, Lions linebacker Alex Anzalone has received an adjustment to his contract. He gets $250,000 more tacked onto his $6 million base. He also now has additional incentives. The Lions will start preseason action tonight against Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Pre-game coverage starts at 7 p.m. right here on the ticket. Defensive lineman Aiden Hutchinson has been named the 55th best player in the NFL top 100 list. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for football today. Oh, college football.
We're getting so much closer, guys. I know I don't want summer to leave, but man, oh man, I want football.
Yeah. You see the college training camps and going on.
Yes. So let's get to it, guys. Very, very soon we're going to have it. So let's go through some scheduling things here. We'll talk about some games that we want to see. We'll talk about some tough schedules and some easy schedules for team. First, let's talk about 2 tough schedules here. Everyone talks about, this is going to be the year for Florida. Well, the Gators are the only team in the SEC facing the league's 3 highest-ranked preseason teams. That is number 3 Texas, number 4 Georgia, and number 6 LSU. Georgia and LSU are away.
Oh.
So on September 13th, they have to go to LSU, and then that's followed by a trip to Miami the next week, and then a 5-week stretch from September 13th to October 11th. It includes a bye on the 27th of September. Florida plays LSU at Miami, at home against Texas, at Texas A&M. It's a lot here for their schedule.
Well, Georgia is the neutral site, though, right?
Correct. Okay. That will, yes.
In Jacksonville.
So it helps a little bit.
Yeah.
The next one.
It's almost like they are really trying to get Billy Napier fired. I mean, he was fighting for his life last year, and he outkicked the coverage, and it's like, congratulations, do it again.
Well, this one's this may be worse. Although they're saying it's second worst, but this may be worse to me. It's Wisconsin. Wisconsin's schedule here, like Florida, Wisconsin faces 6 ranked teams, including 4 of the top 11 at Alabama on September 13th, home against Ohio State on October 18th, at Oregon on October 25th, and at home against Illinois on November 22nd.
And even though they're not highly ranked, I believe they're at Michigan too. Wisconsin is.
Yes.
I have a strange feeling that bowl game or bust when it comes to Luke Fickell this year. What year is it for him? 3 or 4?
That's a good question. It's one of those.
Year last.
Okay, yes.
You know what? I don't know, though, if it's this big groundswell to get rid of Fickell.
I think you might be right.
Like, I don't think that Wisconsin is like, oh, my goodness. You know what? Here's the best thing for Luke Fickell. You need the Packers to be good. If the Packers are good, no one will care about Wisconsin football, and he gets another year.
Or the Brewers get in the World Series, and people will be following that till
right. They won't care about it. But you know what, David? That's a brutal schedule. Why? Because I saw what happened to my team last year when they had to face that same type of schedule. It's very difficult, and it's a slippery slope. Once you start losing, you just keep losing. So for Wisconsin, good luck. But I don't think that Fickell and Wisconsin will make it through this.
So I'm going to be honest before I give you the easy Power 4 schedule here. This team, I have no idea about. I don't know what they have. I don't know how good they'll be. So their easy schedule, I don't know. Look at the roster, see what you like. Maybe you want to bet them to do something in the ACC, but it is Wake Forest. Here's why they have an easy schedule. They face only one preseason top 25 team. That is SMU at home October 25th. They have a bye week before that game. Pretty easy for them. The Deacons avoid Clemson, Miami, and Louisville in the ACC. Their first 4 games are at home, along with 2 of their last 3 games. So they start at home, and they pretty much end at home.
Do they play Notre Dame this year?
They do not play Notre Dame. Okay. And back-to-back conference games on the road, the only ones they have there are Florida State and Virginia, who went 7-17 last year combined.
Wow.
Pretty easy schedule for Wake Forest.
Yes.
So look at the roster. I don't know what you like, but if it's a good roster.
So they could be going
possibly
the Indiana route.
Possibly.
Which I think, unfortunately, a lot of teams are going to try to do. So, no, that's ACC. You know what, David? Here's the thing. I don't know what their odds are to make the playoffs, but that may be one that you want to put a little money on just in case. Just saying.
So real quick, before I get to some of the other actual game matchups that we are looking forward to, let me give you the toughest Power 4 non-conference schedule, which comes to Clemson. So the Tigers open the season August 31st at home against number 6 LSU. Then they close the season November 29th on the road against South Carolina,
right,
which is ranked number 13 preseason. Clemson also faces Troy, who is a top contender in the Sun Belt Conference.
Okay.
I'm getting excited about Troy.
I get the Troy thing.
Yeah.
And here's what may happen with Troy. Everybody will freak out in the third quarter because it may be a 1-score game.
Yeah.
But that's where Clemson's athletes just kick in and beat Troy. Unless it's like that monsoon game or something like that. Yeah. I'm not particularly worried about that. Now, their first game, was it Notre Dame?
The first game, August 31st against LSU.
LSU. See, that's what I thought college football was going to be about. Games like marquee games, week 1 like that.
Yeah.
Because you're going to learn a lot about both teams. Because I don't know what LSU schedule is for Brian Kelly, David, but now this is a dead man walking. He doesn't compete. If LSU's not in the playoffs, I don't think he keeps his job. But for Clemson, I think that they have enough. They should be able to win the ACC, even though they got a tough schedule.
Well, let me go through LSU's schedule since you mentioned it. At Clemson, Louisiana Tech, Florida.
Where's Florida? At home?
That's at home. Southeastern Louisiana Lions.
Once you get into the directional schools, yeah, keep going.
At Ole Miss. Then a bye week.
Overrated.
Then South Carolina, at Vanderbilt, Texas A&M.
Ooh.
Bye week at Bama, Arkansas, Western Kentucky, at Oklahoma.
Ooh,
he's fired.
That's a tough-ass schedule.
He's fired. I mean, I'm going to call my shot right here, right now. I don't see him making it through that schedule. Unless Nussmeier is a quarterback that he's praying to God he's going to be. I don't see Clemson making the playoffs this year.
So let me go through some non-conference game because you're right, Rico. We want to see those matchups.
Yes.
Now, I want to know if you like some of these matchups. I think you like this one, Texas at Ohio State.
Of course.
On August 30th.
Who wouldn't like it?
Should have been at night. We've talked about that before, Rico. Fox won.
That's Fox.
What's the night game?
You know what?
What's the night? Is that the
it doesn't matter.
Clemson LSU game?
I have to look. Give me a second.
It doesn't matter. It should have been that.
Of course it should have.
It reminds me, and God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but what Fox tries to do with Big Noon Kickoff, it reminds me of the movie Mean Girls when the one girl's trying to make the word Fletch into something and they just like, stop trying to make that into something. That's what I want to do with Fox. Stop trying to make noon the best thing ever. It's not.
No.
Noon is the appetizer. It's the hors d'oeuvre. It sets the table. Noon is what you listen. It's the game that's background noise, or you're cutting the grass, or you're doing something else, or you're driving to a real game at 3:30 and you're listening to the noon game on the radio. But don't put the best game on at noon. I'm sorry, I'm done with that.
So the night game we talked about already. That is LSU at Clemson on ABC. On NBC, it is New Mexico at Michigan.
Okay. That should be, especially since the Big Ten. Oh, no. Well, the Big Ten has affiliations with both.
Yeah, but Ohio State's at home, so NBC could have that
right,
game.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That should be the noon game.
So is this the Peacock game?
It says NBC Peacock, so yes.
No, it's on NBC, I believe.
I think it's on NBC, but you can also see it on Peacock. It's not the exclusive game.
See, right, but I wonder if it's like, how when the Lions are on Peacock in the local city, it's on NBC, but everybody else has to watch it on Peacock. Maybe that's why it's not that game, and Michigan just kind of wanted to get it out the way. But Michigan, New Mexico, is it New Mexico State or New Mexico?
It's New Mexico.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Let me give you a couple more non-conference games here. Are you looking forward to Bama, Florida State, August 30th? Michigan at Oklahoma, September 6th.
Wait, Bama, Florida State?
Bama, Florida State. But it's Florida State, Florida State.
But you know what? We're going to find out if Bama's Bama.
Yes.
As well, because Kalen DeBoer, real quick, Kalen DeBoer will be fired as well. Bama is not going to play mediocrity 2 years in a row. Last year was his honeymoon period. Fix your act. Get a quarterback. This better work, or you're gone.
And we saw today that he lost a major in-state recruit.
Yeah, I was reading and said it was the worst case scenario for them. They've never lost a top recruit from their own state. Florida State, I've been waiting to see. They've been almost back for a while. They're about to become Texas, where Florida State is back until they're not.
And then I'll close it out with this non-conference matchup. A lot of people don't talk about this one. September 13th, Texas A&M at Notre Dame.
That's a huge game for Notre Dame.
It is.
Huge game.
CJ Carr, right?
Yeah. I mean, because of their their schedule or not, because they don't have a conference, sometimes gets downplayed. They usually play a pretty good schedule.
Yeah, they normally play about five good teams.
But that's one of them. So, and especially if it's at home, right? It's at Notre Dame. That's a big game for them.
That is one where, yes, you know what? I would love to watch that game. Mm-hmm. If possible, man, this is one where, heck, I wouldn't even mind going. Like if Caller Rob was like, hey, I got a ticket, I'm joining you there, I would watch it with him.
Here's what's interesting about Notre Dame's schedule.
I like Notre Dame.
They start at Miami August 31st, and then they're off, and then they have the Texas A&M game at home. So they could be 0-2.
They're still doing that?
Yeah. They could be 0-2.
They take the bye week before they play. I used to do this in Michigan all the time.
Traditions that never will change, right?
Yeah.
That is your college football blitz.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. We have, 42 minutes left, or an hour and 42 minutes left of the trade deadline. And there was just a major trade. Although he's not as good as he used to be, but he's still a big name, and he's going back home, or at least where he used to be. Carlos Correa has been traded back to the Houston Astros. Don't know what the return is yet, but I did read that he will be playing third base. So Jeremy Pena remains at shortstop. So they didn't get they were trying to get an outfielder so Altuve could move back to second base. That hasn't happened yet. So, indeed. All right. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you have anything you want to discuss with the trading deadline and what the Tigers, who they got in the past 4 days, including Kyle Finnegan today, Rafael Montero, Paul Sewald yesterday, Chris Paddock. Paul Sewald was early today. Chris Paddock earlier in the week. Cody Hoyer, the minor leaguer that they got from Texas. He's in Toledo now. And Randy Dobnik, from who they got in the Paddock trade, is also in Toledo. And Kevin Petzel tweeted, this is great. And, of course, the Tigers did not acquire Eugenio Suarez, David Bednar, and Ryan Helsley. One thing I do want to say, that most of these trades did not involve major prospects. Most of them didn't.
Yeah. Okay. Which is the frustrating thing for Tigers fans, because they're thinking to themselves, wait, we could have kept our top 5 prospects and we could have gotten one of these guys to help the team to go further.
Right. Well, yeah, it's frustrating. Now, we don't know if Scott Harris offered them their, here's our 8th prospect and our 12th prospect, and the other team liked another team's prospects better. That's possible. I don't know that. So, but all we know is the facts and who's here and who's not here. All right. In one of the moves that they made, they had to find a roster spot for somebody. And in doing that, they sent Matt Manning. They DFA'd him. Matt Manning was somebody that a lot of people had a lot of hopes for here. He was a big draft choice for the Detroit Tigers. I mean, he was taken in the first round, the 2016 Major League Draft. Matt Manning was the 9th pick of the draft. And, of course, I always like to see what great players were taken after him. That year, not that really many. Gavin Lux maybe in the first round, and Will Smith of the Dodgers later in the first round. Anyway, so it wasn't a great first round draft. I mean, the guy who was picked number 1 overall, Mickey Moniak of Philadelphia, is finally doing something for, I think, Colorado, because he bombed big time with the Phillies. So Matt Manning was the 9th pick of that draft. 248-539-9797. With the exception of Darko, because I think that would be number 1, Darko Milicic, okay? Have a little fun here. Who's the biggest first-round draft busts in Detroit sports history? Who are your biggest busts? And let's not go earlier than 1980. Okay. And that's early for maybe too many people anyway, but yeah.
I was about to say, hey, Kenny is just like, what? They're getting ready to play that old-timey music. I have one. I just talked this gentleman up because it's funny, because the guy I was talking to, he's a young guy, and I was just telling him some Lions history. 5 years in the NFL, 4 years with the Detroit Lions. Drafted number 20 in the first round. Want to take a guess?
It was after 1980. James Jones?
No.
Oh, no, 5 years.
College he played for was Tennessee.
Oh, Terry Fair. And they could have taken Randy Moss. And they took a wide receiver in the second round, being Jermaine Crowell.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't know, he was just He lasted 4 years here, and then he got traded to Carolina Panthers, I think, and then he got traded from there to the Rams or whatever. But partner that with the fact that it was Randy freaking Moss.
Right.
The very next pick. First ballot Hall of Famer.
Right.
Terry Fair, to me, biggest bust this side of Darko. That's who I'm taking.
He's right up there. There is no doubt about it. I'm going to go somebody outside the box, okay? And yeah, yours is really, really good. But I'm going to take somebody who was drafted 1-1. First player picked in the 1997 Major League Baseball draft. And he got injured throwing an octopus at an event for the promoting the Detroit Red Wings, and that would be reliever Matt Anderson. 1-1 out of Rice. And the guys that were drafted the top 5 that year, J.D. Drew was 2, Troy Glaus was 3, Jason Grilli, believe it or not, was 4. And he ended up playing with the Tigers eventually, even though he was drafted by San Francisco. Vernon Wells was 5. You had guys like Kadire, Lance Berkman, Jason Worth also in that first round. So, yeah, if you're 1-1 and you don't do squat, that's a big bust. And I know every team has their own, but
J.D. Drew, that would have helped.
Yeah. Now, Matt Manning was a bust.
He was.
I mean, we thought he had some,
But Randy Moss.
I know.
Randy Moss.
You don't have to tell me. I'm the guy who has an app that goes off for any time we do something stupid.
Yeah. So that's
Luke Kennard, Donovan Mitchell. I mean, come on. But at least Luke Kennard played in the NFL. I mean, the NBA. I mean.
But no, I get you. I'm with you.
See, and I hear you. Both of those are really good. Really good. And you're right, Rico. Terry Fair, Randy Moss, Hall of Famer, right there. But there's a guy the Detroit Lions decided to draft, won a Heisman, the Davey O'Brien Trophy, his best quarterback.
Oh, he was very good at throwing the ball into the ground.
He was named Andre Ware.
Yes, he was.
1990 NFL draft, and everyone in this town just thought, we got our guy. We got our guy.
Yeah.
Finally got our quarterback. And no, you didn't get your quarterback. His career, he only threw for, he only had 83 passing completions and just threw for 1,112 yards. 5 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
I think he started one game, and then there was the 3-ring circus between him, Eric Kramer, and Rodney Peete, and William Clay Ford Sr. called either Peter Kramer, thinking it was Andre Ware, to congratulate him. He was going to start the next week, and he called the wrong guy.
But what's funny to me is you would think, okay, so he didn't work out in the NFL. Maybe he had a really good CFL career. Nope, he only threw for just over 1,500 yards in the CFL. Mm-hmm. So he just won the Heisman and just fell off the cliff.
You talk about the system. I mean, the guy who replaced him at the University of Houston didn't win a Heisman, I don't think. He didn't. But he had prolific numbers in college, and he was a first-round pick of Cincinnati and did nothing. David Klingler.
Correct.
You talk about a system. That was running shooting college to its finest. No doubt about it. The thing about Andre Ware, as bad as it was, when you look after Andre Ware, there really wasn't great players who were taken after him. Like, was it either James Francis or Derek Johnson or somebody like that was like the best player? I mean, who else were they going to take?
No, you're exactly right. Later in the first round, Emmitt Smith was taken, but that's really it in the first round.
That was and why would the Lions take Emmitt Smith when you had Barry Sanders? So that made no sense.
I may have one to top Terry Fair.
Oh, and we'll hear that coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Shortstop Carlos Correa is heading back to the Astros. He's hitting .267 for the Twins with 19 doubles and 7 homers. According to MLB Network insider J.P. Morosi, he's agreed to play third base as well. Tigers target David Bednar is on the move to the Yankees. Pittsburgh receives 2 top 30 prospects in return, and this just in. Sluggers Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano are being dealt to the Padres as well. They've had quite the day. Detroit has added a piece to the back end of their bullpen, acquiring Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. The 30-year-old was inked by Washington to a 1-year deal when he hit free agency, and reportedly someone the Tigers targeted this winter as well. The Lions hit the field tonight in Hall of Fame Stadium. They're 1.5-point favorites, if you care, against the Chargers. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Man, San Diego Padres don't stop.
No, as you say, they go for broke.
A.J. Preller now gets Ryan O'Hearn. He got Laureano. He got Mason Miller. He's just all in. And Carlos Correa going to Houston, his old team from Minnesota. And coincidentally, the Astros' first game is in Fenway against his old buddy, Alex Bregman.
And David, I'm sure Little Hatches has got to be excited right now.
He already sent me text, man. He's pumped right now for the Padres.
You guys headed out to the state. Have you been to that stadium yet?
I have not been out there. I got to take him out there. But you should have heard him early. He was in the car with me for the first trade, for the Miller trade. He's yelling. I'm like, dude, you're in my ear, dude. Let's stop.
Like I said, trust me. I was out there last summer, and I was like, the hotel was right across, and I sent you the picture. Like, look what's literally across the street from the hotel.
He was so jealous of that picture.
Who likes the Padres more, David Son or Doug Karsh?
Karsh.
I think it's Karsh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Karsh is old. Karsh has been a Padre fan.
Oh, I know.
Since I've known him in college.
Yeah.
So just to put things in perspective, your son has a ways to go. All right, draft bust. Can I interest you guys in a 2-for-1? Your Detroit Lions, 1999. With the number 9 pick, they selected Chris Claiborne, linebacker from USC.
Yeah.
Still on the board, some guy named Javon Curse. Don't know if you heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
He was there. He went at pick 16. But wait, there's more. With pick 27, the Lions decided to take somebody that everybody else in the league was like, I don't know if a 400-pound offensive tackle is a good idea.
John, if you're listening, turn off the radio.
The Lions selected Aaron Gibson from Wisconsin. Still on the board, our very own John Jansen, still on the board. Lions took Aaron Gibson and all 420 pounds, and it didn't work out.
Yep.
I wonder why.
John knows it very, very well.
So, yes, I'll give you a 2-for-1 draft bust.
Yes. He thought he was going to Chicago in the second round, and Washington traded up to pick him in the second round. All right, 248-539-9797. I have a favorite, an underrated Piston one, too, I'll get to shortly. But first, let's go to and the reason we're doing this, by the way, is not just because it's summer. It's because Matt Manning, to make room for the great Paul Sewald, has been DFA'd. So Matt Manning, one of the all-time biggest busts, number 1 draft choices in Detroit sports. He was 9th overall in 2016, I believe it was. All right, let's go to John. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. I got Joe Murphy, Red Wings draft, number 1 overall.
Number 1 overall. Yeah, he became a decent player. He just never worked here. Who were some of the guys who were taken after him, though?
Jimmy Carson.
Yeah, they got him back after it was late in his career. Yeah, Carson was pretty damn good for the L.A. Kings, no doubt about it.
Yeah. And I believe Joe Murphy, I thought I saw a clip somewhere. I believe he's homeless.
I saw a feature on him a few years ago. It's really sad.
Yeah. that. So that's when it comes to my mind. So
Yeah, he was great at Michigan. Played a 1 year at Michigan State and was the number 1 overall pick. He was a great player in college for that 1 year, and it never worked out. Let's go to DeVell in Madison Heights. What's up, DeVell?
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Hey. That's good. Oh, my God. Y'all just brought up Aaron Gibson. I almost forgot about that clown. I really did.
That's why I'm here for you.
I have one. Okay, so mine, I don't know. I just walked in the house, so I was in and out listening. So mine, a lot of people don't remember him for the Tigers. Juan Encarnacion, remember? The 5-tool player.
Yeah, but I don't think he was just signed as out of like the Dominican or someplace down there. I don't think he was never. I don't believe he was ever drafted. Yeah,
Oh.
I don't believe. But yes, he definitely had a lot of people thinking that this guy was going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread.
It's almost a
basically.
curse when you're named the 5-tool player.
Yes, I mean he coming in. I mean he could run, hits, throw, do all that stuff. He wasn't good enough. He was probably better. I think he played Cincinnati at one point.
I would have rather him have 3 tools and be good at those.
Yes. Dan in Livonia, you're 97 on the ticket.
Rico Stoney, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Dan?
Okay, I got one for you. Javid Best. That was 2010, and he was drafted 30th overall. Yes, I am in front of my computer, so I've got a.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Right, they traded back into the first round because they had somebody else.
Did.
Right.
They did, and you know who was drafted after him?
No.
This guy named Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah.
And
then here's the thing. Javid Best, I blame the Lions for because he had concussion problems in college.
Right. He was great. He was great for a small, I remember that Monday night game against the Bears, I believe it was. He was unbelievable.
He went to Cal, right?
Yes.
He went to Cal, didn't he?
Yeah.
And in fact, what I remember is that his doctor had recommended he stop playing football.
Yeah, because I remember he got flipped upside down and landed right on his head.
Yes.
Got carted off the field.
Correct.
You know what? Let's move up in the draft and take him. How about no?
I hope that they are looking at our team now and saying, "Darn, I wish I had the intelligence of the people running this organization now."
Well, the Lions still draft injured players.
But
usually not in the first round, though. Joe in Northville, what's going on?
Hey, so my biggest bust is actually fairly recent for the Detroit Pistons, and he makes my blood boil. It's Killian Hayes. I've never had a player aggravate me more than Killian Hayes has.
Yeah, I was on the Tyrese Halliburton bandwagon before that draft, if you might remember. But
I don't know. David, I don't know if I'm supposed to speak to this or not because I've been told I've taken too many victory laps. Joe, I'm so right there with you. I couldn't believe it.
That was Troy Weaver's first draft, too.
Open layup.
I'm like, I would
an open layup.
Yeah, I'm like, I would take Halliburton. Just take Halliburton.
Yes.
Just take Halliburton. No. We worked him out. And Killian Hayes, because of things and stuff. What? And he's out the league. Halliburton, just in the NBA Finals. One, budding superstar. One is on the verge of getting like those Supermax contracts. The other one is probably working for HBO Max.
he had a 10-day with Brooklyn this year, and they wouldn't even re-sign him, right?
He only made it 6 days of the 10.
I know.
You know what? You just stay home for the last. We'll pay you for the last 4. We good.
So it's not the same as watching the guy play in Indy for the finals and the other guy's working at the JW Marriott up the street.
Right.
Here's the underrated.
Right. One guy is watching Indiana Jones movies.
The overlooked Piston bad number 1 pick. We go to the 2001 NBA draft. And with the 9th selection, and he was rumored to be possibly going number 1, but he didn't. He fell to 9. So the Pistons were very happy to take out of the University of Charlotte freshman Rodney White. Yeah, Rodney White. The next pick was Joe Johnson. Also taken after Rodney White were Richard Jefferson, Troy Murphy, Jason Collins, a guy you're familiar with, Zach Randolph, Brendan Haywood.
Randolph didn't do much in the league.
Gerald Wallace, Tony Parker, Jamal Tinsley.
Iowa State. Ooh, I remember him.
Gilbert Arenas. He's a little bit
I mean, at the time.
Yeah.
But he made enough money that he could have his own casino.
The Pistons' second-round pick that year was much better than their first. That was Mehmet Okur. Yeah. That the year, you know who went number one? Soon to be Piston, or a one-time Kwame Brown. Don't you remember Kwame Brown's 2 straight years with the Pistons?
Yeah, because Jordan broke his will.
Yeah, I know.
Just destroyed that man.
97 won the ticket.
Guys, specs at LTU. You want that career in radio? You want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist? Let Specs at LTU get you started on the path to your new career. Specs at LTU, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Summer classes already started. Fall classes coming up. You want to get your name on the register, you need to call 1-800-CALL-LTU today to get your name on the register for the next class. You'll make an appointment with an admissions counselor. Like I said, you want that career in radio, TV, or graphic design. Specs at LTU will put you through their broadcast media arts, their digital media arts, and graphics media arts program taught by people who actually work in the business. It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. Call 1-800-CALL-LTU today. That's 1-800-CALL-LTU. Call them today. Make an appointment with your admissions counselor and get started in the fall. Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech.
So, guys, we have the Hall of Fame game tonight. Yes, football is back. somewhat. And we had a Hall of Fame discussion about Detroiters and Detroit athletes and who's next. So let's do this for the NFL. Who currently plays in the NFL that you would say yes to of being future Hall of Famers? I'll give you the parameters. They are not including athletes that retired this offseason. So Jason Peters, Zach Martin, not included in the discussion. Also not included, you would have had to play 7 seasons. So you do not see Justin Jefferson on this list because he hasn't gotten to 7 seasons yet. So let's start here at quarterback. I think this is an obvious one because, Rico, you always say, yeah, you know, yes, immediately you know it.
Well,
right?
yeah,
when you hear the name.
That's my Hall of Fame criteria. If you have to argue, if there's hesitation, if you have to convince somebody, not a Hall of Famer.
So the first one is Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think his body of work is pretty good.
I think, I think he'll be okay.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce has 9 straight seasons with 80-plus receptions, which is the longest streak by any player in NFL history.
Yes. I'm not going to downgrade him for his relationship.
No.
And,
or the last couple years.
You know, here's the thing.
Right. Why
Here's the thing,
would
guys.
you downgrade him for it anyway?
Guys, you know, we've all been stupid in love and done some dumb things. That's what I equate this to. So, yes, Hall of Famer.
Next, TJ Watt. He has 108 sacks in 121 career games.
No, he's a Steeler.
I think he's in. He's definitely not first ballot.
No, he's in. He's in.
Quarterback, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
He's weird, but if I...
Of course.
He's
in. It's incredible.
You know what? Just to hear his acceptance speech. Because I got a feeling he'll get angry. Why are you guys here? But since you're here, here's 3 hours. And he breaks it down.
I can't wait till we get to the athlete on this list where you hesitate. See over here. Edge rusher, Myles Garrett.
Oh, he's in.
He's in.
I mean, he's going to
one of the best.
He's going to waste his career in Cleveland, but he's in.
But hey, he doesn't care. He'll go to Canton.
Yeah, and then Cleveland will play in the Hall of Fame game because it'll be right up the street from Canton. All right, here we go. Linebacker. He currently plays for the Washington Commanders. He is an All-Pro, 11 consecutive years.
Bobby Wagner.
Yeah,
he's in. When you look at Bobby Wagner's body of work, you don't say, oh my God, he's unbelievably awesome. He's just really freaking good year in, year out. Won a Super Bowl. He's got to be in.
He's in.
Okay, I thought that was going to be the first hesitation. Okay. Next, Von Miller. He was the Super Bowl 50 MVP. He's tied for the most sacks in Super Bowl history, but also has 129 and a half sacks with 3 first-team All-Pro selections. Von Miller.
He's in. I don't think he's first ballot, but I think he's in.
I agree with Rico. It's hard to believe he only has 3 first team.
This will be a little more difficult if you're like first ballot.
Yeah.
But he's in. He's in.
I'm going to have to start asking that. You are about to put everybody in the Hall of Fame here on this list.
Well, I mean, David, you're kind of giving us some really good people.
Derrick Henry.
Once again.
Yes.
Yes. Derrick Henry he's a throwback running back. He's somebody, nobody runs the ball for 20 plus carries a game. Everybody shares the rock except for Derrick Henry. And it's almost as if he is getting better with age. And I think it's all because of him. I don't think it's for anything outside of the lines. He's a business decision. I mean, seriously, yes, he's in. First ballot.
Tyreek Hill.
No.
That's over 11,000 receiving yards, 82 touchdowns.
No, right now his body of work is not quite good enough. If he has a few more years and maybe can somehow, get the Dolphins to a Super Bowl, that way we have the discussion. But as of now, no.
No, I got a feeling he's going to be one of those sports radio topics years from now of whether he should be in or not. I'm voting not.
Now, this position is always debatable. How do you determine if this position is a Hall of Famer? These guys, you have guys like Deion Sanders. I think you knew he was, but he also played. special teams, and he also played offense. So what do you do with a guy named Jalen Ramsey?
No, he's not a Hall of Famer in my mind. I mean, he's a very good player, but I mean, he did win a Super Bowl with the Rams, right?
Yes.
How many times has he been an All-Pro?
I'm going to say yes, David. I don't think first ballot, but I do think that he will be in there. Kind of like Dion. It's the cornerback position, Stoney, is one of those, the less stats you have, actually, the better you are.
Because they don't throw to you.
Correct. Like, oh, this guy had, 7 interceptions. That meant the league thought you stunk. So they threw the ball at you, and you made them pay. But when there's games where your stat line is you exercised, that's when they're like, no. You cut off half the field. He's in, David.
So 3-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
He's
so you
in. Have the stats.
It may not be first ballot, but he would be in. I like this.
Next on the list, this one is probably going to be a sure. Mike Evans. Come on now.
Yes. But
But
I don't know if he's first ballot.
He's not first ballot either.
11 straight years of 1,000 yards?
He's in. He's a Hall of Famer.
But not first ballot.
No, because there are so many guys had the weight. I mean,
and the
receiver's tough.
Andre Johnson had the weight. I mean,
and he's good, but there's nothing special about him that makes you pop off the page. Heck, look how long it would T.O. and all these receivers.
Right.
It's almost like because he's not a diva, but because there's such a diva position, it's like they have to wait. Like, okay, you know what? We need to humble you for
But it's a great point is there's so many receivers out there.
Yeah.
I think you're going to say yes. I'm going to ask you if this should be first ballot. I think you'll say yes. Quarterback Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
He's in the Hall of Fame, yes. First ballot, it's too early for me to say. I would say no, because to me, you have to win a Super Bowl to get a first ballot at that position. But he's in the Hall of Fame. How many MVPs has he won?
2 MVPs, 3 All-Pros.
But when you look at his numbers and his stats and the MVPs and all of that, because winning a Super Bowl sounds great, but then why isn't Eli Manning in? Oh, look at his regular season numbers. Lamar gets it done.
I think he's in, but I just don't think he's a first ballot.
I think he's a first ballot because I think he's something that you don't see every day.
The thing with that first ballot is, and we don't know this now, looking ahead, is who's going in on your class.
Correct.
Who are the other first ballot guys?
Yeah, we won't know that until they retire. Then you kind of compare and you see.
I think that no matter, he's one of those guys, I don't care who's in there, they're going to be like, oh, man, Lamar's in my class. I know he's going to make it. Hopefully I can make it in as well.
Then let's close it out with these 2 offensive linemen, which I think you'll both say they are first ballot. They're definitely Hall of Famers. It is Trent Williams and Lane Johnson.
I think they're both in. I mean, depending on the year of the class, I think they deserve to be first ballot.
Yeah.
But yes. Oh, you didn't ask the obvious question I thought we were going to get.
Which one?
The current quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, he was not on his list, but we can talk about it. Matthew Stafford.
I think he's in. I mean, I don't think he's first ballot, but he's in. I mean,
he got the one thing that was needed.
Yeah,
he got the Super Bowl.
Right, he's got the stats. He's got everything.
He's in.
He played with a dysfunctional organization for a long time.
But not first ballot. But
No.
yes, he would be it.
He's in.
I'm trying to think what Lion would make this. Jared Goff?
Stop it.
Not right now, no.
Okay. Just ask.
No, it would be the guy you brought up earlier in the week.
You're
it was
way
Sewell.
too negative.
It would be Sewell.
Has he played 7 years?
He hasn't, so that's why he's not. But I think when you look future, yes. He would be like Justin Jefferson. You just know, right? You just know. That is your football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Yankees have acquired reported Tiger target David Bednar from the Pirates. Another big name, Carlos Correa, has just been sent back to his previous home of Houston. The Astros are taking on a majority of his remaining deal and will play third base there as Pena remains at shortstop. The Tigers have officially announced the trade for Nationals closer Kyle Finnegan. They sent 2 minor league arms the other direction, including number 15 prospect Josh Randall, who had just been promoted to High A. Finnegan was born in Detroit but graduated high school in Texas. He joins the 40-man roster as Paul Sewald, who was just acquired from the Guardians as well, is placed on the 60-day injured list. He was already on the 15-day and will be eligible to come off around September 10th, according to Cody Stabenhagen of The Athletic there. Detroit has also added righty Cody Hoyer from the Rangers. He's only appeared in 1 big league game this season, but in AAA has logged a .343 ERA in 39 innings and has averaged 12 strikeouts per 9. He's added the 40-man as Dietrich Enns is DFA'd. The Phillies officially announced the addition of outfielder Harrison Bader from the Twins, while Eugenio Suarez is expected to be in the Mariners lineup tonight after being traded yesterday. The Lions and Chargers will begin the preseason at Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton, Ohio tonight. Mike Tirico will be on the call for NBC. I caught up with him at training camp. At the Corbel Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Good at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You will hear Lomas Brown with Dan Miller coming up. 7 o'clock pregame, 8 o'clock kickoff, the Hall of Fame game between the Lions and the LA Chargers. Do you think there will be any Detroit media covering the Lions? Now, their prime, beat is the Lions. Would dare ask the Chargers coach or any of their assistant coaches questions about their previous jobs? Didn't think so.
Right.
And we tried at the owners' meetings. Dave Burkett and myself, we asked him a question. Of course, he's not going to say much. You knew that.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Stoney, Michael, Stoney, is it? Is it Stoney?
Yeah.
You know what? I like Stoney. You know what?
Yeah.
I had some Stones once, and I used to play with. Like he would just go off on a tangent.
Yeah, he's an he told me once, you're an ass, but you're our ass.
Yeah. And there we go on. It's not like he's going to give you a break. You know what? Yep. I cheated.
Yeah.
You caught me. What do I do? I got to. Here's the ring.
Yeah.
I cheated.
Yeah. Whack. Leave me alone. All right. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The trading deadline is over in 55 minutes. And the Padres just keep on making moves. They got Wagner from Toronto and whatever. The Tigers, a little disappointing. Now,
have you come to grips yet that this is it?
Oh, I've said once they got Finnegan.
Okay, I didn't know if you needed the clock.
I was hoping maybe a miracle for Bednar, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. So once the Yankees got Bednar, it's pretty much over. Unless something completely crazy happens. But anyway, 248-539-9797. You disappointed? Are you okay? The fact that, look, let's be honest, as disappointed as we are, they are better in the bullpen than they were 48 hours ago. So that'll help a little bit. I just wish they would have gotten better relievers that even, Finnegan. I wish they would have somehow at least given up on one of their top 10 prospects when they would have probably gotten them Bednar. The Eugenio Suarez thing. Although, the Diamondbacks didn't get as much from Seattle as I thought they would get. I never thought that was realistic. But anyway, so your thoughts on the deadline, and we're also talking about the Lions as well. I want to ask what you want to see tonight because it is their first time seeing some of these guys. So I know everybody's driving home from work. You kind of look. I get it. You're looking forward to seeing the Lions, even though you know the game means nothing. So what is it that you want to see tonight? And for me, it was just a few things. I'd like to just want to see that Hendon Hooker is a competent quarterback, just competent. Just show that he can complete a pass, read a defense, even if it's very vanilla, and that's it. That's all I want to see tonight. And yes, as Rico stated earlier, don't call up and say, I hope nobody gets hurt. We all, nobody wants anybody hurt.
Correct.
And the other thing we're talking about is the all-time Detroit sports busts, because when the Tigers acquired Paul Sewald today, him and his 4.70 ERA, and he's not going to be on the team till sometime in September, if at all. But anyway, they had to make room on the 40-man, and Matt Manning was DFA'd, designated for assignment, for those of you keeping score at home. And I said he's one of the big busts that we've had in this town. So who, besides Darko, who's the biggest Detroit draft bust, and preferably first-round picks? 248-539-9797. Let's say good afternoon, good evening, whatever you want to say. Just hello, Doug. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. My pick goes at 2014. Rico was at a different radio station, and he had a draft team. I was a member of his draft team. We wrote down Aaron Donald, and the draft pick of Eric Ebron came up from the look that Rico gave me when he walked over to Matt Derry. I still get chills from it, Rico, and I still shake my head. That's all I have to say, and my wife, Kim, says, go green.
All right.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, that was not a good one. Yeah. I mean, there were so many other I mean, not just, obviously, Aaron Donald, but there was, Taylor Lewan, and there was somebody else who was pretty good that they could have taken as well.
There was a lot of people. You're right. Now I got to look this up.
That OBJ was right before that pick, I think, though, right? Yeah. Same draft, if I'm not mistaken.
David, you got it?
Oh, I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, Odell Beckham Jr. was right before that.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it was right after that. It was Taylor Lewan, Odell Beckham, Aaron Donald in a row after Eric Ebron.
Yeah.
Ryan Shazier, who was good until he got hurt.
Right.
Zach Martin.
Yeah.
Who, I mean, come on now. CJ Mosley.
You know what the craziest thing about Eric Ebron was?
You knew that he dropped passes in college?
That was in his draft, his
this
book.
is where I was like, the Lions management at the time, think about it.
That was Mayhew, correct?
You just took people with red flags and thought that you could fix them. Like, seriously? He was known, I think he was at 58% catching passes in college. That's not a first rounder.
No. Definitely not a top 10 pick. That's for damn sure. Let's go to Daryl. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I have to go with I was going to go with Eric Ebron, but my second one was the Mike Williams pick out of USC, and he didn't even play the year before. I don't know what we were doing.
When you watch those documentaries, I think it was the Matt Millen Life or whatever, that they thought that so they went in that morning, they thought they were going to draft DeMarcus Ware, and for some reason they changed their mind. All right, thanks for the call. 248-53. I thought he was going to ask. He had something written down about the Tigers as well. Let's go to Mike in Madison Heights. What's up, Madison Heights, Mike?
Hey, how we doing? I got Charles Rogers going number 2 overall. Right after him was the great Andre Johnson, and then I think 9th or 10th in that draft was Terrell Suggs.
The problem with the Charles Rogers pick, and look, if he didn't get injured, I think he would have, because he started off. Remember that first game was against the Cardinals, and Anquan Bolden, who was also in
stole the show.
Yeah, they both played great. Okay, and Rodgers eventually got hurt. The thing where once again the Lions didn't read the tea leaves. I've been told by pretty damn reliable sources that the Lions were actually told by his agent and people around him, don't take him because he needs to get out of the area.
Yeah, and that was just it. It's like, get him away from his people, from Saginaw.
Right.
And that was the downfall. And it was just like, because he thought he was going to Houston, and Andre Johnson was going to come here, but they went to sell tickets, and it didn't quite. One's going to the Hall of Fame, and unfortunately, RIP to the other.
Yes, indeed. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll take more of your calls coming up next. 97 The Ticket.
All right, sports fans, listen up. As your internet performance on a losing streak, drop connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays. Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment. Whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading those latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love, faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together, so you got victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity Internet and mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and secure game-ready network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
248-539-9797. It is the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here for Mike, who's vacationing in Saratoga. Kenny, have you been, because he's away doesn't mean the horses don't play. Have you been, exercising your legal right to gamble on such ponies?
I haven't gotten any picks from anybody, so no. I've been missing out. I've been going through withdrawals. It's been terrible.
So you should text him and say, look, just because you're on vacation, you got to take care of my payroll.
No, I don't bug people on their vacation. I don't do that.
I'm only kidding. All right, 248-539-9797. We are now 42 minutes away from the deadline, and we still don't expect the Tigers to add anything on. We do see that there are two teams, the Rangers and the Texas. The Rangers and the Texas. They are the same thing. Rangers and the Boston Red Sox
been a long week.
Are both in pursuit of Arizona starter Merrill Kelly. So we will see what happens there. All right, here we go. Let's go to Kevin. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. We're discussing the greatest Detroit sports busts also because Matt Manning was DFA'd today, and he was a first-round pick of the Tigers in the 2016 and Major League Baseball draft. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
You got to go back a ways for this one. 1987, first round, 7th pick, Reggie Rogers out of the University of Washington.
Yeah.
I think he played maybe 6 games his first year, 5 games his second year. Then he got in a car accident that killed people. Just an all around not a good performer on the field, and lots of personal issues on the side.
I know. What's weird is, Kevin, and it's sad, the guy that they should have drafted and maybe wanted it was Jerome Brown, I believe, that year, who after a few years with the Eagles, he got into a car crash and passed away, like right after Eric Andolsek of the Lions was run over on his front yard by, he was mowing the lawn by a drunk driver.
Still one of the strangest things ever.
That's why the Lions are cursed.
I mean, it
would only happen to a Lion.
Seriously, like the safest place to be, your front lawn at your house. Not at some club, not in some dangerous spot. You're at the crib. Wow. Yeah, I remember that.
Hey, let me ask you guys just a question out of the blue. I just saw this on social media. Cedric Mullins, who the New York Mets just acquired from the Orioles, he wears number 31. 31 has been retired for Mike Piazza. He asked if they would unretire it, and they have obliged. Do you think he's worth them unretire? Now, is Piazza more of a Dodger or a Met? See, that's the other thing, but it's not that he was.
You know what? He's more of a Dodger.
Okay.
But when he was there,
he threw the bat at Roger Clemens.
Yeah. No, he's more of a Dodger.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
But should the Mets if they retired, basically the Mets retired his jersey, has he done enough in his career, Cedric Mullins, to oblige him?
No, the number's retired for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're Cedric Mullins. No.
Yes.
No offense.
Exactly.
But no.
He's a fine enough ball player, but to unretire someone's number for that?
No. That's bad. The Mets are bad.
Right.
I think Mr. Met should be.
That's
protest.
one. If all of a sudden like you traded for Shohei, okay,
thank you.
Yeah,
Mookie Betts,
right?
Maybe right.
Heck, I would even go as Dela Cruz. Sure. How about 32?
Like good enough player, but no.
You can have 30, 32, or we'll give you 13.
Yeah, you're 13. Yeah, exactly.
I'll give you 130, but you're not getting 31.
No, I agree.
Nice try.
Yeah. Stan in Shelby Township, what's up? You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, Stan.
My big bust. I forget the guy's name. He was a linebacker the Lions signed, who came from New Orleans, who they broke out Joe Schmidt's number.
Oh, he wasn't. He wasn't a draft choice. Yeah, Pat Swilling. They should.
Then it's Darko.
Well,
going back to.
Go ahead.
Going with the Tigers. I think they've improved the bullpen. I think Paddock is a keeper. And I'm happy. I think other teams had to risk a lot of prospect talent to try to catch the Tigers. I don't think Houston has traded up from Pena and Paredes. I don't think they improved their team. And I think the two guys that signed with the Mariners, the reason why they signed is they didn't produce in Arizona. What do you think?
Well, Suarez produced in Arizona. He hit a lot of home runs. His batting average wasn't great, but he hit second amount of home runs.
They didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not just because of Eugenio Suarez. I mean, he would have fit perfect. Yes, the Tigers' bullpen did improve, but the problem for me is it didn't improve like the Yankees' bullpen improved, who knows, they might play in the playoffs.
And I was about to say, you may end up seeing all of those guys, and that's where everybody who said you should have made more moves today, technically they got 37 more minutes. This is where you get to take your victory lap. Right now, I don't think it's as bad because you're going to make the playoff.
Right.
Now, once you get in there, Stoney, the best team in baseball in the regular season doesn't always win the World Series, as we all know.
Yes. We saw that
plenty of times.
Yes, indeed. E in Detroit, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Stoney? I want to say Akuda was the biggest bust to me.
Okuda, good one. They should have taken Tua, right? Was that the Tua draft?
There's a lot of guys that could have taken.
They could have taken Herbert, I believe.
Yeah, they could have taken Herbert, and they could have taken. I think the big argument was Tua or Okuda or Derek Brown, and Bob Quinn won.
As far as the Tigers, when they let Arizona walk off with that third baseman, right-handed bat that we needed, I think we lost in this trade deadline. I don't know. There's no other batters out there, but to sum it up, in Tigers fashion, I believe they're going to go get Verlander and let him come and be a reliever for us and help us win a World Series here.
I wouldn't be opposed to him being a bullpen guy, but I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't. I think he's going to stay with the Giants, and he won't be in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he was ever going to move to the bullpen, it would be here. Stoney, real quick before we go back to the callers, to you guys, David and Kenny as well, would you ever place a bet on tonight's game? I just looked over at the monitor. Do you know there's a line out for tonight's game?
Oh, of course there's a line. There's probably prop bets. You can get your casino rolling again, probably.
The Lions are favored by 1.5 points. Seriously, call the number if you're betting on this game tonight. You need help.
If I needed to bet,
put the kids' Christmas fund back.
I would take the Chargers. I think Harbaugh would take the game more seriously. But look at the coaches' dispositions. I think Harbaugh would take it more serious.
If you want to bet Trey Lance to throw a touchdown pass on his first offensive drive, plus 1,000. So there are a few prop bets out there.
No, you're not. No.
Chargers 2+ passing touchdowns in this game, plus 410.
What's the over-under on the game? I would take the under.
The over-under is 33.5.
Ooh, it's low.
I'd rather waste my money at the casino arenas.
97 won the ticket.
Let's get one more call.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go to Jay in Roseville. You're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, hi guys. Love your show. You guys are knowledgeable and entertaining. I got one I think that nobody's talked about yet. How about Chuck Long, first round pick out of Iowa, quarterback? I think it was 84.
86, I believe, because I was here. Okay. So
I'm an older guy, so
so am I. So it's okay.
Okay.
I don't.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I just want to say real quick about the Tigers. I agree 100%. I think they got a little bit better in the bullpen, but I don't think that they made the splash that they really needed to. We'll see what happens with Finnegan, but I was a little disappointed myself.
Yeah, so was I. I thought they should have been able to get a better reliever than even Finnegan. Thanks for the call. Yeah, Chuck Long in the 1986 draft, the Lions selected him 12th, and they could have drafted, let's see who they missed on. Ronnie Harmon.
Pretty decent back for the Chargers.
Neil Anderson, Dalton Hilliard, Webster Slaughter, Pepper Johnson from Detroit, John Offerdahl from Western Michigan. Great player for
Pepper Johnson was pretty good.
Yeah, Pepper. Well, John Offerdahl was a great player for Miami. He's actually making a fortune. They could have drafted Pat Swilly. How do you like that? 97 won the ticket.
Wait.
Oh.
Well, we almost made it through a whole week of Stoney without Stoney pulling a Stoney. The Cedric Mullins story is completely fake. It's by a parody account. And if you scroll far enough down on that thread where it says that, it shows an artist rendering where it's just the word Mets written in Sharpie next to his number.
Okay. You know what? That is the first time I've ever done that.
That's okay, man.
That's okay.
It happens. The guy's account says he's a beat writer, all this stuff, and then there's some jokes under there. But yeah, not real.
The Woj account back when he was doing it was the most copied account ever.
Yeah, I know.
Because you would spell it so many different ways. It's like, wait, is this him? It's not him.
Oh, my Lord.
We still love you.
That is bad.
Number 31 story, not real.
That made for some laughs anyway.
Yeah, we had.
I'm a goofball. 97 won the ticket. Two 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for football today. Oh, college football.
We're getting so much closer, guys. I know I don't want summer to leave, but man, oh man, I want football.
Yeah. You see the college training camps going on.
Yes. So let's get to it, guys. Mm-hmm. Very, very soon we're going to have it. So let's go through some scheduling things here. We're talking about some games that we want to see. We'll talk about some tough schedules and some easy schedules for team. First, let's talk about two tough schedules here. Everyone talks about, oh, this is going to be the year for Florida. Well, the Gators are the only team in the SEC facing the league's 3 highest ranked preseason teams. That is number 3 Texas, number 4 Georgia, and number 6 LSU. Georgia and LSU are away.
Whoa.
So on September 13th, they have to go to LSU, and then that's followed by a trip to Miami the next week, and then a 5-week stretch from September 13th to October 11th. It includes a bye on the 27th of September. Florida plays LSU at Miami, at home against Texas, at Texas A&M. It's a lot here for their schedule.
Well, Georgia is the neutral site, though, right?
Correct. Okay. That will, yes.
In Jacksonville.
So it helps a little bit.
Yeah.
The next one.
It's almost like they are really trying to get Billy Napier fired. I mean, he was fighting for his life last year, and he outkicked the coverage, and it's like, congratulations, do it again.
Well, this one's this may be worse. Although they're saying it's second worst, but this may be worse to me. It's Wisconsin. Wisconsin's schedule here, like Florida, Wisconsin faces 6 ranked teams, including 4 of the top 11. At Alabama on September 13th, home against Ohio State on October 18th, at Oregon on October 25th, and at home against Illinois on November 22nd.
And even though they're not highly ranked, I believe they're at Michigan too. Wisconsin is.
Yes.
I have a strange feeling that bowl game or bust when it comes to Luke Fickell this year. What year is it for him? 3 or 4?
That's a good question. It's one of those.
Year last.
Okay, yes.
You know what? I don't know, though, if it's this big groundswell to get rid of Fickell.
I think you might be right.
Like, I don't think that Wisconsin is like, oh, my goodness. You know what? Here's the best thing for Luke Fickell. You need the Packers to be good. If the Packers are good, no one will care about Wisconsin football. And he gets another year.
Or the Brewers get in the World Series. People will be following that till
right. They won't care about it. But you know what, David? That's a brutal schedule. Why? Because I saw what happened to my team last year when they had to face that same type of schedule. It's very difficult, and it's a slippery slope. Once you start losing, you just keep losing. So for Wisconsin, good luck. But I don't think that Fickell and Wisconsin will make it through this.
So I'm going to be honest before I give you the easy Power 4 schedule here. This team, I have no idea about. I don't know what they have. I don't know how good they'll be. So their easy schedule, I don't know. Look at the roster, see what you like. Maybe you want to bet them to do something in the ACC, but it is Wake Forest. Here's why they have an easy schedule. They face only one preseason top 25 team. That is SMU at home October 25th. They have a bye week before that game. Pretty easy for them. The Deacons avoid Clemson, Miami, and Louisville in the ACC. Their first 4 games are at home, along with 2 of their last 3 games. So they start at home, and they pretty much end at home.
Do they play Notre Dame this year?
They do not play Notre Dame. And back-to-back conference games on the road, the only ones they have there are Florida State and Virginia, who went 7-17 last year combined.
Wow.
Pretty easy schedule for Wake Forest.
Yes.
So look at the roster. I don't know what you like, but if it's a good roster.
So they could be going
possibly
the Indiana route.
Possibly.
Which I think, unfortunately, a lot of teams are going to try to do. So, no, that's ACC. You know what, David? Here's the thing. I don't know what their odds are to make the playoffs, but that may be one that you want to put a little money on just in case. Just saying.
So real quick, before I get to some of the other actual game matchups that we are looking forward to, let me give you the toughest Power 4 non-conference schedule, which comes to Clemson. So the Tigers open the season August 31st at home against number 6 LSU. Then they close the season November 29th on the road against South Carolina,
right,
which is ranked number 13 preseason. Clemson also faces Troy, who is a top contender in the Sun Belt Conference.
Okay.
I'm getting excited about Troy.
I get the Troy thing.
Yeah.
And here's what may happen with Troy. Everybody will freak out in the third quarter because it may be a 1-score game.
Yeah.
But that's where Clemson's athletes just kick in and beat Troy, unless it's like that monsoon game or something like that. Yeah, I'm not particularly worried about that. Now, their first game, was it Notre Dame?
The first game, August 31st against LSU.
LSU. See, that's what I thought college football was going to be about. Games like marquee games, week one like that.
Yeah.
Because you're going to learn a lot about both teams. Because I don't know what LSU schedule is for Brian Kelly, David, but now this is a dead man walking. He doesn't compete. If LSU's not in the playoffs, I don't think he keeps his job. But I for Clemson, I think that they have enough. They should be able to win the ACC, even though they got a tough schedule.
Well, let me go through LSU's schedule since you mentioned it. At Clemson, Louisiana Tech, Florida.
Where's Florida? At home?
That's at home. Southeastern Louisiana
okay,
Lions.
Once you get into the directional schools, yeah, keep going.
At Ole Miss, then a bye week.
Overrated.
Then South Carolina, at Vanderbilt, Texas A&M.
Ooh.
Bye week at Bama, Arkansas, Western Kentucky, at Oklahoma.
Ooh,
he's fired.
That's a tough ass schedule.
He's fired. I mean, I'm going to call my shot right here, right now. I don't see him making it through that schedule unless Nussmeier is the quarterback that he's praying to God he's going to be. I don't see Clemson making the playoffs this year.
So let me go through some non-conference games because you're right, Rico. We want to see those matchups.
Yes.
I want to know if you like some of these matchups. I think you like this one, Texas at Ohio State.
Of course.
On August 30th.
Who wouldn't like it?
Should have been at night. We've talked about that before, Rico. Fox won.
That's Fox.
What's the night game?
You know what?
What's the night? Is that the
It doesn't matter.
Clemson LSU game?
I have to look. Give me a second.
It doesn't matter. It should have been that.
Of course it should have.
It reminds me, and God, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but what Fox tries to do with Big Noon Kickoff, it reminds me of the movie Mean Girls when the one girl's trying to make the word Fletch into something and they just like, stop trying to make that into something. That's what I want to do with Fox. Stop trying to make noon the best thing ever. It's not.
No.
Noon is the appetizer. It's the hors d'oeuvre. It sets the table. Noon is what you listen. It's the game that's background noise, or you're cutting the grass, or you're doing something else, or you're driving to a real game at 3:30 and you're listening to the noon game on the radio. But don't put the best game on at noon. I'm sorry, I'm done with that.
So the night game we talked about already. That is LSU at Clemson on ABC. On NBC, it is New Mexico at Michigan.
Okay. That should be, especially since the Big Ten. Oh, no. Well, the Big Ten has affiliations with both.
Yeah, but Ohio State's at home, so NBC could have that
right,
game.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That should be that should be the noon game.
So is this the Peacock game?
It says NBC Peacock, so
no,
yes.
No, it's on NBC, I believe.
I think it's on NBC, but you can also see it on Peacock. It's not the exclusive game.
See, right, but I wonder if it's like, you know how when the Lions are on Peacock in the local city, it's on NBC, but everybody else has to watch it on Peacock. Maybe that's why it's not that game, and Michigan just kind of wanted to get it out the way. But Michigan, New Mexico, is it New Mexico State or New Mexico?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Let me give you a couple more non-conference games here. Are you looking forward to Bama, Florida State, August 30th? Michigan at Oklahoma, September 6th.
Wait, Bama, Florida State?
Bama, Florida State. But it's Florida State, Florida State.
But you know what? We're going to find out if Bama's Bama.
Yes.
As well, because Kalen DeBoer, real quick, Kalen DeBoer will be fired as well. Bama is not going to play mediocrity 2 years in a row. Last year was his honeymoon period. Fix your act, get a quarterback. This better work or you're gone.
And we saw today that he lost a major in-state recruit.
Yeah, I was reading and said it was the worst case scenario for them. They've never lost a top recruit from their own state. Florida State, I've been waiting to see. They've been almost back for a while. They're about to become Texas, where Florida State is back until they're not.
And then I'll close it out with this non-conference matchup. A lot of people don't talk about this one. September 13th, Texas A&M at Notre Dame.
That's a huge game for Notre Dame.
It is.
Huge game.
CJ Carr, right?
Yeah. I mean, because of their their schedule or not, because they don't have a conference, sometimes gets downplayed. They usually play a pretty good schedule.
Yeah, they normally play about five good teams.
But that's one of them. So, and especially if it's at home, right? It's at Notre Dame. That's a big game for them.
That is one where, yes, you know what? I would love to watch that game.
Mm-hmm.
If possible, man, this is one where, heck, I wouldn't even mind going. Like if Carla Robb was like, hey, I got a ticket, I'm joining you there, I would watch it with him.
Here's what's interesting about Notre Dame's schedule.
I like Notre Dame.
They start at Miami August 31st, and then they're off, and then they have the Texas A&M game at home. So they could be 0-2.
They're still doing that?
Yeah, they could be 0-2.
They take the bye week before they play. I used to do this in Michigan all the time.
Traditions that never will change, right?
Yeah.
That is your college football blitz.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, or a drop top for days like today, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So guess what? No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the July Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and tell them Rico sent you. Find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Gee, what a surprise. The Padres just acquired somebody else, Nestor Cortez.
They're still going?
Yep. We got 7 minutes left. Padres will probably make 3 more deals.
Like DJ Khaled and another one. and another one.
Yeah, since the last time we spoke, Merrill Kelly is now going to the Texas Rangers. Looks like the Red Sox are close to acquiring Dustin May from the Dodgers. There was also word that they're in on Joe Ryan. So we'll see what happens there.
And I think unless something happens in the next 7 minutes or so, Detroiters have to be okay with the 4 moves that the Tigers made. They brought in some arms. It was one guy who I think can really help the team, and 3 others, 2 that I don't even think going to see any time. But it wasn't that big splash that everybody thought was going to happen. They didn't get that person that was like, oh, my God, big breaking news.
Right. I didn't think they were going to get Suarez, and I didn't think there was going to be a surprise. I did think they really had a legitimate shot at Bednar.
Stoney,
now, whether their prospect list dwindled one because they had to throw in the one where they got Paddock from Minnesota, and the only reason they got him was because of the Reese Olson injury. But all in all, I'm disappointed, but I'm not completely going crazy. If they wouldn't have made the Finnegan trade, I would have gone ballistic.
Finnegan kind of took it over the top.
And he's not great, but he's better than what they have.
I thought that they would bring in a reliever, and that's kind of what they did. Like it or not, they're ahead of schedule. Scott Harris has done this without breaking the bank, keeping all of his people on the farm, not giving away prospects, and they're winning their division. Let's face it, unless it's an epic collapse, they're going to win their division. They're going to be in the playoffs, and I think they want to take their chances. And this organization, in my opinion, wants to be good for a long time and not be great for a season.
And the Kansas City Royals, they haven't given up yet. They just took Bailey Falter from Pittsburgh. So it's going to be interesting. What's not going to be interesting tonight, although I'm going to watch it, is the Hall of Fame game with the Detroit Lions.
You don't make some side bets?
No. Over under on snaps Manu plays. That's the only thing that I'm really.
It should be the entire game.
It should be. All right. Joining us now is Mark Ryan, who will take us to Lions pregame show. What's up, Mark?
Gentlemen, great to be here with you. Stoney, I am 100% in lockstep with you. I feel disappointed today.
Yeah, a little underwhelmed, but not crazy, not completely pissed.
I'm not enraged because they did something. I would have been enraged if they did nothing.
Right.
But they did something. But Rico, I know
I tried warning you.
No, I know that you expected this. But that's still at the same point, did they do enough?
You know what?
I don't think they did enough.
It doesn't matter if they did enough. Smart people, sometimes you have to think like the organization, not like you. Not what you want, but look at it through their eyes and through their eyes. That's why I'm like, I'm not expecting anything. And they didn't disappoint. They did exactly what I thought they were going to do.
I think they would have done more if they were like kind of a 2-game lead rather than a 9-game lead.
At the same time,
they want to make sure they're in.
The price tag for Eugenio Suarez was not all that much.
It wasn't.
I mean, I heard you talking about this. And then, Bob Nightingale before, hey, the Tigers plan not to let the Arizona Diamondbacks leave town without a deal in place. So, if that was the price tag, I think my disappointment, Rico, is seeing what the price tag was, and that was too rich for your blood.
Yeah, I mean, guys, they're looking long term. They are looking at guys that they have under team control for years.
But is that the right approach?
If you win a World Series, yes? Question mark? I mean, the Yankees go in all the time. They don't. The Mets have been hemorrhaging money. They haven't. Now, the Dodgers, it works. But, I mean, look at the Padres. They've moved a lot of players over the years, and it hasn't worked for them. So there's no right way. It's not. It's like cooking chicken. You can barbecue it, you can fry it, you can do all types of things.
But I do think it comes down to your own personal comfort level with risk reward, and I am more uncomfortable not taking a swing when you're this close.
I agree,
Welcome
especially, and
to
I think
Detroit.
and I think it's completely different because of the Scooble window. If Scooble was going to be here for 5-6 years, okay, maybe you do take the pragmatic, conservative approach. But this could be the last year of him.
Stoney, I'm with you, but welcome to Detroit. I think all of the general managers and presidents just kind of meet up at a Coney Island and say, we're not going to make any significant moves. We love our players. let's just, let it play out.
What do you have? What do you have taking us to kick off?
So we've got the hypothetical trades from the Detroit Tigers standpoints. Would the people have made these trades, essentially the equivalent of what it would have taken to get the guys?
Yes.
Yes, you would have done it?
No, for all your potential trades, it'd be like,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, Stoney and I would have done them. 3 things I need to see tonight as well. Plus, we can officially flush for good one top player from consideration. Who was the one player that you guys heard more about, even though he was not going to be available from Detroit Tigers fans?
Paul Skeens?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I spoke to my friends in Pittsburgh about this. He is going to be traded. The when is way down the line.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Way down the line.
That is the only one that I would have said Pittsburgh. Pick 3 of the 5.
Oh, yeah.
You can have them.
Anybody you want.
As a matter of fact, get 3, get 1 free.
All right. Mark Ryan coming up next, 97.1 The